Well, good morning, everyone. Today is such an important day right here in the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Finals Day. We were looking for this moment.
It's so exciting. Day 6, and we've had an absolutely amazing 5 days leading up to now of competition. We've seen some upsets. We've seen some dark horses rise to the top in all the divisions, and we still have plenty of action to come all day today. Of course, we're going to have $70,000 in total prize money to give away over 4 divisions. We're going to crown some event champions. There's definitely going to be some new faces coming into play. And one of the big stories, of course, our local Amin Umar really wowing the local crowd by making it through in the juniors division.
Well, and right now in the water, we do have another local in the first quarterfinal for the drop knee division, and it's right there is Fabian Tazar from Reunion Island. He's getting the second wave. He already has a 4, and Ali Kushran 3.50 already. So it's great to see Ali once again. He unfortunately had early lost in the men division. Early lose, I'm sorry. And but here he's still in the quarterfinal. So one more chance for another local in a great personality from Maldives, Ali Kushruan in yellow and Fabian Tazar from Reunion Island in red.
All right, so we are in the man-on-man matchups at this point here in the drop knee division quarterfinals. And the Reunion Island rider, Fabian Tazar, who's been consistent throughout this competition, as has our local Kudaaya, Ali Kushruan. We saw him blow minds last year in this event. He is kind of one of the veterans here in the Maldives and sort of, I guess you could say, the mentor for a lot of the younger riders. And here we go, Fabian Tazar picking up his 3rd wave of this heat. Comes out on the shoulder, fangs a nice turn right there, and he is a goofy foot on a mission right here. Another solid turn here on the shoulder, and Fabian Tazar with another good wave under his belt. Now 3 good waves.
Well, yeah, he's looking very sharp. He wants this so much. We were saying that yesterday. That was a very good first turn, and completed with another one. So he's looking very composed. I will have to say he wants this full motivation for him just to watch his. There is a huge crowd. Crew from Reunion Island here, and I believe that's an extra motivation when you have your friends. And there you have it. It's a 6.25, very good way to start, let's say, because we haven't even, there's still, the first 5 minutes haven't even finished, and he already has an 11.25, so it's a very good performance for Fabian Tazar.
Well, you know, I talked to him yesterday after one of his heats about his equipment, and I asked him if he rode the same board for the prone and the drop knee. He says he has a different board for drop knee. It's a little thicker and a little bit heavier, so that's certainly going to help him in these bumpy conditions that we have here this morning. Our rankings on the screen right here. Dave Hubbard is teed up to win a potential 10th world title, which would make him the winningest bodyboarder in the history of the sport in terms of accumulating world titles. And not far behind him, Sammy Moratino, a 4-time world champ, in 2nd position. Amory Laverne in 3rd. Manuel Cepeda not here, nor is Araya Tabalno. So those two out of the mix, obviously not being here. But Fabian Tazar is right behind them, and he is here, and he's on this way. Backhand snap into the forward spin, another snap here. And Fabian Tazar making good work of this right-hander and staying super busy in this heat, leading with a solid score of 11.25 at this point. And check this one out again.
Yeah, it's just so good to see him kill it in both sides. It's some riders are more versatile. They're better to the back end, and some riders are better to front side, but he serves equally as good. So 1 turn, 1 spin, and another one there. Very good performance. You can tell he wants this so much.
You know, I have to say, it's amazing how good these guys make the waves look. One more look at this one. We had a wave from Ali Kushruan on that right-hander, throws the reverse out on the shoulder and a forward spin. And he's going to look to get it on rail here to get the big points. Ali Kushran runs out of real estate on that wave face, and scores coming through. That's going to be his best ride. Well, he's only had 2. But in any case, conditions this morning a little rough out there. We had a big squall move through somewhere around 7 a.m. and it swung the wind around to the northwest, which is not a typical wind for this time of year here. Normally we have a southwesterly wind, which produces a little cleaner conditions here at Varunulaa Raalhugandu. So we may see some dramatically changing conditions here as this little, it's like almost like a tropical wave, which is a weather term, but it's a little cell of showers that's kind of moving on, and we're going to hope that the wind eases. It already is easing at this point, so yeah, better conditions ahead.
I wanted to ask you, how important is the use of the upper body for drop knee? And because you saw it with Ali Kushran, he actually got a lot of control by using it, but wait, we're going to get back to that. Let's see this one live for Fabian Tassar. See how important if they gaze, if they probably compose, it makes a huge difference. So I would like to hear from you how important is it. So well, couple turns there, maybe not the most radical ones, but probably he gets something better than the 5.25 that he has as a backup score.
Good question about the upper body. It is pretty key here because, there's no fins on the bottom of the board. So we'll watch Fabian Tassar. He's very low and compact right here, but he kind of gets more upright right before he does these turns and that floater right there. And watch his upper body, throwing the arms, the shoulders in the opposite direction when he wants to make the turn, because edge control, I've said this before, is everything in drop knee. Knee and foot placement almost equally important too, but that's where you get the edge control, and you have to counterbalance those turns with the upper body by pivoting at the hips, at the shoulders, at the neck. And yeah, so you'll see the best drop knee guys really getting a lot of movement on the arms, hands, upper body, and a real upright posture at times and a real low compact posture at other times.
Well, thank you for that, of course, amazing explanation. Since you are a drop knee specialist, I would like to serve more in drop knee, but it takes a little time, and it's just so hard sometimes, I guess, for all the prone riders to choose when to drop knee and when to prone, because most of them have to change boards. I mean, probably that's the recommendation. Some people just use the same board. But I believe a bigger board will give you more stability for drop knee, and so that if you want to do both, you have to go to the beach with 2 boards. Also, the fins, I think, play a very important part, because most of the fins right now in the market has like a shape that, okay, let's see this one for Ali, backside or backhand, as these days is been used. And a mini turn there. I don't know if that's going to be much for him, but yeah.
So just to touch on what you said, let's take a look at this replay one more time. Excuse me. Kuda Aya with a little backhand snap. He's a regular footer, but that section just piles down on top of him. So Ali gets another score there, and meanwhile we had Fabian Tassar going for the lip smack right there, and instead the lip smacked him right in the head. But Tassar, tons and tons of waves on his scorecard at this point. He's really staying busy. One more look at that as he drives around this section, gets some nice speed here, and just goes right up into the lip. But he just didn't get up there quite quickly enough, and the lip clocks him right in the chest. So Tassar with, let's see, 7 waves so far, and we're down to the 14-minute mark. So he's been a busy boy. That's like a wave every minute and a half or something like that. So, but yeah, you were mentioning the different boards and how do you choose, and for me, it's exactly what you said. I prefer a little bit longer board for drop knee, for that stability that you mentioned, and a shorter board for prone. So for me, the goal is to find that happy medium, a board that's the length that will work for both. other riders do specifically have boards for one or the other, and yeah, they have to bring two boards to the beach.
For example, you are. Can you tell us what length of board you use and what size and weight?
Yeah, I've been flip-flopping a lot. I'm 5'8", which is about 174 centimeters or 176 centimeters. I weigh 157 pounds, which is, I don't know how many kilograms, about 74 kgs. And I ride a 41 right now, but I sometimes ride a 42 if the waves are flatter and mushier. So next year I'm going to switch to a 41 and a half and see if that's the perfect size for me. I rode one for many years as a pro, and I've been kind of experimenting with bigger and smaller, and I find my 41 that I have here is a little bit short for drop knee. So yeah, it's here I am 44 years into this sport. I'm still, experimenting and trying to figure it all out, which is half the fun for me. What about you? What size do you ride?
Well, that's interesting. I was thinking about it when you said that 40 years in the sport. For me, I've been around almost 20 years in the sport, and I also have changed not so many times. I actually used a 39 for a number of years. But I believe with years, I started to use bigger boards, and we're going to get back to that. Let's see this one for Fabian. Not much there for him. Actually, Fabian got a 6 for his the latest wave that we saw with very good maneuvers, and he improved his total score. Right now he has a 12.25, and Ali Kushran, the local, has got a 3. And right now he's looking for a 7.62, get that classification. I mean, to keep advancing in this competition. Remember, this is going to be over today, so it's very important to just leave everything on the field right there. He is one step closer to the podium. It will be great just to have the chance to have him in the podium this year in the drop knee division. So let's see if he can make it. Ali Kushwan. He's actually one of the founders for the Maldives Bodyboarding Association, and a person that has been pushing the sport very much here in Maldives, and a great bodyboarder. So I know for a fact the Maldives are looking forward to see him advancing. But yeah, he has to go over Fabian Tassar, who looks very sharp in this heat and in this event in the drop knee division.
Well, Fabian had a really good run last year as well. In the drop knee division, and he's just carrying that momentum forward. He's from Reunion Island, which, if you're unaware, is known as an overseas department of France, sort of like Tahiti in that respect. It's in the Indian Ocean, further south from where we are, sort of like a similar climate to Hawaii, in my opinion. We used to have some World Tour events down there, and there's a really, really enthusiastic crew of bodyboarders from Reunion, and many of them are here. I mean, we see Ziggy Cavier and Olivier Marimotu, and of course Amory Laverne, who's born and raised there and now living in the Canary Islands. But yeah, the talent runs deep down there.
I agree with you. Well, 10 minutes for this first quarterfinal of the drop knee division. We are going to see big names in this drop knee division. The next heat, it will be Dave Hobart against Gary Thatcher. Gary doing a great job representing Australia, coming from the Sunshine Coast, and Dave looking for important points in this event. We have a possible, not, of course, nothing is defined, but there are a number of scenarios that we can have for Dave to become world champ even here. But of course, it all depends on how Sammy Moratino does. We're going to bring you that to you. We're actually getting that ready to present it, or at least talk about it. But yeah, there is a possibility for Dave, depending on what happened for Sammy Moratino. Of course, Sammy, it's been surfing really good in the drop knee division. I believe for these riders to surf in both men and drop knee division adds an extra motivation, especially when they finish or they lose in the men division. I believe it kind of, divides the attention. For some people, it could be a negative thing, but I believe in the case of them being drop knee, their main division, it probably creates less tension for one of the divisions because they just had that experience with the other, with the men, and they lost, and right now they have more energy or more motivation to do better in the drop knee division. So probably that's the case, and I believe that's the case for example Fabian Tazar, Dave Howard, and Sammy Martino.
Well, here goes Fabian again, another wave. This is his 10th wave. Nice little floater on that one. And he's just pretty much controlled and dominated this heat from start to finish. Ali Kouchourouan needs a 7.6 at this point to take over the lead. He's going to have a stab on this left-hander in the backhand, throws a carve out on the shoulder, and that wave just peters out into nothing. So Ali Kouchourouan just not really finding the pockets of energy. There are a ton of bumps out there. It makes it super hard to drop knee. But check this one wave out here for Fabian Tazar. And look at that, just airdropping into the flats and hanging on. He is really compact. He's kind of a smaller guy, and you can see him utilizing his body stature to pull off that move. So, yeah, we're getting through this heat with Fabian 10 waves under his belt.
Oh, wow.
And some solid scores coming through on that 10th wave. This could end up being one of his top 2 waves. We'll see as the scores pump in here. We got a 6.3 and a 6.2 and a 7.0 and a total score of 6.25. So that matches his high score that he got on his 3rd wave, and now he has a total heat score of 12.5. Ali Kouchourouan 4 points plus behind. So a miracle's going to have to happen at this point for Kuta Aya to make it through this heat with 6:30 remaining.
Yeah, what a great job for Fabian. I mean, double 6.25. Looking sharp, definitely. And he will be the first one to qualify to the semifinal. That will be very good to watch, being the fact that his biggest dream is to become a world champ in the drop knee division. So I just love to see how these riders get to fulfill their dreams. Let's see if he can get closer to that. This year it's a little bit tough because we have Dave Howard, who took the win in Antofagasta with 2,000 points, and Sammy Martino, who took the win in Garden Island Boogie Classic. He got 1,000 points there. This event is granting 1,000 points, so we will see how this one unfolds for them. But just the fact for both of them to be in the quarterfinals, important points that really it's not giving any chances to the rest of the competitors in the rankings to become world champions. So it's all about Sammy and Dave once again, because this has been a long time history for these 2 riders.
Yeah, it would have been great to have Sammy here last year. I think he saw what went down here with that final with Amory Laverne and Dave, and he just couldn't wait to get here. I know I saw some of his Instagram posts leading up to this event where he was traveling 40-some hours of travel from Hawaii, and he was just talking about how he could not wait to get here and have a crack at these waves. We saw him yesterday demolish his heat, and he still wasn't happy about it. We talked about that. Fabian Tazar on wave number 11. This guy's on fire. Nice snap under the lip. And it's a 12-wave max, folks, so he's getting really close to his limit in this heat. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go here, and one more look at this one.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows he has taken 11 waves. Probably not. Nice. Oh, well, he got stuck in the finishing that maneuver, but yeah. Who do we have in the chat? We're going to jump there. I see some people tuning in supporting Gaza or Gary Thatcher. Some people from Australia. We have Adam, drop knee gas up next. Yes, that's right. In the next heat, we have Dave Howard against Gary Thatcher. We are going to see also in the 3rd heat Sammy Martino against Ian Campbell, and the last quarterfinal will be Amaury Laverne against Sigi Cavier, 2 Reunion Islanders. And for the Pro Junior Men division, we have Amin Umar from here from Maldives against Jorge Hernandez, who has been the revelation of this event so far because he is in the semifinals of both events. Of both divisions. He will be in the podium for the men and the Pro Junior Men. So another thing for the bodyboarding history books. Jorge Hernandez into divisions semifinals, and in the second semifinals for the Pro Junior Men division, we have Hugo Nauria from South Africa and Guilherme Montenegro. We're going to get to the other semifinals after this wave.
Ali Kouchouran on a bumpy right-hander. Nice snap reverse right up on the top of that wave. Flows it into a forward and another forward spin. So Ali Kouchouran, potentially one of his best waves of this final, of this heat, I should say. And this is his fifth ride. And check it out, Bego.
Yeah, well, he looks very good on there. It was I think he loved those spins combos, reverse and forwards, and the first turn, the first spin was really good, really radical. I believe he's going to get the highest score of his campaign in this heat so far, and just get a shorter path to the first position. But yeah, 2 minutes in the clock. Just going back to the semifinals, we have Jorge Hernandez against Tanner McDaniel in the first semifinal for the men division. And very touchy second semifinals. Pierre-Louis Coste against Ethan Capdeville. Why I say that? Because they know each other. Pierre know Ethan since he was 1 year or probably less. And actually Pierre was telling us in the interview last night that his first trip to Hawaii was with Nicolas Capdeville, and Ethan Capdeville was 1 year of age. So they have a picture. He hasn't found it, but yeah, they have a picture like Pierre holding his hand, Pierre 9 years old and Ethan 1 year old. And who could have told them at that moment that they would have met in a semifinal in the Maldives? That's another thing for the books.
Wow, I would love to see that photo. That's a classic right there.
I asked him.
Yeah, they of course would never have known that it was going to be history in the making here as they go against each other here in Maldives in 2023. Good time to mention our sponsors here, the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, as this heat winds down. Visit Maldives, our destination partner in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Community Empowerment, Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, Adhadu, Baruzu Catering, Official Events, Muja's Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, Mukai Hotel, and our supporting partners, DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Police, and Malay City Council, all bringing this event to you. Day 6 here, our final day of competition. And again, $70,000 prize money, lots of points on the line. We may be crowning world champs. And the heat winds down with an obvious win here from Fabian Thazar. Congrats to him. Second place to Ali Kouchouran. Great job to him as well. Let's go to a highlight package and see what happened in that heat. We'll be back with more shortly.
තේකෑගේ වාහකේ. Mihar, data husugin mulekanu jene. Say hello to Dirab Satege GB Packs. Ives, Piano Mudataka.
Rejoining me, our other member of the webcast team is Giuliano Lara. Good morning, Giuliano.
Good morning, Jay. How are you?
I'm very well. We are in the midst of the drop knee quarterfinals. We have a high-powered heat. Let's go straight into the water. And Giu, you can give us who we're looking at out here today.
Well, man, what can I say? We have in the water one of the best drop knee riders in the world, if not the best. David Hubbard from Hawaii. He's in red in this heat up against Gary Thatcher from Australia. That's so good to have Aussies back in the tour. He will be riding in the red jersey, Jay.
All right, so Dub and Gaza. That's our two guys. That's their nicknames.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't make them up. That's their nicknames. You see on your screen there's a little misspelling Thatcher. There's another T in there, but that's okay. You get the idea. So these two guys, Dave Hubbard from Kauai and Gary Thatcher, he hails from Australia, as I mentioned, New South Wales specifically. And here's the early waves that we missed during the transition there. And Dave Hubbard cracking snap after snap on that right-hander on his backhand. Just phenomenal control over his board, a 6.25. So a great way to start the heat and take us through Gary's first wave.
Yeah, Gary's first wave. Also backside snap. Goes around the section. One more snap, kind of a tail slide there. It seems that we have the same approach for Dave than of the last heats. Oh, that's the replay. This was the second wave of Dave. In terms of speed and hacks, oh my God, that was great, but couldn't manage the landing and incomplete move. It seems for me that we're going to see the same approach that David had on the previous heats. He go for 2 solid scores and then he going to smash everything.
He is throwing the hammers down out there, folks. But Gary Thatcher, certainly well accomplished drop kneer in his own right. All the folks down there in Australia pulling for him, and these two guys, they're certainly each capable of winning this heat. Dave Hubbard has to be the odds-on favorite just by virtue of being the defending champion in the drop knee division, and he did have, one of the highest heat scores of the day yesterday, with just a performance that's just going to go down the record books as one of the most incredible drop knee performances I've seen.
There it is, pops a drop knee, knifing the first shoulder, comes around looking for speed. There's something down the line. Another nice hit with a tail slide, and one more wave. It's going to be a good score for Dave for sure, Jay.
All right, so he pops up on this left-hand peak. Little warble at the beginning, but just knifes into that face right there, and then carving it like a Christmas turkey, folks, right there with another big fan of spray. So Dave is on top of his rail game here this morning with 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's so good to see how balanced he is up in the board, and even when he cuts off, it seems so relaxed. Just got 2 turns, like, all right, I'll just do what I do, and made the heat like okay, I'm enjoying it. And it seems that Gary had some trouble in the last one.
Well, you and I were out there for a while this morning. A lot of bump out there this morning because of that wind. And, of course, the tide is dropping. That'll help things. But, the bumps cannot be discounted. They definitely make it tough for prone, but for drop knee, it's just next level.
Yeah, and it looks that for Dave, it doesn't matter much. He can just drive his board into those faces like, just knifing a butter.
a hot knife through butter. That's perfect, man. Excellent analogy. Yeah, it's so true. Right now he's commanding lead of 12.25. and Gary Thatcher sitting on a 4.5. So Dave well ahead, and Gary's going to need an 8.25. But in the meantime, guess who's down there with Fabian Thazar? It's our very own voice of the IBC, Bego Martinez. Bego.
Thank you very much, Jay. Super happy, Fabian Tazar. Fabian, Takasetu. That was very good. You surfed so good. I have to say, you have improved every heat. Heat by heat, you have been surfing better and better. Are you feeling the motivation of having your crew from Reunion Island here?
Yes, with the crew, you have more power, you have more motivation, and yes, I'm super happy to be here with my friends. And yes, I go up step by step, and yes, I'm happy to be on the podium.
Well, yesterday, Ziggy, thank you. He said you have done so much for him. You're a good friend of his. He is in the last quarterfinal here, so tell us a little about that relationship that you guys have.
Yes, Ziggy have a good style, good power, and yes, I'm happy that Ziggy is here, and yes, we are together to make the best. Yes.
Well, now in the semifinals, in the podium already, regardless of what happened. You want to say something in French for you people?
Yes, merci beaucoup les amis de me suivre, et la réunion est là.
Felicitación and best of luck for the semifinal. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Bego. Great job by Fabian Thazar dominating that first heat, and he will be our first semifinalist. And meanwhile, out there, some rather crumbly-looking conditions at the moment, but when the sets come, it's not too shabby out there. How'd you go out there this morning, Gio?
Yeah, you know, it seems that this place always wake up with what we call the morning sickness. It's, you know, it seems that things are coming together during the day as the tide drops and the wind gets better. But we see, meanwhile, dropping this one. Nice first turn for Dave. Looking for something big in the outside. Nice snap floater right there. He seems to like that. This is going to be probably overcoming one of his two heats, probably on his tube toss scores.
Yes, one more look at this. He pops up in the drop knee stance, and you'll see a nice carve back into the power pocket here. He's trying to get speed. He sees this section ahead and just does a tail high, lofty floater off of that section. And Dave with a couple of solid moves. One more angle on this. Bumpy wave there, but doesn't matter to Dave. He seems to have insane rail control no matter what. And look at that, our photographer right there just gets out of the way in time, and man, tail high blow off that lip is looking solid for Dub.
Nice. And for me, who, you know, I'm not a drop knee rider, but I love to see those small details. As you mentioned, a lot of bumps, and I saw his hand just touching a little bit the board right here just to give a little more confidence on that bumps, and then take it off like nothing, and then banks. You know, it's very smooth moves that shows total control of his board in the riding.
Yeah, I agree. You know, he has the perfect body type for drop knee. It seems like a longer upper torso, a little bit longer arms, shorter, compact lower body. Seems to be a common theme with the best drop kneers, all the way back to Keith Sasaki in my generation. Similar body type. You got that long, slender upper body, but compact lower body. It just seems to work for drop knee. Even Sammy Mortino has that body type. And these are the guys that, you know, are dominating the drop knee side of the sport.
Well, I love the analysis. 7.75, Jay, the best wave of the heat. And, well, strong lead now for Dave. 7.75, and the backup score is 6.25. Gary Thatcher has one solid score, 4 points, but still only 1 point as a backup. And now he needs 10 points, Jay. It's tough.
Yeah, Thatcher's really behind the 8 ball here. He's really struggled to get any momentum. He had a decent first wave, and since then, just not a whole lot happening for him out there. In my eyes, Dave Hubbard knows where to be. He's obviously scoring the waves. If I'm Gary Thatcher, I'm going to utilize Dave's knowledge of this spot and go over there and kind of share the waves with him, so to speak. I mean, he has first priority. Dave knows where the waves are. He's obviously gotten some solid scores. And now you see just what I just mentioned. Gary's now sitting right over there with Dave, and they're paddling for the same wave. Gary with the priority is going to have a stab at this one, and there he goes, Thatcher. He's on his backhand on this left-hander. He's a regular footer, and he's just struggling to get around this and get some speed, trying to hang a high line, cracks a nice snap into a forward spin, but that's all it's going to give him. So Gary, once again, struggling to find those big scoring opportunities.
Yeah, this was a good one. You see, he had a kind of trouble, as you mentioned, to come around this foamy section, and now with an open face, nice little snap followed by a forward spin, and there was not much more there for Gary. Let's wait what the judges think. This for you that's who's tuning in right now. This is quarterfinal number 2, right? Yeah,
Correct.
that's it, number
Yeah.
2, and we have 2 more quarterfinals after this heat. We're gonna have Sammy Morentino against Ian Campbell, and then Emery Laverne against Ziggy Cavier, and then we're gonna be followed up by the Pro Juniors semifinals, then men's semifinals, then women's semifinals, and then of course drop knee semifinals. And then the finals, we're gonna start with Pro Juniors, then drop knee, then women's, then the final of the men's division. Jay, that is our schedule of the day.
All right, a full day of action ahead, and we could potentially crown world champions today. And I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but let's get back to the action in this heat right now. Gary Thatcher picked off a 4.5 in his last wave, still needs a 9.5. I don't know if this one's going to do it, but Gary's going to have a crack at this one. Beautiful tail blow right there, but just comes unstuck. And Thatcher continuing his theme of struggles out here today, unfortunately. Real bumpy conditions, bit of wind, all of that affecting these riders' ability to hang on really and hold an edge out there. I was trying to drop knee this morning. I was struggling hard out there. I kept hitting bumps and falling. So to watch these guys at this level, make it look so easy, it's very humbling to me, because they are absolutely ripping the bag out of it, given the conditions that we have at the moment.
All right, and as we do have some low in the action, I will shout out our sponsors. Thank you, Visit Maldives Pro, Visit Maldives, our destination partner. Oh, let's hold this thought, because Dave Hubbard drives into this little barrel, but, well, the lip just caught his head. And, well, Visit Maldives, destination partner, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, digital partner, Adradu, online media partner, Buruzu Catering, official events, Mujas, Artbox, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mukai Hotels. Thank you. Thank you also to our supporting partners, DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Mail City Council, and the Police Department of the city. And, well, we have to say thank you to MBBA, Rush, Fuku, Ali, and all these guys who have been working so hard to put down the biggest bodyboarding event on the Asian continent ever, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, it started last year, and it's just gained momentum from there. We've mentioned it over the course of the last 5 days. Double the amount of competitors this year. So whatever we did last year worked, because here we are back again. Dave Hubbard doing the tomahawk chop out there on the shoulder, and there's the bumps, playing havoc with even the best of them. So Dave, 2 waves in a row, goes down, and here's Gary.
Yeah, now trying to, improve his situation. Nice reverse spin right when the wave just closed it out. Gary Thatcher, he needs 9.5, maybe not enough, but I think that's going to be the best wave of Gary's got so far in this heat, Jay.
Yeah, certainly one of his biggest waves. Throws the reverse high on the face. I really thought he was going to do a little lip blast on that one. I was kind of expecting that, so he kind of surprised me with the reverse. And scores coming through kind of in the middle range there. Of course, they're scored on a scale of 1 to 10. Best 2 rides count in the final tally. He gets a 4.85. That does turn out to be his best scoring ride at this point, and his situation now is only marginally better. Still needs a 9.15. So Dave continues to show his domination of this division as he did yesterday, and he seems like he's on a juggernaut path to the semifinals at this point.
Right, and speaking about yesterday, I loved your analysis about judging criteria on the drop knee, and I would love to hear it again, and I'm pretty sure that everyone will enjoy as we have a big audience right now, because you know the best in the game is in the water. So I think that's a great time for everyone to hear how the judges look about the drop knee riding.
Well, thanks, Gio. Yeah, it's basically, you know, just like the prone, you want to catch the biggest wave, and you want to do the biggest maneuver on the outside portion of the wave at the most critical time. So in the case of drop knee, that's going to be a big turn, and that can either be off the lip or just in the mid face. So these guys are looking for those opportunities where you're going to get a steep section on the takeoff or near the takeoff where they can bottom turn and just blow out that tail and throw a big fan of spray, and that's going to get you the big scores. Of course, follow that up if you can with some more down the line action, some turns, cutbacks, but it's always going to be that first turn on the very meatiest part of that wave that's going to get the best scores. So turns, as opposed to the prone where it's going to be a flip, a roll, an invert, something like that that's going to get the scores. With drop knee, it's all about using the rail and not grabbing the rail with your hand. You can do that, but you're not going to get the score that you would if you just went hands free on the rail turns.
I love that. I can talk about this over and over during this heat, but we have to be a little bit sharp on our comments and stay focused in what's going on at this moment. So Dave Hubbard, first position, best wave 7.75, backup score 6.25. Gary Thatcher, second place, best wave 4.85, backup score 4.5. So now Gary needs 9.15 to take the lead from Dave. Well, he's not in combo. He can, you know, in one wave get the first place. But anyway, kind of a comfortable situation for Dave now. And as we seen some, oh, let's wait. There is a paddle. That's Kerry. Oh, he really wanted that one. Kicked hard for that. That was a good looking ride, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to ride that wave. So strong lead for Dave.
And by the way, earlier in the heat, I mentioned Gary Thatcher from New South Wales. I was wrong. Sorry, folks. I blew that. He's actually from the Sunshine Coast up in Queensland. So sorry about that to Gary's fans, friends, and to Gary himself. I knew that. I just I've made a mental flub there. So Gary, 36 years old, and he's had some travels in his day. He said that some of his favorite waves, J-Bay Pipeline and South Sumatra. So he's done a little bit of travel. He's a supporter of a rugby league team, the North Queensland Cowboys. And, yeah, he's been to South Africa, Bali, Hawaii, Cook Islands. So he's gotten around in his 36 years. And he's stoked. He mentions that bodyboarding is kind of picking up again, and a lot of juniors getting into it up there in the Sunshine Coast. So that's good to see, kind of a generational thing. You know, bodyboarding popularity kind of goes in cycles, and there's some down periods and up periods, and he says things are starting to look up down there with more and more young riders.
All right, Jay, I love the stats. Meanwhile, there is a rider up and riding, and this is our man, Gary Thatcher. Snaps this one, another turn, and that was it. The man in yellow.
So the Sunshine Coast bodyboarder, he's actually told me he's from the Maroochydore area, which take one more look at this wave. Really tough takeoff there. A lot of snowballing whitewater pushing him out onto the shoulder. He still manages to get a couple of cracks on the shoulder there, and the scores are coming through pretty similar to what we already have for him. Nice little flicks. He's getting these little tail flicks. Meanwhile, it looks like Dave picked up a right-hander. Let's check this one out.
We're just too deep on that one, and just kicks out of that. Well, Dave Hubbard, 41 years old, from Kauai, Hawaii. His favorite PKs. It's where I think that's where Garden Island event just happens, right?
Absolutely.
Right, and Pipeline, obviously. 41 years of age. He's 5.10, which I think it's around 185, 90 centimeters.
I don't think it's that big. But we'll
85.
We'll look that up. I'm gonna Google that one while you continue to talk about.
All right,
Dave.
and 145 pounds, which I think it's something around 75 kilos.
Yeah, he's a lightweight, man. That's a lightweight for somebody that's 5'10", which by the way is almost 178 centimeters tall.
All right.
So, yeah, that's how tall he is in centimeters. And what was his weight again? We're going to look that up.
In pounds, 145 pounds.
Okay, so 145 pounds. We're doing some Googling here. So you folks that use the metric system, which is most people, wisely, that's only 65 kgs, man. So he's a lightweight.
Very light, man. Very light. Yeah, that's how... it does explain a lot,
It does. It does. He's very light and he's limber. He's light, limber, and loose, I guess you could say. When you're that thin, you can really glide into waves, maintain your speed across the waves. And here we go. Here's a wave coming through out here, and Dave has first priority, so he just goes for it. Keeps Gary off this wave. Not that he needed to, but Dave, supreme control there with a couple of little chops out on the shoulder and a floater on that little snowball at the end of the wave. So Dave looks like he may just call it quits at this point. A minute to go. Gary Thatcher pretty well and truly out of the mix unless he finds a 9.15 here in the closing minute.
You're right. Pops the drop knee. Nice first turn right on the shoulder. Bottom turns once again. Another snap. One more turn. This was right on the bump, and then banks a little floater to finish that. Dave Herbert, nice one. 6.25, just a lap, victory lap there for Dave. 40 seconds in the clock. I think we have a done deal here, Jay.
It looks like it. Dave's one of the local favorites. He kind of really immerses himself in the local culture here, and I saw him post some stuff on Insta out eating with some of the locals and riding around on the motorbike. So, he pretty much just gets right into it. Gary Thatcher having one more crack at it. This is basically, his last shot, hits the lip. The lip hits back, and Gary's going to go down. So a great effort for Gary, making it all the way to the quarterfinals of the drop knee. He's given a stab at the drop knee side of the tour this year, as well as the men's, and we're stoked to see him here. That's going to be a win for Dave Hubbard, and it's time to go to that highlight package. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 3.
Personal watercraft industry ga raskan kurumungan na zero brand ge jet ski. Live the zero life with detail.
Alright everyone, we are back here in the last day of competition of the Visit Maldives Pro 2023. I'm joined by our lovely Begonia Martinez. We go straight out there because in the water we have semi-final number 3, drop knee division, and who's gonna have out there, Bego?
Well, this is going to be a very important hit for Sammy Moritino in red and Ian Campbell in yellow. Ian, of course, nothing to lose because he hasn't been in the tour this year. This is his first appearance for this year tour, and here he goes. First wave for Ian Campbell, very good turn, and it's going to be the first big score of this heat. I'm sorry, because Sammy has a 1.5. So I tell you, there is a lot at stake here for Sammy.
All right, this is the replay of the first wave of Sammy looking for a section, trying to hit the lip, but he got caught right on the spot. And then Ian, in one of the best and the biggest waves we have been seeing in this morning, nice round cutback, kind of a snap cutback. I think Ian definitely get the best one of the first exchange. Ian, one more look at this. Another wave for Sammy.
Ooh.
Nice little barrel.
Actually, it's so hard to find this ones in here, but Sammy looks so comfortable in Varunulaa Raalhugandu. He has been surfing in the free surf in a great way. So let's see, he really wants this. Meanwhile, we're waiting for those scores. We have Jay ready for the interview of the winner of the last heat. Go ahead.
Well, Dr. Hubbard has pulled out his scalpel and done some damage out there. So another great heat for you there, Dave. You're just on a roll, right?
Yeah, thanks. No, I actually paddled out a little bit late because I was having a board choice debacle, and I'm glad with the one I chose. And yeah, I'm excited because everybody in the quarters is ripping, so I'm excited to get to the semis and go up against Fabian.
Well, it's a little bumpy out there today. We had a northwest wind swing through after a rain shower this morning. Does that change your strategy? Did it affect your ability to do what you wanted to do out there at all?
It's definitely a little bumpier, so that comes into play. I definitely, fell on a few moves, probably due to trying to negotiate that chop. So yeah, it's playing into it big time.
Okay, one last question here. A 10th world title is on tap for you. There's potential for you to be the winningest bodyboarder of all time with the most world titles. Is that in the back of your mind?
That's exciting, but more so just like the goal of the year. It's not necessarily trying to rack up numbers. It's just trying to perform my best. And when I, enter an event, I'm entering to win. And if I enter a series of events, I'm doing it to place as high as I can in the ranking. So those are goals that are kind of over and above the little tally count.
All right. I love the analysis there, and you're very calm and collected. You seem very relaxed, and we wish you the best of luck. Any thank yous you want to throw out there?
Yeah, thanks so much for everybody tuning in. Look forward to the semis, and of course, Jesus Christ, I'd be lost without him.
Right on, guys. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Jay. Great interview. He's so relaxed. It's so calm. Well, words of the champion.
Yeah, you gotta take that thing out of your head in order to focus. If you think too much about something, sometimes it just gets you distracted. So I think it's a good strategy that he goes heat by heat. And of course, he is a professional, 9 world titles. And of course, just the fact of having that possibility of breaking a record, it's a record of all times. Like Jay said, nobody has had 10 titles.
That's massive. I just come in my mind that Neymar got 10 titles in Brazil. But anyway, that's a
wow, a world
yeah,
champion,
yeah,
yeah.
that's a world champion. So, well, scores has dropped at the first wave of Ian 6.25, and first wave of Sammy is a 4.5. So this heat is really on, and both riders are doing really well. Let's see, one more wave for Sammy, dropping in this one, pops a drop knee, goes for the big floater. Can he pull that off? Oh, he got smashed right on the lip. Explosion there right in front of our camera. Incomplete move for the Hawaiian Sammy Morentino. Take us the replay, Bego.
Yeah, that was very impressive, actually, very radical. It's very unfortunate that he couldn't hold on to his board and the landing right there, but look at this angle here. We're going to get to see, but see, he kind of like lost momentum there, but he was so good, so good. He's the master of those floaters. We're going to get, he's going to get another chance. And look at this, he's getting a 2 points score for that one, meaning the judges really like the effort. And another wave here is a 1.35 for Ian Campbell. Ian, who is also, I mean, he's got the highest score of this heat so far, 6.25. But yeah, this one right here is probably a thrown away. He will be changing that throughout the heat.
Yeah, it seems that he went to hit that lip, but the board kind of slapped it away under him, and just a 1.35 for this big guy from South Africa. And I have to say, how good it is to have Ian back in the tour. Oh, one more wave for Sammy. Nice little hack, and then yeah. Oh, once again he looks for the floater, but with those bumps, it's very hard to keep themselves over the board. So another incomplete move. Actually, 4 points. The first turn was really nice, and up and riding in yellow, Ian Campbell, right there. Nice snap, right on the shoulder. One more turn, and also couldn't make the last one, but the first one was really good.
Yeah, he is slashing, just slashing that section right there. And see, very composed stance. Look at that. He gets a lot of water coming out of his board, slashing the sections there. Ian Campbell, looking very sharp in this heat. There is a variety of possible scenarios, but I tell you this, guys, if Dave Hubbard wins this event, he will become the 2023 Drop Knee World Champion and the person who will be having more titles, world titles in the world. He needs to win the event. But we also have someone that has a chance, not just Sammy. Let's see this one for Sammy. Right here, he's going to go for something big for sure. See the difference of stance that we were talking about this with Jay yesterday, the difference of stance that have Amaury and Ian and Dave and Sammy. He's got a wider stand.
Yeah, one more for Sammy. Nice speed come around the section, and now yeah, good snap. I think that he threw the spray right on Yerko's camera, but it seems that with 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Sammy haven't found the best wave that he is looking for. Take another look, Bego.
I mean, he's building his scores right there. He just got a 5.90 right now, looking for a 5.61, which is actually not too much for him. Last wave of Ian Campbell is a 5.25. If you guys want to see what's planned for today and you want to follow the scores live, go to the IBC World Tour website. You just have to click on the live button and it will take you to the live scoring system, or you can also use the link tree that we have been showing throughout the event. And of course, our director is going to be showing us very soon the link tree for you to scan and go to the scores right there. Thank you very much.
All right, just point your phone right there and Follow the link. You'll be able to check all the IBC content, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and of course IBC website, when you're gonna find everything about riders, about events, about mostly everything that is happening on the bodyboarding tour right now.
That's right. And I was telling you guys, and I will share this with you, my fellow commentators, in our chat. So we have several scenarios, but yeah, if Dave wins here, he's going to become world champ. But a part of Sammy Martino, there's Amaury Laverne, who has a shot as well. Remember, we have one more event, which is Sintra. Sintra will be giving 2,000 points as well as here. And Sammy has taken the win in Garden Island Boogie Classic, but that was a 1,000 points event. And Amaury, he's holding a one score of 1,720 points. So if Amaury takes this event, he also has a shot. If
oh my God, this is great.
Yeah, if Amaury takes this event or Sammy takes this event, the title will be decided in Sintra. If Dave takes the win here, he will become world champ. So there is a few things happening there. There is a chance for Amaury and Sammy, but of course we will see what happens to Sammy here, because in this hit, Sammy it's not advancing. He needs a 5.61. So let's see. It will be crazy to see Ian Campbell getting here. Wait a sec, let's see this one for Sammy.
Oh yeah, nice hack on the shoulder, and this wave just disappeared after that. So as I was mentioning, take the replay, Bagel.
Yeah, Sammy looking for 5.61 to take that lead and to have the chance to keep advancing competition and have the chance to become world champ for the 5th time. Right there, we're waiting for that score. Is that going to be it? A 5.61? I don't know. But yeah, 5th title, it's what he's looking for. He's very young compared to Dave, and I have to say, in terms of years, he has a very good run. He has just to see him this year in Tour, he has been surfing really good in Prawn as well. He has very good results in Prawn. He's in the top 16 right now. So 5.10, it's what he gets. It's not enough to jump to the first position. Still needing a 5.61. And right there, it's the current rankings. As you can see, Dave is first and Sammy is second. Amaury is in 3rd position, but Emmanuel, who is not here, Araya, who is not here, Fabienne is in 6th position, and he keeps advancing in this competition, and the rest of the competitors are not here. So things are coming down to the wire here for the world title in the drop-in division. Remember, guys, in order to become world champion, your best 2 results of the year are counting. So 4 drop-in events, and the best 2 results are going to define who is the world champion in this division.
Yeah, not fighting for the title, but yes. Oh, up and riding, Sammy Martino. He got the speed. He's looking to something big. Oh, nice snap floater. Throws the tail. One more quick little turn. Well, I don't know. He looking for a 5.61, and this wave maybe it's gonna be better than his 5.10. Well, I really don't know.
Let's see. It will be very good for him to get that score. He has to take this opportunity because he doesn't know what Ian is gonna get. I don't know. Remember, that was the kind of the end of the wave, but also, the snap was very radical, and he might get the scores. And actually, it's dropping right there. It's coming around what he needs to advance. Very important moment right here for Sammy Martino. He gets a 6. Now Sammy is in 1st position. He gets the possibility of keep fighting for the world title. So important heat right here for Sammy. if he doesn't make it right here, the situation for him will be very difficult, not impossible, depending on the results of this event. But this event is definitely giving important points for this division.
Yeah, I love the way he blasted everything he could, throwing the tail on that section, because he knew he needs to go big. He knew he needs a big number to overcome Ian, and he made it 6 points, taking the lead. Now Sammy has 6 points in 5.9, but Ian with a 6.25 and a 5.25 only needs 5.65 to take the lead again. We have been seeing nothing like very mastering, mind-blowing in this heat. I think that the best will be on the last 5 minutes. I don't know, I just feeling it.
I have to agree with you. I believe they're just going to leave everything on the field. This is a full battle, and you can tell Sammy is feeling the pressure, and right there, let's see if he can better his total score to solidify that first position. Ian has become a very dangerous contender for him in this heat.
Yeah, you're right. The big guy, Ian Campbell from South Africa. Ian has 182 centimeters. He's very tall, and he weighs 80 kilos. So
very strong
really,
person.
Yeah, very big guy. When you talk about Dave and Sammy, who are very light and skinny, and also his board is a 42 board. So obviously, big guy, big board. You have to float. You know.
I would have think that he could have used a bigger board. That's why he has that short stance. I've seen guys like skinnier guys and shorter guys that use a 43, but that it's that depends on what you feel comfortable with. You can tell right now, just have a look at his stance and the distance between his foot and the nose, but it works for him. It depends on what works for you. You see that he's actually throwing very good maneuvers, and look at that floater that was actually sometime in the leap. I'm sorry. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I really would like to see this wave. I'm willing to see this wave in the different angle.
Oh, here it is, the judges' view, right in front of the judges' tower, coming around the section. Nice speed, nice hack on the first shoulder, and now just trying to keep his momentum, good speed, and one more floater right there, right on the bump, and I could hear a scream out there. So he needs 5 point. Oh my God, he got the lead.
Yeah, it was a 6.40. I'm telling you, he got some time. Like the way he rode this one right here. See, he actually spent some time in the leap there in the floaters. Some floaters are just a quick in and out, a quick touch to the leap, and he actually rode the leap there, so he got a 6.40. A situation again stressful for the 4-time drop knee world champ Sammy Morentino, who is battling right here not only the possibility of keep advancing in this event, but the possibility of becoming a world champ. So for Sammy, if he does not advances in this heat, he will need Amaury and Dave to lose in the upcoming heats. So let's see what happens. I don't know. It all depends on the results. But you know what? I'm telling you, Dave has a big chance to break a record, a serious record for bodyboarding here. It will be the 10th title for him, and that's going to be huge. There's no human being in this world that has 10 titles in 10 world champ. I'm sorry, I'm getting too excited. 10 world titles in any division. We have Mike Stewart with 9 in the prawn division, but yeah, and himself, Dave with 9 in the drop knee division. So that will be a
massive
huge thing for bodyboarding. That can happen right here in the Visit Maldives Pro. It's going to be something huge, man. I don't know.
It would be great to crown this event with such an achievement And also, we have to say that it could be a regular heat for Sammy, but now it starts to be a real drama because 3 minutes and 20 seconds and the clock, he's looking for 6.65, which has to be the best wave ridden at this time. So Ian Campbell 6.4 and 6.25 strong, you know, that's really, really good to have such a strong moves there for Ian, sorry. And now Sammy just changing the game here. He's looking for the rights now. He's going for the right side of the beach, right close to the bridge.
I hope the desperation does not get Sammy. He needs to focus. This is a very important moment. This is where your psychological training has to be put in place. You know, this is where the mind, it's the most important factor. Let's see this right for Sammy Moratino. It's going to go for the backside. Oh, yeah, that was a very good one. He's going to go up for another one. 2 turns. Is he going to connect? I think he is. He's giving it. Oh, he knows he needs this wave. 2 minutes is very stressful for him in this specific point at 6.66. It's what Sammy needs. Is that a 6.66?
I don't know. I would like to have our drop knee specialist here, Jay Rio, but I think he would not guess what the judges will, you know, score in this heat. Obviously 3 turns on this wave, a very long ride, but I don't know if there was a proper shoulder to, you know, to really switch rails. That's what he was mentioning. That is what judges want to see. That's all now about the judgment, and I'll wait. Not even one score drop it now.
It's a
I
tough
think
situation.
yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It was a good wave, though. But we don't know. I mean, they have to, you know what the judges do? They have to compare with the previous wave. They have to do some serious analysis right here because there's a lot at stake in this precise moment, people. This heat is about to end. We are waiting for a very important score for Sammy Moratino. Is he going to get the 6.65 that he needs to keep advancing and gets the chance to become world champion? I don't know. I have no idea, you guys. We're waiting for that score last 30 seconds. Let's see what happens. Very key moments here for Sammy Moratino, battling for his 5th world title in the drop knee division.
Yeah, and
Oh, it's
23
sweating here.
minutes, 23 seconds in the clock, and Bego is refreshing our screen to see if the scores are dropping, and
I'm losing
nothing happened. Everyone is very, you know, nervous here, and it seems that Sammy got one more wave. Let's wait for the replay. 2 seconds. We heard the horn. Let's go. There is Sammy on his last wave. Nice snap right on the shoulder, and the wave just shuts down. No one knows what's going on.
Okay, guys, you know what? I think we're not hitting the commercial break. Actually, Sammy is getting 2 scores right here. This is a key moment. There are 2 scores, no commercial break. We are about to see what happened with the possibility of Sammy Moratino having the chance to become world champ or not. We're going to see this heat recap.
And now,
No, espérate. Oh.
all right. Okay,
it happened. Oh my God, I didn't know if we were live or not. Okay, the situation changed. Buzzer beater superheat, as Addison is telling us. It's a 7, and he gets a score for his very last wave. Congratulations to Ian Campbell for a great battle, but huge congratulations to Sammy Moratino. He got the score, and now he keeps advancing. We're going to come back real soon. Don't move. Don't go anywhere.
and that was just a stressful day. I know you were sitting next to us. What a great performance from Sammy Moratino. I have to say, we are very proud of him advancing, and Ian, he completely destroyed that heat. So congratulations to Ian. First appearance in Tour this year, and look how he's surfing.
Well, he hasn't missed a beat, obviously. A couple years off, hasn't hurt his skills whatsoever. Let's go straight out to the water and see the action that's going down out there with our quarterfinalists here. We have Amory Laverne and Ziggy Cavier, both from Reunion Island originally. I'm talking about Amari because he now lives in Canary Islands. But these two Reunion Ace bodyboarders are going at it already. Some waves on the board, and Amory has a 7.0, Ziggy with a 4.5. Let's check this wave out for Amory. Look at him, drives down the line and absolutely chops the daylights out of that shoulder, not once but twice, throwing about 20 feet of spray on that one. And Ziggy Cavier floats it up off the top, but can he hang on? Yes, he does. So a one maneuver wave for him, and hence the difference in scores there.
Very good maneuvers, actually. Very nice style from Ziggy, but you know what, guys? Amori also have a chance to become Romney World Champ, depending on the results of this event and the results of especially Dave. If Dave does not win this event, both Sammy and Amori will have a chance. So we have a variety of possibilities, not too many actually, but we know for a fact that if Dave wins this event, he will become, for the 10th time, the Romney World Champ. And we're going to have a special guest, Mr. Toyib from Visit Maldives senator he is. So Mr. Oh, sorry. Manager, director, of course, from the Visit Maldives.
And check this wave out. Ziggy Cavier forward spin off the bottom. Kind of a unique approach there, and he tries to get straight on the rail and up into the lip, but not enough speed. He gets upended. And one more look at that as he pops up drop knee. Forward spin all the way off the bottom into the top, and just can't get there in time. And, man, what drama. That was really a nail-biter there in that last heat with Ian Campbell and Sammy seesawing back and forth. And I'm just at a loss for words how Sammy rose to the occasion with all the pressure on him there and got a wave in the closing moments of that heat to barely pip out Ian Campbell. So kudos to Ian going up against one of the best DKers in the world, proving that he himself is also one of the best DKers in the world. I love seeing these guys that are combo riders, you know, like Amory Laverne right here, runner-up in this event last year. He's in here in the quarterfinals mixing it up. So, yeah, we got a few of these really talented combo riders.
Okay, beautiful turn there for Ziggy. Unfortunately, not able to complete. And here comes another for Amaury. Amaury safe in that one, looking for a backup score. No, it's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to back up his lead for sure. He's holding a 7-point ride. And that's going to be, I don't know, what's your take? I believe around, who knows, around the... No,
you know, you were doing all this math a minute ago on who could win the title. It's too much for me. I was told there would be no math. Yes, that is a movie quote.
I love math.
Check this replay here. You see Amory Laverne, tons of speed down the line, just chops it into that tail blow that we saw him use so many times yesterday, but he couldn't quite bring it back around quickly enough. And Ziggy Cavier straight up into the lip, and again, those lips not super crisp. Really hard to get those lip smacks going out here with the crumbly lips. So it really seems to be these turns in the open face like Amory showed right there that are getting the bigger points. And right now that's reflected Amory with a 7.0 and a 5.0, and Ziggy trying to get up to the lip and having a 4.5 and a 2.75 as his best scores. So Ziggy's going to probably be wanting to throw some more open face turns at this point. 18 minutes to go in this quarterfinal, and Ziggy needs a 7.5 to overtake Amory Laverne to move into the semis. But Amory still in the hunt for that DK World title. So, yeah, right now it's a three-way battle for the world title. There's a lot of math being done by Bego over here, and here goes Ziggy Cavier.
Ziggy goes for those floaters. He's not really landing them. Yeah, 7.5 for a guy that's looking for a chance to become world champ in this division. Let's see. Ziggy has been having a blast here. He's setting his interview. That's probably it's deemed completed. He said he came here for vacations, and he was actually impressing himself with the results he got. He actually ended up 5th in the men division. He actually knocked out Dave Hubbard yesterday from the men's division, and right now he's in the quarterfinals here. So if he finishes in this event, in this heat second, he will have an equal 5th in both divisions. So what a way to start. I mean, for the first time that someone is surfing in the World Tour, I have to say it's a huge standout.
Well, that's pretty funny. You know, if he's truly here on vacation and this is like an afterthought for him, maybe that's why it's working for him. You know, he doesn't have the pressure of somebody who's here specifically to compete and get results. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Maldives and get some great waves. Oh, there's a contest? Yeah, what the heck, I'll enter. And look at him. He's already probably paid for his holiday with his prize winnings thus far. And if he can make it through this heat, he may have a little bonus on top of that. And there he goes on an inside wave. Snap reverse off the top. So one maneuver waves here for Ziggy repeatedly. He's going to have to pack in a few more moves to get those bigger scores. Another look at this late takeoff here, but just cracks that one snap reverse, and that's the end of it. So Ziggy's going to be having to look for a little more wall to work with, I think, if he wants to get ahead of Amory Laverne. 4.0 in that last wave. And I believe we have our man Gio Lara. This is going to be an interesting interview down there along the shoreline. What do you have for us, Gio?
All right, Jay, thank you. I'm here with Sammy Morentino, who took the win, one of the most nervous heats I've been ever seen. You tell me it was tough, right?
Oh, yeah. That was probably the most nervous I've ever been in a heat ever right there. Right up until the last second with Ian winning, like getting the lead on this wave. And then, yeah, I kind of knew what I needed to do, but I didn't do it on my first opportunity on the right. And I knew I fell short by like a few decimals on the point. And then luckily Ian chose to go on a kind of a weird wave at the end because I kind of felt like I sold it to him. And then there's luckily that right behind it. And yeah, God sent that one to me. I'm stoked.
Yeah, and we saw in the middle of the heat when you're looking for the scores, you just change the spot that you wanted to surf. You go just across the bridge, just close to the beach to get those rights. Do you think that's where things started to change?
That's kind of where I got in my head. I know that's where I feel I started to go downhill once I did that. Once I like separated myself from Ian, I was kind of like, I gotta just do my own thing. But yeah, it's definitely nervous going into this with it being Dave's world title to win. You know, I didn't even know about this until yesterday, that he could be crowned world champ here. So this is kind of just all really new to me. Within the last 12 hours, I heard about all this. So I wasn't really prepared for it. But yeah, we're working with the nerves now and just kind of trying to calm myself and gather my thoughts and just center myself and be present in the moment, you know, not just focus on what's right in front of me.
All right, congratulations. All right, some words for your friends and family?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone back home for watching that nervous heat of mine right there. I'll try not to do that again for you guys. Probably don't have any fingernails left. I know I don't, but yeah, just my sponsors, Tomba Surf, Convict Bodyboarding, Hawaii Bodyboarding, Henchman's Exotics over in California. The boys keeping me focused over there. Love you, Hench. You're the man. Like I said, Convict Bodyboarding, Tomba, Hawaii Bodyboarding, Boogie Land family. Yeah, I'm kind of just babbling right now. I'm just kind of stoked I won that heat. But thank you guys, everyone, for the support back home. And just want to say the island of Maui lost a really special town for the history of Hawaii yesterday. Lahaina town is burnt to the ground for some wildfires. So just want to tell everyone out there to pray for Maui. Keep them in your prayers. Thank you. Aloha.
All right, guys, pray for Maui. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jiu. Yes, definitely a terrible tragedy going on there, folks. We won't get into the depth of it. You can certainly look up what's happening there. But Sammy throwing a shout out to those who have lost in that situation over there in Maui. Sammy said one thing very interesting to me. He sold a wave to Ian, and that's an interesting thing. You know, maybe that's not translating to other languages, but it's basically, you know, you can act like you really want a wave, and the person who has priority will see that you want that wave, and they'll go on it to prevent you from getting it. And then they lose priority, right? And so that's a strategy that some people employ. Maybe they don't really want it, but they'll sell it as if they want it, and,
Right.
and get that other rider to give up priority. So, yeah, Sammy with the buzzer beater there, exciting heat, and he continues to keep his dreams of a 5th Drop Knee World title alive. But we also have Dave in the mix. But let's talk about this heat right now. Amory Laverne continues to dominate the heat with a solid performance. We've had a slow period here in the middle of the heat. We're past the halfway mark, down to 11:30 remaining. Amory Laverne, just 2 waves, but 2 decent ones. He's got a 12.0 heat score. And Ziggy Cavier well behind with an 8.5. Needs a 7.5 if he wants to take over his fellow Reunion Island bodyboarder, Amory Laverne, who is a 2-time men's world champ, by the way.
And has a chance to, you know, fulfill a dream. I remember last year you asked him in an interview about that, if this was going to, I mean, for him to be here in the second, to end up here in the second position, if it was the start of his campaign of having a world title in the drop knee division, and, you know, just being like Damian King, remember back in the day, Damian with the 2 titles. And he said yes. I mean, he said he had always liked and always loved drop knee, and you see right now here we are 1 year after that moment, and what is it? Maori, it's here. It's just, you know, battling for that, and it's got a chance this year. It's got a chance to become world champion in the drop knee division. So it's just great to see him. Oh, look at that. We have a full Maldivian. Actually, it's a crew from Visit Maldives right there. We have Mr. Tojib.
Yes.
Yeah. And Fuku, it's our president for the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. It's the one in the middle, the only one that didn't have the blue shirt.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, he's MBB. Maldives Bodyboarding Association guy, and look at that, the Visit Maldives folks, thank you so much for being the title sponsor at this event yet again this year. I mean, this is, you know, this is one of the crown jewels of the World Tour. We've said that many times. We're in a tropical paradise, and it's a launching point here on Male for all the other places that you can go in this beautiful country, up and down the atolls and islands. World-class surf everywhere. Here we go. Ziggy Cavier picking up a wave here. Carves it back, goes for the reverse, and he over-rotated that reverse, almost landed on our photographer there. And one more look at that. Bego, you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, let's see. Well, I mean, I believe he's just having fun, Ziggy there. I mean, he's facing Amauri. Actually, Ziggy said that Amauri pushed him into his first wave. They're from the same island, so it will be just amazing to be in the water with him. But Amauri is just showing off in this heat. Right now, maybe it gets rid of that 5-point ride, but I mean, a 12 with 2 waves is a very good score and a very good performance.
Well, check Maori right here. Bottom turns around the section, and watch this blast right here. Bam! Hammers it off the lip, blows the tail out, and he hangs on sort of for the landing. He was sort of in there for a while, but showing that his drop knee skills are certainly world class by every measure right here. Look at this bottom turn, tons of speed here, bam, hammers it, and down into the flats. Emery gets out in front of this one. We're waiting to score for the scores. I'm interested to see if they're going to consider that a make or no make.
Well, let's see. Maori, it's just got a 1.80, so completely thrown away. And last wave of Ziggy is a 1.25, so a heat of friends right here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that, Maori pushed Ziggy into a wave when he was a little kid at Bukong Kanat. That spot on Reunion Island, it's kind of the beginner spot where they all sort of learn. So many good waves down there. We, used to have the World Tour events down there at Saint-Lô and Les Alches and Saint-Pierre. I'm trying to throw the accent in there to impress people. Hopefully it was spot on, but just an absolutely beautiful part of the world. Let's check out our calendar for the rest of the year. We're moving on to France from here for the Maldives Pro. That will have a women's division in it. Very important event there on the tour for the ladies. And then we move on to Sintra, the oldest event on the World Tour, been around for more than 3 decades. Then it's down to South Africa for the Walker Bay Pro, followed by the Moroccan Pro. That's a first-time new event on the tour. And we'll wrap things up for the men and the juniors at the legendary El Fronton on the island of Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands. And for those of you that don't know where that is, off the coast of Morocco. Get more details by scanning that link on your screen right now. There's the link tree and the QR code. So pull out your phones quick, scan it. And that'll take you to where you can get all that info, including links to the live webcast, etc., etc. It's all there. Check it out.
Well, so far so good for Mauri Laverne, one step closer to the possibility of having one more world title. Let's see if that can happen. But yeah, he will have to, beat Dave or someone else who will have to do it. And, Dave is so composed and he's so driven in this event. And I just love that interview that you guys had. It was just so good, just to see that he was not really feeling the pressure, taking it hit by hit. And here he is, Mauri Laverne, one more turn. Is he gonna better the 5-point ride he has? See, he tried to, yeah.
Yeah, well, I have to say, let's take a look at this replay first. Mauri Laverne, a bumpy, bouncy wave. You can see him barely hanging on, but he actually snaps it off one of the bumps in the face and then does the tail blow at the end, so utilizing the chop to his advantage. But I've learned a lot about these riders in the interviews that I do with them. Some of them are just super excited to be here and be a part of it. Other riders are super intense and focused, Sammy Mortino being an obvious example of that. Sammy Mortino's, he's just very wound up and intense and really wants to do well. And then you got a guy like Dave Hubbard. He's just, cruising. It just seems like it's another free surf for him. So, yeah, really their personalities come out in that little 2-minute interview that we do post-heat.
Yeah. I mean, we have a possibility for the 3 of them, for Dave Hubbard, for Sammy Mortino, and for Mauri Laverne to become drop-knee world champ. Depending on what happened with Dave, that's going to be defined. I mean, and regardless of what happened here, that's going to be defined in Sintra. Only and only if Dave, it's not champion here. Only. But if Dave wins here, there's no way anyone else can take the title. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see. And guys, after this, we are jumping to the first semifinals of the day. We're going to see the Pro Junior Men Division semifinals. And then it's a schedule to have the the semifinals for the men, the drop knee, and the women. That's what's in plan. And in the first semifinals for the Pro Junior Land Division, who do we have?
Well, this is going to be a big heat, folks. You do not want to miss this. We have our local hero, Amin Umar, who is going to go up against our Pro Junior current world champion, and that's Jorge Hernandez. So these two youngsters will do battle. We saw Amin Umar absolutely on a roll yesterday. Jorge Hernandez tearing it up in every heat he was in. He had a couple nail biters. Jorge had one heat where he got a really slow start and then just poured it on at the end of the heat. So the ebb and flow of the waves really will determine which one of these guys is going to get that wave they need. But they're both certainly capable of winning the heat and advancing on into that final. The other heat, Hugo Nadia from South Africa and Guilherme Montenegro, the little Grom from Brazil, is going to be out there. So, yeah, two high-powered juniors heats coming up here in the semifinal.
That's right. And I see someone asking if Tanner has a shot to become world champion winning here. No, there's still a lot of scenarios for the men championship. There are many things happening in there. We will have to wait for this event to finish and see the results and the rankings. But yeah, no, men, it's not defined at all. But Dromny has a better, oh, wait a second, we get back to that. Very good turn there for Amori and another one. And I don't know, I believe, you know what it is. Sometimes with one single turn, you get good score. So take us through that one.
Yeah, so here's this left-hander. He gets around, snaps it right off the lip there. Again, the tail blow that he's so adept at, and gets the second tail blow, but just a little too hard on that one and loses his forward momentum. But Amory at this point well and truly in the lead. Just a minute to go here. He's dominated the heat, 13.25. He gets a 6.25 on that last wave we just saw. That's his second highest score. Raises his game here and now puts Ziggy in a spot where he needs an 8.75. Has first priority, but an 8.75. Is this wave going to do it? Let's see. Ziggy driving down the line, floats it again, float reverse, and he lands it, but a smaller wave, one maneuver wave. You know, I think I'm educated enough to guess that one's not going to do it. So at this point, looks like Amory Laverne's going to be on into the semifinals for Dropney. And Ziggy Cavier's vacation will continue after this heat. Look at this, one more victory lap here for Amory. Oh, hits a bump there, but regains the control of the board and somehow finds that little hit on the inside. And Amory Laverne, trying to do a rolo, and he does sort of prone roll. So he comes in, and it's lights out for Ziggy Cavier. And, folks, that'll do it for this heat. Let's go to the highlights, and we'll be back with the juniors right after this.
දිරාග ප්‍රීපේඩ්ස් අතේක ජීවි පැක්සාක්කෝ බේනුම් කමෙක් කුරම්වි අද ඒවෙස් බේනුම් මුද්දතක
So now with the drop knee quarterfinals complete, I'm rejoined by Gio Lara in the studio here. And Gio, we're getting into the junior men's division, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the future of sport, because in the water, let's hit it. We have two of the best juniors in the game right now. We have the last Maldivian hero here, still breathing at the Visit Maldives 2023, which is Amin Umar Musa.
Thank you for clarifying that. His middle name, Umar, last name Musa. And I clarify that because last year at this event, some of you followed the event. You remember the name Amin Musa. He did really well in the juniors last year. Now we have Amin Umar, so it is the same guy, folks. That's just his middle name that he goes by sometimes. So this year we have him as Amin Umar, and absolutely shredding yesterday. Blew the crowd away, had a huge backflip towards the end of his heat to advance through here to the semifinal. And he has his work cut out for him as this young Canarian, our current junior world champ, Jorge Hernandez, has just been on fire this whole event.
Yeah, probably the biggest standout of this contest, Jorge Hernandez, doing a semifinal in both divisions, right? So
yes, phenomenal. 17 years old. I believe this is his last crack at the juniors division this year, because once you hit 18, you're out. So, yeah, he's going to have a stab at this first wave right off the bat. Crumbly left-hander, but he manages to find the lip and a nice looping roll into the flats. Single maneuver wave. So just a kind of wave to get points on the board, not what I believe we're going to need to see to get him, the big points at this point, but take us through it.
yeah, first attempt of Jorge finds a nice roll in the end section, just a quick one maneuver wave, but anyway, that's it's a good warm-up for anyone, 5.75 actually. This was a pretty solid score.
Yeah, the judges, it's kind of like grading on a curve, as it were. They see what's going on in the water. They know it's a little crumbly out there. So, if you can get a nice looping roll like that, you're going to get a decent score. If it was another day, that score might have been lower, because maybe there were bigger waves and he caught a smaller one. So it is sort of adjusted for the conditions, I guess.
Yeah, I really love that you mentioned it, because this 5.75 will set the pace of the criteria during this heat, which means that if the judge realize that the next wave is better than this one, it's going to be like a 6 or a 7. It doesn't matter really how much this wave was scored. It could be 4, but in the next wave, if it should be better, how better? 1 point, 2 points, and that's how the judges will, set the criteria of the heat. Of course, there is a standard criteria and numbers to, kind of give you some kind of a guideline, which says that from 0 at 2.5. Oh, let's hold this thought. We have the local Amin Musa up and riding on this right-hander, goes for the roll. He pulled that off. All right, that was a nice little roll there. So for me, the first wave of Jorge was better than this one. I'm not a judge here. I've been judging a little bit in Brazil. Take us the replay, Dan.
Yeah, so drives down the line, a lot of bumps on this wave, finds that little corner to hit off of, and does the roll. Nothing dramatic, nothing big, but he pulls it off, a completed maneuver. But you're right here, one more angle on this, and we can see our photographer getting a nice shot in there, videographer. And Amin Umar Musa gets his first wave on the board, and scores coming through for him 4.0 for that wave, and exactly what you just said. By the way, we have Jorge Hernandez on his second wave, goes for the big backflip, and that was a monster move, but a 1.5 heat score reflecting that he didn't pull that off.
Oh my God, that was huge. Check this out. Bangs right on the shoulder. Great projection. This would be a high score for sure. This
Absolutely.
would be around 8 or 9s, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. So, yeah, they are adjusting it based on the first wave, up or down from that point. So the first wave does set the pace in the heat. By the way, Bego, I think, is outside, and she may have our interview ready with our heat winner from the last heat, Miss Begonia.
Thank you very much, Jay. Yes, Mori Laverne, that was a very good surfing there. Tough one with your friend Ziggy, of course, but you managed to advance, and right now in the semifinal. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel stoked. It's so much fun having drop knee. The waves are good for that, and it was cool to have this hit against Ziggy. I saw him growing up. I saw him catching his first wave back in Réunion, and I know it was special for him to compete with me, and the same for me. So yeah, good time.
Well, we're now facing Sammy. Both of you have a chance to become world champion in this division. Semi-final with him, very difficult one. What's in your mind?
I sincerely not thinking about world title at this stage. I just step by step in drop knee. Sammy is one of the best guys on this planet. So I'm gonna try my best and hopefully make it hard for him and having a good time again.
So is it going to be a constant that we're going to see you competing in both divisions throughout every year's tour?
Yeah, it's hard for me. At some stage when I was really chasing a world title, I remember stopped doing drop knee for a couple of years. And then back to it because every time I was seeing a drop knee hit, I was like, wow, I could be there. And no, I will be definitely, as long as my body allowed me to be there, I'm going to be doing the both division.
Well, Marty, you want to say something for anyone back home in French, in Spanish?
Merci à tous les gars qui nous regardent, à tous les bodyboarders qui suivent l'IBC. Et voilà, les Français sont vraiment dans une grande forme en ce moment. Et un abrazo para toda la gente ahí en Canarias, mi familia. Y un besito especial para mi hija Narita.
Congratulations, parabéns, felicitaciones, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Bego. A true class act, that man. He always nails the interviews, seems so relaxed and so focused. But while we were away, we had a lot of action take place.
Yeah, that's the replay of that gigantic backflip from Jorge Hernandez. Fortunately, 1.5 as he couldn't hold that explosion. That would be massive. But anyway, he got another one. Oh, that was the one. 3.6, nice little backflip right there. Kind of forced one, that's why the scores are not that high, but well scored by the judges, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, so right now we can see Amin got a wave as well during that period here. A bowly left-hander trying to get the speed going, throws the roll up down into the flats and kicks out, and scores coming through for that one in the 3 to 4 range. One more look at that one from that deep camera. And you'll see him, a frothy one on the inside comes around here, bangs it off the roof, and a 3.75 heat score for him. So right now, Jorge Hernandez leading the heat. Amin Musa needs a 5.36, so still within reach. We're at 15 minutes to go. You can see the local cheering crowd right on their little section of the rocks there and the tetrapods. You were over there banging some drums with them yesterday or 2 days ago, I think, right?
I love it, man. That's the Maldivians being Maldivians, Crowd, party, chanting, clapping hands, and, making the best what they can, having the best time, cheering up for the riders. There is the drone shot. That is so good to see, this support. Brazilians do kind of the same, very, noisy people. But I think that they're not so amped in bodyboarding at this time. But in soccer, in football, definitely they are.
It's a full-on party if you go to a football match in Brazil, right?
Have you ever been in Maracanã?
No.
Oh man, I would take
No.
you in one of Flamengo's game.
Wow.
So it's kind of a Colosseum. It's like a Colosseum, man. It's
Well,
crazy.
One time I went to a samba school in Rio many
All
years
right,
ago, and
all
that
right.
was pretty nuts. They actually dragged me up on stage to dance in front of, I don't know, there was 20,000 people. It was crazy. Yeah, I didn't know what was happening. Me and my friend, we were up there. We were down there for a competition. This is in the late 80s.
All right.
And so, yeah, I understand the passion of the Brazilian people, and it carries over to, all sports, I think, for the most part, right?
Yeah, I think maybe as Brazil and Maldives has a root back in Africa, there are
Right.
kind of similar things regarding this culture. But the drums, the chants, and this kind of light way of taking life,
Yes, that's good. You get out some stress, by doing that kind of stuff, I think.
And it seems that I can see some sparklings in the water. It seems that the sun is coming behind the clouds, and I can say that maybe we're gonna have the magic of the 10, 11 o'clock happen just in a couple minutes.
I think you could be right. We could see the sunshine for these afternoon heats. We're coming up on 11 a.m. local time here pretty soon. Time-wise, different times around the world. Thank you for those of you who are staying up late or getting up early, depending on where you are, to watch this event. This is the final day of the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, our second year in this event. It is a $10,000 prize purse for the drop knee division. The women's division, $20,000. Sorry, $10,000 as well for the juniors, $20,000 for the women, and $30,000 for the men. So $70,000 total dollars up for grabs here. Obviously valuable points. We've been talking about world titles on the line here. And, drop knee, we got the men's, all the world title, all those world title races. This is a very important event for those.
Right, Jay, and it's always time to shout out our sponsors. Thank you. Visit Maldives, destination partner, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, Adhadu, Buruzu Catering, Official Events, Muja Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mukai Hotel. Thank you so much. D-Tech, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Mali Police Department, and Mali City Council, and obviously MBBA, putting down the biggest bodyboarding event on the Asian continent. That is the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro.
Geographically speaking, Maldives in the Indian Ocean, just south of the Indian subcontinent, about 4 degrees north of the equator. So it's hot and steamy here, folks. Very tropical. We saw showers push through several of the days of this event, and then the sun pops out. Hoping for more of the same today, but right now it looks like Jorge Hernandez with first priority is going to take off on this right-hander. Streaks down the line. He's looking for that big lip maneuver and gets the ARS in. So Jorge Hernandez doing that outside move that he used so many times yesterday in these crumbly conditions. Really, really takes a lot of skill to pull that off.
Yeah, let's check the replay. He's trying to improve a 3.6 on his previous ARS. That was a little bit better, but not that much. As you see, when he hit it, he kind of had to struggle against the chandelier lip that just cranks over him. Anyway, he was managed to pull that off. So scores are dropping 4.65. He did increase it and now he leads with 10.40, and Amin has is looking for 6.4 to take the lead from Jorge.
Well, we've seen that from Amin throughout this event. Of course, yesterday in his campaign to get into this semifinal, he had a very high-scoring wave, big backflip. He just needs the right opportunity. So, you know, I've talked about this throughout the week. My opinion, wave riding competition, 50% luck, 50% preparation or skill, whatever you want to call it. So if he gets the wave, the rest is up to him. Can he pull that big move and move himself ahead of Jorge Hernandez?
Yeah, and we have to say once again, Varunulaa Raalhugandu is such a unique location. You can see the China-Maldives Friendship Bridge right in the background of our view. We have the airport right on the corner. There is a huge mosque very close here, and the airplanes landing. Well, this place is really impressive, the natural beauty. The people are so friendly, and we are very glad to be here once again. This is the last day of competition, kind of a mixed feelings in our hearts. We are happy to deliver a great event, but we are already missing it, right, Jay?
I know. You know, we're going to be heading home soon here, but it's been a great, I don't know, we've been here about 10 days so far. It's been a great 10 days, and, you know, we've been able to get some waves and kind of just hang out with some of the locals and all the international competitors. People have been getting boats out to other surf spots and enjoying the lay days and some great meals. There's so much different cuisine here, you know. It's truly an international melting pot. This actually used to be under British control most recently, and in the late 60s became an independent nation. So there's a lot of English spoken here. Most of the folks speak English. A lot of the signage on a lot of the buildings is still in English. They drive on the left-hand side, so that English colonial influence still exists here to that extent. In fact, I met the U.S. ambassador to the Maldives. It's a very new position, but what an honor to have him come down here and check out the event. I was interviewing Dave Hubbard, and the ambassador showed up, and super nice guy named Lance Erickson from Chicago, the Windy City, as they call it. And we had a great little conversation there. So, yeah, as I said, truly an international melting pot here.
And speaking about honor, today in the prize ceremony, it seems that we're going to have the president of the Maldives among us. So how great is to have a president. We did have the first lady in the open ceremony, and now today it seems that the president will show up.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't see that very often. It is a tremendous honor to have the leader of the nation show up at this event. That goes to show you how important this event is to the Maldives. Here goes Jorge Hernandez. Speaking of important, that is an important wave for him. A little frustrating. He's had two flip/ARS attempts that failed in this heat, and there he goes. That should have been a pull, but he caught the tail on the landing there a bit. And, you know, we've talked about how bumpy it is out there. Not easy to pull these seemingly basic maneuver. I mean, an ARS or a backflip is not a basic maneuver, but for him it's like, you know, it's like an average bodyboarder doing a 360. It's nothing to him, but having a few problems on that one.
Yeah, and we have seen he raising his hands, which means, what's going on with me? It seems like, well, no worries, bro. It's not up to you. There was a bump. It's just kind of miss it. No worries. Just go out there and get another one. Meanwhile, Ami Musa sitting in first priority, waiting patiently a wave to get those 6.4. That's what he needs to lead. We haven't been seeing a 6.4 in this heat so far. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That's the time that he has to get the scores and still keep The Maldivian dream alive in this contest.
Can it happen? Is it going to be a Cinderella story here, folks? Will Amin Umar Musa pull it out of the hat, pull the rabbit out of the hat? That's a magician reference there. And look at this right-hander shaping up for him. He's having a look at this, passes that up. He still has first priority, so it's all his to get if it should come in. And will he rise to the challenge, and will the ocean work together with him in concert to give him the wave that he needs to wow the crowd and advance ahead of Jorge Hernandez? We shall see. 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, no matter what happens, we shall see the Maldivian flag in the podium as we are in the semifinals. So Amin will be there representing his country, but that's Jorge Hernandez who took this left and goes for the ARS, and now he nailed it.
Well, that's what he needed. He's stoked. You can tell. He threw the fist up. But look out. Amin Umar Musa on a left-hander. And, oh, that one does not at all work out for him. He cannot get down the face and get around that section. So right there, it is advantage Jorge Hernandez. Jorge Hernandez already leading the heat, and that's just going to help his case. This is going to end up being one of his best waves yet.
Take another look at this nice little one. Bully closeout section, bangs the ARS, kind of a flip ARS, the mixed moves, but anyway, very clean execution, and a 6.5. That is the best wave of the heat. That was Amin was looking for, and now Amin needs 8.25. Now it's really tough.
Well, that was the nail in the coffin. One more look at that. Bottom turn, beautiful timing. Hits the lip, very bouncy landing there, but no problem for Jorge to pull that one off. I'm sure he didn't want to have another failed attempt at a backflip or ARS, and when it really counted, he made it happen right there, and pretty much stuffs Amin Umar Musa into a situation that's almost impossible to get out of. I don't want to say 100% impossible, but less likely than I'm sure he would like. And there's Armide Soliveres holding up the Canarian flag down there. Armide sampling the drop knee division in this event. By the way, that was pretty funny. He's never drop kneed, and then he made it all the way through a few different rounds. So good job by him. And now he's cheering on his fellow Islander, Jorge Hernandez.
Yeah, I love to see there was also Teresa Miranda, but meanwhile that's Amin Umar. He's looking for 8.26, huge score, and this is gonna not work out. So maybe Amin has time for one more shot, as we do have 55 seconds in the clock. Strong lead for Jorge Hernandez. Maybe one of the most consistent riders in this competition, as he will jump into the finals if he keeps in first place in this heat. Oh, there it is. Once again, Jorge Hernandez throws a reverse.
It looked like a reverse to me. He didn't pull that one off, but that was sort of a victory lap wave for him. We're down to 20 seconds at this point. You can already see the next heat out in the water. And, yeah, it looks like Jorge is going to be advancing on to the final in this division, and maybe we'll see if he can be a double finalist. He's got the men's division yet to come, and this young Canarian really having the week of his life,
yeah,
competitively speaking.
Yeah, and speaking about week of his life, in the next heat, we're going to have a Brazilian representing my country out there. But I'm not in this heat, so I'll say you bye-bye. Check us at the heat recap. All right, guys, and of course that I'm here at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. That was joke, because now we have a Brazilian in the water, and I'm very happy to be here, and now with Begonia by my side.
Let's hit the water, and we're going to see Guy Montenegro in yellow, and Hugo Nauria from South Africa. And already have some scores. Some scores in the board is Hugo with the first position with a 5.75 and Guy with a 4.75. And this is the replay. Actually, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. It's Hugo right here with a 4.75, and it's Guy Montenegro. Thank you, Gio.
And that is Guilherme Montenegro. Nice bowling roll on the section. 5.75 for that effort. One more roll there. So that was we were mentioning on the last heat. These first two waves are going to set the pace for the judges in this heat. They thought that the wave from Guilherme was 1 point better than the first wave from Hugo. So there it is. And now looking on this right-hander, Guilherme Montenegro throws the roll through the lip, and he pulled that off. So two solid waves under Guilherme Montenegro's board. Take a look, Begonia.
Yeah, Guy on fire. He was very focused. I have to say, I love how cheerful he is. He's a very calm person, and that was a nice roll for him. It's a way to put some, just get that backup score. It's very important, especially in Brazil. I know you guys have this technique that it's getting to at least mid-range scores in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Remember you told me that last year? We're going to get back to that, but first we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat, and Jay Rio at the beach. Come on, Jay.
This is getting to be a habit, interviewing this guy. He keeps winning and winning and winning. So, Jorge, congratulations, felicidades. You had a slow beginning to the heat. You had 2 backflip ARS attempts that you didn't make. Were you frustrated at the beginning?
Sí, pues al principio no encontraba olas buenas porque está muy pequeñito y no sé qué pasa, pero al final fue rodando la manga y fui encontrando olas buenas abajo, y la verdad que estoy muy feliz, y esto se lo quería dedicar a un amigo mío que desgraciadamente falleció ayer, a Patrick. Estoy seguro que estará orgulloso de mí y todo esto va a ir por él, lo quiero mucho. Un ánimo a toda su familia, a todos los canarios, y esto va por él y por todas las personas de la comunidad bodyboard.
So you have the chance to be a finalist in both the men's and the juniors. Are you thinking about that? Is that making you crazy, or are you really excited about this?
Estoy feliz, la verdad, por estar ya en la final de junior. Ahora me toca contratar en la semifinal. Voy a ir con todo y a ver qué pasa.
All right, you have some friends and fans from Las Canarias here cheering you on. Does that feel great?
Sí, la verdad que tenerlos a ellos aquí es una motivación extra, apoyándome desde fuera siempre para yo dar lo mejor de mí dentro. Y nada, eso, muy feliz ya por la siguiente ahora, la semifinal.
All right, this man is on a roll. Let's see what he can do. Congratulations, felicidades.
Gracias.
All right, back in studio, guys.
Well, yes, I have to say it was very sad for the bodyboarding community. Jorge was actually dedicating this win and his performance to Patrick Popa. Chigardo, also known for me, was also very shocking, and I know for a fact. So my highest condolences to the family and everyone in Canary Islands, because only 14 years of age, and he was in an accident, and it's just breathtaking, it's something that you never expect, 14 years old, young bodyboarder from Tenerife, and friends of every single rider that you see here, all the juniors, certainly would be missed. So the whole day is dedicated to him, Patrick Popa.
All love for his family and friends, as Hugo Nauti got this nice little roll on this right-hander. Hugo is looking for 5.51 to take the lead from Guilherme. And let's take one more look at this. Just a quick little roll in the end section, Bego.
Yeah, that was Hugo needs to just put some scores on the board for him. That's all right. That's a 3.25. It's you know, Guilherme also is holding not too big scores, a 5.75 and a 4.50, and you know, Hugo it's looking for a 5.51 to get that lead and keep advancing. It's so important, even though both of them are in the podium. It is a huge difference, of course, to advance to the final and get the chance to meet Jorge. Jorge with a great result right now, already in the final, Jorge Hernandez, and is going to be in the semifinal number 1 against Tanner McDaniel. That's going to be a very impressive one to watch.
Yeah, things are starting to get more and more nervous here in the Maldives. Well, time for some shout outs to our sponsors. Thank you, Visit Maldives, destination partner in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, our digital partner, Aderadu, our online media partner, Buruzu Catering, official events. Oh, wait a second, we have Ugo Nadia in red, up and riding, tries the roll, just couldn't go up in the lip to find the best momentum, and one more little roll on the end section. It seems that we have Guilherme Montenegro meanwhile up and riding. He thought he bangs a roll right there, a through the lip roll, but couldn't make it. So Gugu got the best of this exchange.
Oh, well, last 60 minutes in this heat, guys. This is the finals day right here at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. We are more than grateful to be back in the Maldives. So much work behind the scenes from the Maldives Bodyboarding Community and Bodyboarding Association. And we would like to thank all of our sponsors. Remember, this event is brought to you by Visit Maldives. We had the chance of wave. We want to get back to that after this 3.35 wave for Hugo Nadia from South Africa. And it's so good to see the double roll there. Is this a 3.35? Actually, I believe we're looking for, probably we're waiting for that score. We will be having one South African in the Pro Junior Men Division podium and one South African in the Women Division, which is Pamela Bowren. So it's great to see different Safas here. Unfortunately, this year we don't have Tristan, which is you know, the usual suspect for the podium. But yeah, this year he was knocked out earlier, and we're not gonna have him in the podium. But it's great to see new names coming from a very strong nationality, a very strong nation for bodyboarding, such as South Africa. So great to see Hugo advancing. Regardless of what's happening here, he has already a podium. Whoever finishes second in these heats and the semifinals will get an equal third for and equal points as well for the rankings. So Hugo will be getting 14,160 points. And here comes Guy Montenegro, La Pulguita.
Up and riding on this left-hander and bangs the ARS on the end section. He was supposed to flip out that one, but Guy's technique goes more for the spin when he finished the move, even though well executed, complete move, and that's going to be a good score for Guy.
A Pulguita lá. Você tem que falar português quando ele está surfando, amigo.
Eu tenho que falar português, ótimo. Melhor ainda. Pra mim é ótimo. Excuse everyone. Aí vem Gui Montenegro nessa bela esquerda. Lança a manobra ali, uma espécie de backflip combinado com RS, bem a técnica dele mesmo, completa a manobra, 6 pontos, melhor onda da bateria. Guilherme assumindo a liderança aí, representando o nosso país. Ele tem a melhor onda, 6 pontos, e o backup 5,75. Em segundo, Hugo Nadia, melhor onda 4.75, score de backup 3.35. Então aproveitar aí para agradecer aí a todos os brasileiros que estão conectados aqui conosco, o pai do Gui, enfim, a família toda. Na verdade, eu falaria para minha família inteira ficar conectada aqui, a galera da Sebrasb também conectado, várias mensagens chegando aqui. Afinal de contas, o Brasil é um dos países mais presentes na nossa transmissão. Realmente aqui o horário de Maldivas é muito diferente do nosso fuso horário, são 8 horas à frente, então a gente nem espera ter tantos brasileiros assim, mas como a gente tem o Gui, a torcida dele tá toda antenada aí, Begônia.
O Brasil está presente, com certeza. Olha só, tem Instituto Neymar Carvalho. Obrigada. Obrigada a todo mundo. Okay, well, so that was a shout out for everyone tuning in from Brazil. We have a huge audience from Brazil. And of course, we have the pleasure of having Gil here commentating with us to bring some Portuguese updates. And look at this. Look what's happening. Oh, wait. We have Hugo, Nadia in that one. Nice roll for him. And the waves are getting better and better. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you, Varunulaa Raalhugandu, and of course, Maldives, and for delivering this beautiful condition for the finals.
Yeah, you're right, Bego. And that is Hugo Naldia scooping under the roof and throws a through-the-loop roll. Hugo actually haven't found a great wave yet, but this seems to be the best one he got so far. And he was mentioning that conditions are improving. That's what this place does. It's always does. And right at this time, one more wave for Guy. Nice. Oh, a nice backflip on the session of that wave, but couldn't pull that off right in front of our videographer, and bangs the flip, but the wave didn't cooperate as he wanted to. So, throwaway score for Gui. E é isso, mais uma onda do Guilherme, tentou um backflip ali, bem maneiro até na sessão, mas infelizmente nesse ele não conseguiu finalizar. Guilherme em primeiro, 11.75. Para melhorar a situação dele, ele descarta um 5.75. E o Hugo está atrás de 6.90. Não é um score tão alto, mas por outro lado, ninguém conseguiu um 6.90 nessa bateria. Então, o Gui está em primeiro com 10 minutos e 20 segundos para o final.
That's right. So, well, you were looking for 6.90. It's what you were saying in Portuguese. I agree with that. It's a bit difficult. 6.90 what he needs. Not impossible for sure. I mean, 10 minutes is a lot of time. But yeah, given the fact that no one has really taken a score like that during this heat, I mean, Guy has a 6 and a 5.75. But yeah, Hugo will have to find one of those gems. It's possible. You know, wave selection, such a difficult thing in when you're competing, because you have to cope with, you know, the anxiety of waiting, of seeing what the other's doing, and it's so difficult. It requires so much training. You know, I will have to say psychological therapy even requires to no,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
in
you're
a good
right.
way, you know, like not say therapy, let's say training. You know, because you have to train your mind. It's all about the mindset and how do you cope, how do you deal with with the pressure of a limited time, limited amount of waves, and just seeing the game from other competitors. You know, actually, Sammy said something about it, and Jay commentated. He said he sold a wave to Ian, kind of like bluff him, you know. And if you don't know how to cope with those bluff, their competitors are very skilled on bluffing, you know, and their other competitors are very naive, and they just, you know, fall for that. And there's so many things going around competition, guys. You guys have no idea. It's just not surfing well. It had happened in the past that you have seen big names, free bodyboarders that give a shot to the world tour, and when they start competing, they just, you know, they lose right away because they probably they're not aware of how to use those tools. So it is difficult competing. It only 25 minutes. limited amount of waves, only 2 waves count, the pressure, the priority, so many things in the game.
Yeah, 100% agree, Bagel. Very stressful rules, and everything that you be following right on sharp to get to win hits, to make through hits, particularly in this place, which is a kind of a beach break. Even we have a bottom in the reef. You have to sit out there and wait. Oh, these are one of the rules that these guys has to, be very informed about. Yeah, the priority rules is one of the most important things regarding to competition. But this is Hugo now. They are coming around the section, finds a nice roll there and goes for another one. Finds the face of the wall again, spin it out, and yeah, Hugo needs 6.9. Maybe he's not gonna get it because there wasn't a explosive move. Take us through, Bagel.
Yeah, no, that roll was good, but he needs a higher. He needs a stronger attempt. It was a double roll with a spin. I will have to say very well worked, but yeah, in order to get the 6.90, I don't know. Scores are actually they're coming around. They're coming pretty
close.
Solid, yeah, pretty solid. It's actually a 6.25, and right now Hugo looking for a 5.50. Right now he has a bigger chance, and 6 minutes and 25 seconds. You can never count out a rider like him. If he has made it till this point to the semifinals, it means something. It means he has been in rhythm with the wave. So there you have it. It can happen. Seguir a falar isso em português.
You're right. Você tá certo, Begônia. Os juízes entenderam que essa foi a melhor onda da bateria, né? Comparando diretamente com o melhor RS, né? A melhor flipada do Gui. Os juízes entenderam que mesmo sendo uma onda com manobras mais básicas, né, dois rolos e um 360, eles entenderam que no conjunto da obra, digamos assim, a onda do Hugo foi melhor. Varia de pessoa para pessoa.
Tá.
Alguns juízes aqui, eu estou olhando, acreditaram que a onda do Gui foi melhor, mas é por isso que existem 4 juízes. A onda mais fora da média vai para o corte, as 3 dentro da média são somadas e divididas por 3, e isso gera a média final do atleta. Então a gente tem agora o Gui com uma onda de 6 pontos e outra de 5,75, e o Hugo, a melhor onda dele é um 6,25 e a segunda é um 4,85. O Hugo agora precisa de 5,5, né? 5,50. O Gui tem a primeira prioridade e faltam 4 minutos e 45 segundos. E o Hugo na onda foi para um belo el rolo ali, mas uma manobra de uma onda só. Ele está atrás de 5,5. Vamos ver como os juízes vão avaliar essa onda.
Well, this one right here, it's a nice looking one for Hugo. And he is in the rhythm. I'm telling you, he is. I believe it's so good for you when you need a big score and you come close to that, and then what your need kind of like lowered, and then you have this motivation. You say like, okay, I can do this. Now I need a 5.5. It's completely possible. I just gotta go for something like what I just did. Just find a wave like the one I just served, and imagine if he gets another right of those, he's gonna get the score. So very difficult moments right here for Guilherme. If I could send him a piece of advice, is get rid of that 5.75 now. Like, try to get a higher score, because Hugo is coming for you.
Yeah, Hugo's very active at this time, and you see he got a 5.2 0.25. That was so close, just 0.25 under what he needs to, get first place. So, back in português, o Hugo agora ele teve um 5.25, ou seja, 0.25 a menos do que ele precisava para virar a bateria. E o Gui agora está vindo nessa onda, uma esquerda, mas a junção foi completamente cheia. Vai ser uma onda de descarte. O Hugo pegou ela para a direita. Talvez a gente tenha o replay dessa onda. Vamos ver o que vai acontecer. E só para deixar claro, a última onda é o rolo do Hugo. São 4 juízes. Um deu 5, outro deu 5.3, o outro deu 5.2 e um deu 5.8. Ou seja, um deles deu a virada.
Deu.
Só que na média ele ficou com 5,25. Então, assim, é justamente por isso, o julgamento ele é subjetivo. Então, muitas vezes os atletas, é difícil de entender. Vamos replay, né? A onda do Gui aí não tinha o que fazer realmente. Volta rápido, tenta pegar a prioridade e espera para tentar trocar esse 5,75 como você falou, Bego.
Yeah, no, I mean, Guilherme has to really get rid of that 5.75. It's a dangerous moment for him. 2 minutes on the clock. You know how slow those 2 minutes pass when you are leading and you know the other competitor needs a very small score? For you, it's like an eternity, But when you are not winning, those 2 minutes are so fast. And let's see this one. This might be the last chance for Hugo. He might be changing. Oh, well, he went for the backflip. Oh, no. He couldn't flip it. He couldn't turn it around. That wouldn't be it, I believe. Last ditch effort for Hugo.
Yeah, that was a good looking way for Hugo. He tries to hammer the backflip. He did it nicely in the first half of the move, but then he couldn't hold the whitewash and not make it. So, kind of a stressful minute right there for Guilherme. But now, let's go for the situation. He holds first priority. He's in the lead.
Yeah.
And Hugo is looking for 5.5. I'm pretty sure that Neymar is yelling right now at the beach and say, close to him, close to him. So, em português, a gente tem 50 segundos para o final. O Guilherme está liderando por pouquíssimos pontos e o Hugo precisa de 5,5 e o Guilherme está com a prioridade 1. O engraçado é que o Gui tá lá fora, ele não tá próximo do Hugo, ou seja, ele não tá marcando, o que pro treinador é uma absolutamente loucura, porque ele tinha que colar no vermelho agora. É a hora de você jogar com a regra. 22 segundos pro final. Se sobe uma direita aqui, não tem nem como o Guilherme marcá-lo. Então, assim...
Mas ele tá descendo agora, eu acho.
Agora ele foi. Agora ele tá indo. Então... 10 seconds remaining. Take us through in English, Bego.
Well, you was explaining something pretty cool, and I think Guilherme was lucky. And yes, it's happening right now. It's Guilherme Montenegro. I was going to say Guilherme Tâmega. Guilherme Montenegro advancing. Congratulations, huge congratulations to Hugo and to South Africa, because we do have a South African in the Pro Junior Men Division podium. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with the semifinal for the Men Division.
Me. Fair funny. Tiki Zaharan no ne. Yaginta, Ijaga Kandim Fahum Mage Delofus, Ehembe. Heono at Bakura. Gam Masha any Lakka Itubare Jana Male Kiagindo. Ah, Itubare Nukurabe, Itubara Yaginka Madeni Emme Tanakashe. Etanum Kure pre-test whose world class brand ge Karanta Be Huria Samana Tulsa Libeng Heris Telco Sales Centeruga. Ingije, Miem Makiani Itubar, Kalaya Nuda. Sabahe Kalia. Electric cable, distributional cable, house wire cable, current board, switch, breakers, panel boards for high-rise buildings. Stelco Sales Center.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the last day, the finals day, right here in the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. Amazing day we have in our hands, and we are going to start the first semifinal for the men division. And it's going to be amazing just to see Jorge Hernandez against Tanner McDaniel. Let's hit the water, please, director. Oh, wow. Jorge with an amazing run so far. I mean, he has the chance to be a dream slayer for Tanner McDaniel. But Tanner already with a 5. Let's see what he can bring to this heat.
Yeah, stream crusher Jorge Hernandez. Definitely on a roll. We've mentioned that. I think I've interviewed him at least 4 times with all his heat wins throughout this event. And take a look at an early wave here. And this is Tanner McDaniel. Check it out. Getting some points on the board. A 5.0 with this wave. Comes to the inside section here, blasting the roll. And a good opener for him. Jorge Hernandez had a 3.75, but let's look at the replay on Tanner's wave. It's this big first maneuver here. Not really a super pitchy lip, but he manages to get the roll off and follows it up with another one. Actually, the second one was actually a little more critical, but the 5.0 score, kind of a mid-range score for him.
Well, yeah, Jorge coming from surfing the semifinal for the Pro Junior Men Division, already in the final. And he's going to be facing Guy Montenegro. But yeah, let's see if he can advance, dedicating this heat and his whole performance to Patrick Popa. And if you allow me, I would like to say a few words. Let's just get this replay first. Tanner McDaniel right here too. The right, kind of not so smooth roll there for Tanner, but it's a 3. And he's just trying to add some points to the score.
Yeah, so he ducked under that little crumble section, punched it through the roof, pulled the roll, but just, you know, I think he felt like, this isn't really going to be one of my high scores. He ducks out quickly, and Jorge had a wave in there as well at some point that we missed, but scores coming through for Tanner. Look at it, he's talking to himself here. Watch this wave. It's a left-hander, nice peak on the outside, goes for the ARS, and little Doug rail action there. So Jorge, similar to the last heat, struggling at the beginning. One more look at this. Punches a beautiful landing, but just dug that outside rail as he spun it around. So real frustrated, I think. You'll see him, we got to see him on the live shot, just kind of pumping his hands, really frustrated with that one.
Okay, while we're waiting for the scores, let's just 1 second. Let's just see this one here. Is he going to take this one? Not really. Okay, we have the interview ready with the winner of last heat, Guy Montenegro and Giuliano Lara. Take it away.
All right, Pego, thank you. I'm here with Guy Montenegro, making his way through the final here at the Visit Maldives 2023. Guy, please. How was the waves and what are you feeling out there?
Pô, muito feliz. Tem boas ondas no mar. Não tá igual os outros dias, né, que tinha altas, mas pra competição tá bom, treino por isso lá no barrão, mar mexido, mas agora partiu pra final E é isso, estou muito, 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 muito feliz.
All right. He said he is very, 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 very happy. And the waves are good, smaller than the other days, but that's what he's been training for. And man, this is kind of dream for you. You know, you're here at the Maldives. The bodyboarding is, you know, the sport that you love, and you feel that you're gonna be riding for like all your life and go into the pros division.
É meu sonho é vir pra cá, sonho pra Pro também, né? Só que primeiro eu queria ganhar um Mundial aqui na Pro Júnior e agora eu parti pra final. Tô muito feliz, sei lá, não tem nem o que falar. Dei mole agora no final da bateria, mas é assim, vamos acertando que vai dar certo.
Yeah, he said he'll love to be a pro, but now he's focused on winning this event and the Pro Junior World Title. Bom, beleza, agora vamos falar em português. Eu quero que você diga pra galera o que você está sentindo, para quem que você quer mandar um abraço e o quão importante para você é estar aqui nas Maldivas e poder, enfim, fazer o que você ama e, obviamente, tentar ganhar esse evento.
Pô, pra mim é muito, sei lá, é muito gratificante. Queria agradecer a Deus, aos meus pais, a minha irmã, ao meu irmão, ao meu outro irmão. E tô muito feliz. Esse campeonato aqui é importante pra mim, né, pra eu ganhar, pra eu subir no ranking. E queria agradecer aí a todo mundo que tá assistindo no Brasil, os meus patrocinadores, a galera do Estúdio Neymar Carvalho, a Neymar, a Jéssica, o Caveiro, o Gordinho. E queria agradecer a Clínica SDC, a NIMP, a Pride, a UCLA. Tamo junto todo mundo aí que tá me assistindo e agora bora pra final. Agradecer a torcida pra todo mundo, valeu? Tamo junto.
Valeu! Obrigado, Begônia, o Brasil no pódio. Até já!
Okay, thank you very much. And we do have Tanner surfing there, getting this last wave. We're waiting for the scores, going for a basic move. No, he just trying to build his score. So actually not so basic, but yeah, I mean, he pulled it off, but just not so smooth, huh? 3.65, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Driving down the line here, you see he missed that whole first section of the wave because it was really not offering those lip sections. Got to the end of the wave and through that ARS, really had to fight to get in front of it. So you see he gets a 3.65. They want the waves where you can bottom turn right at the beginning, get that big move on the outside. Let's see if Jorge Hernandez can do just that. Streaks across this left-hander, and there it is on the outside, throws the ARS. And you see these guys both kind of struggling here. These lefts have lots of bump in them. We are getting closer to the low tide, which is around the middle of the day, which will help out things. But yeah, those bumps and warbles in the wave playing havoc with both of these riders.
Bueno, voy a hablar un poco español. Jorge Hernández aquí buscando una nota alta. En realidad Tanner tiene notas bastante bajas. Es un momento súper importante para que Jorge trate de marcar esos scores. Sabemos cómo es Tanner, sabemos todo lo que él puede hacer, pero esta ola no lo está ayudando. Él está buscando esas maniobras radicales, no está ni siquiera optando por los rolos. Creo que si le pudiera mandar un mensaje sería: marca un par de notas, trata de digamos, de estabilizar un poco el score y ya después busca las maniobras más radicales. Pero bueno, él ya ha demostrado mucho dominio en competencia y él sabrá mejor. This one here for Tanner. Looking good, huh?
So Tanner has to drive around that section and blast right through the lip on that. Nice Rolo for him. Spins in the pocket here. Has this little inside left wedge. No scoring opportunities remain. He kicks out. And solid roll on the outside for him. His wave that he has here, you see him at that big mush section. He bottom turns around. It punches right through the roof vertically. Forward spin, trying to find that one more move, but decides against it. And one more angle on this one. Foam ball, bottom turn, bam. Nails it and comes around this section with the forward spin. 4.5 on that wave for Tanner McDaniel. He holds down the lead at this point, but not by much, folks. He's got a heat score of 9.5. Jorge Hernandez needs a 5.75 to take over the lead here. We're down to the 14-minute mark at this point. And Hernandez yet to really get going. We saw again yesterday he had a heat where he really came on strong in the second half of the heat. Let's see if he gets his sea legs under him this time and does more of the same. You know, this double division thing can wear away at a competitor after a while. You know, they got to keep that intensity up in one division, but add a second division to it like Jorge's dealing with in the juniors and the men's. And, you know, the energy required to keep that focus alive in all these back-to-back heats gets harder and harder as he advances further through the event.
That's right. Well, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a second semifinal. The first semifinal for the men division. What you see on your screen, the current men rankings. Just remember that these rankings will be changing after this event. Of course, we have Tanner surfing right here, looking for important points, and we have the revelation of this event, which is Jorge Hernandez surfing right there. Let's see if he can see good. He actually got the message. We were kind of commentating here that he was going for the ARSs or backflips, and that wasn't really what he's going to give him the points. He has a very good chance right now because Tanner doesn't have a big score, so, you know, this one right here is going to be his best score, I think.
Well, he knows the bottom turn and into the lip at the beginning of the wave is where you get the points. He did that on this wave. Throws down the roll on the shoulder. Maybe tried to get one more off there, but the hands come off the rails. But that's going to be a good one for Jorge. It's his highest score of the heat. Tanner right behind him. Oh, and Tanner finds that section, throws the ARS up into the pocket here with a tight forward spin around the section. Oh, and another ARS. So
wow.
Tanner McDaniel, and he throws the fist down. You know he is amped on that wave. A solid backup, not a backup score, but his highest score of the heat, but a solid answer, I should say, to Jorge Hernandez.
Well, such a good wave here. This is the Tanner McDaniel that we know, the very good execution, seamless, I will say. He knows he was on fire in that one, and he's going to get his score. And this look right here, that was a very good execution. It's so hard to flip those maneuvers, and he was not happy with only that. He combined there with a spin and another backflip right there. So Tanner showing off, and he gets a 7. Of course he is. Right now with a total of 12, leaving Jorge Hernandez needing a 6.51. So very good job. I mean, there's so much in stake for Tanner McDaniel, who has been so close to the titles. Even in junior and pro junior division, he was twice almost world champion in that division, so close, and didn't get the chance. And in the case of the men division, he has been close as well. Last year was a bummer for him. I remember he was battling till the end in the Gran Canaria Fronton King. And right now, I think this year I see him, he has been having 3 second places, so I'm pretty sure he is focused, he is driven, and such a humble person, I have to say. His personality, it's pretty unique.
Yeah, I mean, in the modern era here of the World Tour, you know, the last American to hold a world title, you got to go back to Jeff Hubbard, and I can't even remember what year that was, but it's been quite a while. From the same island, of course, Tanner McDaniel, the next generation, so to speak, even though, of course, Jeff Hubbard's still out there and doing so well. But Tanner is really the heir apparent, I guess you could say, to a world title. He's put in the work. He's come so close. And, you know, there's so many people that are, I think, pulling for a guy like Tanner who's just barely missing out this year. Of course, people from every country want their countrymen to win the world title, but Tanner McDaniel, I think, has that universal appeal and the draw of the fans that want to see what he can do here. And He's really on fire, and he was last year as well, but then just fell short. Fronton King, he got knocked out, and it was such a heartbreaker for him, you know. So I'm sure he doesn't want to get it down to that last event this year again.
I agree totally with what you just said, and that was a thrown away for him. But yeah, Tanner McDaniel, with a great chance to become world champ this year. We have to see what the rankings will do after this event, and I'll do this in Spanish. Vamos a ver, Jorge no le quiere dejar absolutamente nada a Tanner. Oh, qué pena, ese lo hubiese entrado y hubiese estado muy, muy bueno. Jorgito, que de verdad ha sido una revelación en este evento, que ya está en la final de la categoría Pro Junior masculina y ahora quiere darlo todo aquí. That was a very good wave.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a mistake that Jorge is not going to forget about. That was a critical wave for him. It was a good wave. It could have been his best wave. He doesn't complete the maneuver, gets 1.9. So take another look at this. Looked really great on the outside, launching out in the flats, but just caught the corner of the nose as he finished the spin on the ARS. He got 3/4 of the way around and then just caught it. So really having a difficult time here completing these maneuvers in this heat. Jorge Hernandez in second, still needs a 6.51, a totally doable score, 7 minutes 50 remaining. Tanner McDaniel has controlled the heat from start to finish at this point, but it is not over yet, folks. Jorge Hernandez could be the spoiler here for Tanner McDaniel should he get another crack at a good set wave. Tanner, however, holds down that priority position, and we'll see which wave he goes on to utilize that.
Well, that's just a quick update in Spanish. Jorgito, que está haciendo un muy buen trabajo, se le ve que está un poco nervioso porque no es el Jorge que tal vez hemos visto a lo largo de esta competencia. Quiero aprovechar este pequeño segundo para mandar mi más sentido pésame a la familia de Patrick Popa y a todos los canarios por la pérdida de un rider tan lindo, tan increíble, solo con 14 años. Chigardo de Tenerife falleció el día de ayer. Y yo también lo llegué a conocer y la verdad no quiero ni pensar cómo está su familia y sus amigos. Así que, gente, mi corazón está con ustedes y toda la comunidad de Bodyboard los apoya y solo pido paz para sus familiares y sus amigos. De verdad que terrible y ha sido una noticia muy fuerte para todos. Así que un abrazo muy fuerte a todos los canarios y a la familia de Patrick Popa. Sorry, I have to send my condolences to friends and family for Patrick Popa. Is a young bodyboarder, 14 years old of age, that passed out in an accident yesterday, and that actually shocked the whole community, the whole Canarian community, bodyboarding community. And Jorge is very affected by that. He actually dedicated his performance in this event, and whatever happens in this event to Patrick, he is very affected, which is normal. It was his friend, and he died suddenly in an accident. So, you know, just huge condolences to his family and friends.
Well, no doubt that weighs on Jorge's mind. You know, it can inspire him to, you know, do well in the name of his friend. Sometimes the ocean doesn't cooperate, but in any case, it gives you a little idea of the headspace that Jorge might be in right now with that loss. And getting back to the heat action right now, Tanner first priority, Jorge second, so Tanner's going to take the first pick of the litter here and give Jorge kind of leftover scraps. Jorge needs that 6.51 to overtake the lead. Time is winding down to the 5-minute mark in this heat. Maybe have time for 1 or 2 more set waves each. And right now, as it stands, world title hopes still alive for Mr. Tanner McDaniel. And, of course, Jorge Hernandez, our defending junior world champion from the Canary Islands, out there with them. They're sitting 5 feet apart. They're right next to each other.
Well, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and this heat is about to end. And it's, you know, Tanner McDaniel has so much in stake here. But I had to stand out. The beautiful Maldives always, I mean, the sun always comes out here, and the wave always gets glassy. You know, the day started choppy for many hours. Actually, we had choppy conditions, and right now it's getting better and better. I believe the finals are going to be great. So you guys at home, make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel and follow us. And share this live feed. Just let the world know that this is the last day of the Visit Maldives Pro. We would like to thank everyone involved in this event. Of course, the great effort of the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. Without them, this wouldn't be impossible. But remember, this event is brought to you by Visit Maldives, and it's made in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, and also the Ministry of Tourism as a co-sponsor. And there's a wave here for Jorge.
So Tanner McDaniel lets him go on this. Will that be a mistake? No. Turns out that it was a good decision here to not use up his priority. Tanner could have prevented Jorge from getting that wave. Jorge could not capitalize on that wave. It was a closeout. And, you know, it's got to be getting tense out there for Jorge Hernandez. 3 minutes remaining. He is behind. He's got to dig his way out of this hole with a solid score. He needs a 6.51 to take out Tanner. Will we see last-minute heroics from this young Canarian who has been just on a tear over the 6-day event here? And he's getting down to the wire here, trying to make 2 finals, both the juniors and the men's. And right now, it's not looking good for him.
Well, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This heat it's over, and the next semi-final is going to be great as well. Pierre-Louis Coste against Ethan Capdeville. Okay, this effort right here might be the last one for Jorge. No, well, it's all right. I'm telling you this. It doesn't matter what happened. I mean, he still has some time, of course. But what a great result and what a milestone for Jorge, you know, just to get the chance to be in 2 podiums in the same event. And wow, okay. What happened to that cameraman?
That was extreme close-up. So Jorge Hernandez, we see him. He kind of like last-ditch effort, tried to go for the ARS, but he was under the lip. And one more look at this. You can see him. He's got the speed, but the wave just doesn't cooperate. And you saw the tail sort of spin around there. He's going for the ARS, hoping to break free from that lip, but unable to do so. And now it's pretty much just going to be a Hail Mary situation. Tanner has first priority still, and if you're Tanner McDaniel, you're going to go sit right next to Jorge. Make sure he doesn't get a good wave at this point.
That's right. Well, Jorge right there looking for a 5.51. Jorgito busca un 6.51. Buena RS, continúa, vamos a ver si lo logra. 6.51, igual es difícil en esa ola, porque aunque la está trabajando muy bien, sí se necesita tal vez una ola con un poco más de tamaño y las maniobras ejecutadas en secciones un poco más críticas. I don't know about this one.
He's kind of fighting the wave the whole way. Yes, he gets up to the lip, gets the ARS, but not really launched out into the flats like the judges like to see. Forward spin here, and these rolls on this little foam section here, just kind of like a finish move that's not really going to help his case at this point. He needed a 6.16. The score comes through at a 5.85. Certainly respectable, and one of his, actually his highest score of the heat, but just falls shy. And as we get down to 25 seconds remaining, it is almost a done deal that Tanner McDaniel is going to move on into the final for the men's, which is right where he wants to be.
And the next one, Pierre-Louis Coste against Ethan Capdeville. That's going to be amazing to watch. Let's see. Last 5 seconds, people. Looking towards Tanner McDaniel advancing to the final. He will be the first finalist, and it's a done deal, as you said. We're going to hit a quick hit recap and a commercial break, and going to be back with the second semifinal for the men division.
And as Bego steps out to get ready for the next interview, this man steps in, Giu Lara. And Giu, wow, the junior semifinals now complete. I should say, sorry, the men's semifinal number 1 now complete. And now we're getting into heat number 2. We should go straight to the water. There's so much action going on already out there. And who do we have here in men's semifinal number 2?
We do have 100% flag, French flag in this heat. Pierre-Louis Coste, everybody knows PLC, and the new generation Ethan Capdeville. This battle is so interesting for so many reasons, right?
Yeah, you know, we talked about, you know, the cool little story that the first time Pierre went to Hawaii, he was, I think, 9 years old or something, and Itan was 1 or something like that. So these guys go way, way back. But PLC trying to draw first blood there, a little bit stuck behind the section. So nobody has a wave yet here, just 1 or 2 minutes into the heat here. So it is early, but yeah, these two guys, they know each other. They speak the same language. And the question is, will it be the veteran, the wily veteran, or will it be the youth that gets the win here? Will it be experience or youth?
So great to see. And now up and riding in red, PLC looking for a section and banks that classic PLC flip on the you know, perfect execution. It's just you know, you're gonna see PLC doing this like over and over.
He did nail this. Look at this down the line speed. Really nothing surprising for PLC. That's his basic meat and potatoes backflip for him. It's a 1 maneuver wave, though. We've talked about that time and time again. The 1 maneuver waves, while he can get a big score for that huge outside maneuver with the extension, the follow-up moves get the extra points. But I'll tell you what, 8.0, that's nothing to shake a stick at. That is a massive score.
Wow.
So obviously the judges are adjusting for the conditions here, and an 8.0 for a 1 maneuver wave is about as good as it gets out here.
Yeah, I think that is the best score of the heat so far. Talking about the best, maybe the best of the year, I don't know, we're not finished, but out there we have Begonia Martinez with Tanner McDaniel. Take us through, Bego.
Thank you very much, Jude. Yes, Tanner, kind of like a slow beginning in that heat, but then you got into the rhythm and got the scores. Did you feel any pressure by going against Jorge Hernandez in that one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been ripping this whole event. I think he's in the final for the juniors too. So, you know, he's been surfing really good this whole event. And yeah, I mean, I was for sure worried, like, you know, if he got a good one and did his thing on it, it was going to, you know, that's a game changer, especially when it's kind of tricky out there like it is right now. And yeah, it kind of rattled me because I kept seeing him get like kind of better waves than me. Like he was on better waves than I was, and unfortunately for him, couldn't put it all together. But he's been ripping this whole event. He's, you know, I believe he's junior world champ, correct? Yeah. So, you know, he's a threat, absolutely. So, you know, but just treat it like you would any heat and just go out there and do your best.
Well, right now we have the second semifinal in the water, Pierre-Louis against Ethan Capdeville. Who do you prefer to face? I mean, Pierre and you will be a classic, but then Ethan is the revelation of the year. So what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a rematch with Pierre. We've had a couple of finals together. Well, we've had 2 finals together in Arica. No, sorry, 3 finals together in Arica. And he beat me in the final there this year. So, you know, I'd like to compete against him in the final. But at the same time, it'd be really cool to, you know, surf against Ethan, because he's been, you know, he's really had a breakthrough year this year. He's been surfing really well in every event. And, you know, he's one of the next generation guys. So it'd be awesome to have a final with him as well. So I'm not too worried either way.
Well, we know how much you need this win, so we wish you the best of luck. You want to say something else?
Yeah, I mean, just thanks to the family and friends back home. I love you guys, you know, mom, dad, just thanks for staying up and watching and supporting always. Yeah, just thanks, guys.
And your girl Harper as well.
Harper, yeah, of course, Harper, I love you. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Tanner, best of luck for the final. And back to you guys with more action.
All right, Bagel, this is the man, Tanner McDaniel. Meanwhile, in the heat, this is the man, PLC. One more wave driving through this kind of a barrel section and then banks another perfect ARS, kind of a backflip ass. I don't know. 6.5, the last wave of PLC. Jay.
Well, speed, power, flow right there. PLC makes it look so easy. Cross legs, back arch, just nails the landing every time. And he does hold down the lead. We still have yet to even see Etan Capdeville get a wave. 18:26 to go in the heat. And, Etan Capdeville getting a slow start out here today. It has been the PLC show so far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to have some good waves from Etan. But anyway, with 18 minutes remaining, Pierre just got two solid waves. Actually, one excellent score, 8 points. And another great score, 6.5. And as I was mentioning some heats before, the judges have this kind of standard in the grades, in the scores, just to, kind of a guideline for them, because they need to score the wave from 0.5 to 10. So 0.5 until 2.5, it's a poor score. 2.5 until 5.5, it's an average score. 5.5 to 8 is a good score, and 8 to 10 is an excellent score. We have one more wave for Pierre up and riding on the left-hander behind the peak. Now there is, that was, didn't work out. It's going to be a throwaway. But as I was mentioning, Jay, this is how judges guide the grades or the scores from the heat, and it will depends what they think it's the best and the worst, like in a comparison.
Yeah, that makes total sense. It's changing with the conditions too. The conditions get better, that those big scores are going to be harder to get. People are going to have to do riskier and riskier maneuvers. So yeah, it's that's why we have a field of professional judges headed up by Chico Garetano. He's been a head judge for bodyboarding, all the way back to when I was competing. He's been doing it for longer than anybody. And our whole team of judges, they are, they're highly qualified. They're the best in the world, judging the best in the world. And it's a thankless job, man. Writing scores down for every single wave ridden in this entire event or typing it into a screen is mind-blowing. And sometimes you see 2, 3, 4 riders getting waves all in succession. And here we go, speaking of riding waves, PLC being very, very picky out there. Etan Capdeville yet to get a wave, but here he goes.
Here it is, up and riding in yellow. Etan Capdeville throws the roll in the first section of this wave, but it's kind of a mushy and crumbly section. He tried to roll that off, but didn't work out.
Yeah, look at this. He rolls it. He got the lip kind of came down on him as he got upside down, and I think it just kind of slammed him into the wave face and bounced him right off the back of the wave. So a slow start here for Etan Capdeville in that first wave. Gets a 1.5, and PLC already with 5 waves to his account is steering the ship on this one, folks. 15 minutes to go. So Etan Capdeville, he's in a combo situation and needs a 14.5. So that's 2 waves better than the one that he's already gotten. And the pressure begins to mount for this young Frenchman as PLC controls the heat.
Yeah, we've 14 and 40 seconds in the clock, and this place offers a quick and fast battle out, so he definitely can get 2, 3 good scores if necessary. But anyway, nobody wants to have 2 waves to get, as the other rider already has a such a good scores as Pierre got 8 points and 6.5. So Ethan Capdeville now hearing us up and riding on the right-hander, bangs a roll right on the shoulder, great wave. It seems that we have one more move. There it is, nice forward spin, and another little roll on the end section. Yeah, this is a solid wave, solid score, and now Ethan is back in the game.
Well, yeah, I'm going to call that a kind of a conservative ride. Take a look at this one. You want to see the flips, the inverts, but he just goes for the basic rolo. He doesn't want to mess this up. He just wants to build his score right now. Forward spin in the pocket, drives down onto the shoulder, finds another roll section. So Etan Capdeville trying to slowly build his score. That one's going to be a mid-range score as we see the judges popping their scores in the computer, a 4.75. His situation now, he still needs a 9.75. So that's a pretty tough score to attain. He's going to have to probably have to throw away that 4.75 that he just got and improve on that. And he's running out of time right here, 13 minutes to go. This has been a really interesting heat in the fact that PLC has so dramatically dominated the heat with, 6 waves already. And actually now scores coming through for his last one. Check it out.
Check it out. Classic bottom turn and bangs another huge backflip right on the closeout section. He claimed it. He likes that. That's PLC putting on a clinic here at Varunulaa Raalhugandu.
Well, it's backflip 101 right here, folks. Just rewind that and study it because that's how you do it. And this man wrote the book on the backflip. You can see it. Eppo may have introduced it to competition, but PLC has perfected it. And, an 8.5. That's an excellent score for him. An 8.5 and an 8, that is really hard to overcome. And Etan Capdeville now deep in combo land, needs 16.5. So for him to replace the 2 waves he already has in the next 11.5 minutes, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's highly unlikely here. So this is a really one-sided heat right here.
Yeah, and it seems that the older generation, I'm not mentioning you, Jay, the older generation is doing great so far in this heat. This one was the last one for Ethan. As you mentioned, nice roll on the shoulder, spins, and then rolls it off right at the end. But, all right, so if we can take one more look. Oh, thank you. That's perfect timing. You see, look the bottom turn, straight off the top, flips out, straight into the flat. Perfect execution and the claim, 8.5. Well, what else can he ask? It seems that we have Ethan on another one. And Jay, the magician, the magic, it's happening. Waves are getting better and better.
It is. We got the tide dropping. The wind has backed off. One more look at this wave. We missed this one, actually, early. Etan Capdeville kind of already missed that big outside section, and the crumble section on the midway across the wave, kind of on the inside, gives him enough of a ramp to throw the backflip. One more angle on this one. Right there is where you want to get the big move, but this one doesn't offer it, so he gets further down the line. Crumbly section does well to pull the backflip, but 5.0 on that wave. It's just not going to really even put a dent in the PLC domination. 16.5 heat score for PLC, one of the highest heat scores of the entire contest, actually.
If not the highest in Pro's division. And once again, thank you to our sponsors and partners. Visit Maldives, our destination partner, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Environment, Empowerment. Yeah.
Yes.
Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. I love this name, and it's so great. Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, Adhadu, Buruzu Catering, Official Events, Muja Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mukai Hotel. Of course, thank you so much to our supporting partners, D-Tech, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Mali Police Department, and Mali City Council. Of course, once again, thank you so much, MBBA, to putting down the biggest bodyboarding event on the Asian continent.
It certainly is our second year here at the Visit Maldives Pro. And, man, the sun's coming out. This is the tropical dream right here. PLC is definitely having a tropical dream of his own today. I believe his wife and son were landing today. He had told me they were getting on the plane yesterday. So he's got his cheering section here. He's crushing this heat. Pretty much a foregone conclusion he's going to be in the final. So it's a good day for him. He and Tanner McDaniel probably going head-to-head, but Itan Capdeville's not done. He's not giving up. Forward spin, drives around the section. Ooh, finds the backflip, and that was a beautiful linkage of maneuvers with the forward spin right out of the backflip. A smaller wave nonetheless, but he is deep in the hole. That will certainly get him a little further out of it.
All right. To stay out of the combo, he needs something big, maybe something around 6.57, maybe a little bigger, a little higher, but, well, it's going to be something to the judges. But anyway, great moves there, nice forward spin, and then a massive backflip right on the shoulder, followed by a forward spin. Miles of style in this guy. 6 points. He is still in combo, Jay.
Well, I love that he's not giving up. You saw him kick out of that wave and just start motoring back for the outside. I'm sure that his training, his dad being a former pro bodyboarder, Nick Capdeville, his brother being a top-level rider, Noah Capdeville, all of them have, he's been trained to be a top-level athlete, and that means no matter what, you don't give up, right? Even if you're just hopeless situation, just keep trying.
Right, that's the magic and the beauty about sports. You're competing against someone else, but actually you're competing against yourself. And I would not say compete. You are trying to improve yourself and do the best as you can every day. I can do a 1% better today. It's an achievement. And
right.
If I can do another 1% tomorrow, that's an achievement. And then you're going to get better day by day, not in sports, but also in the way you train, in your food, mostly everything. So the sport is, in my opinion, one of the most incredible tools of discipline that a human being can have. So I'm very grateful for being part of it. And I'm not just talking about the bodyboard. I mean every sport.
Well, everything, even work, school, whatever the case may be. Very inspirational message you just laid down there, Giuliano, and it is so true, so true. Always try to improve a little bit every day if you can. Never give up trying to get better.
Yeah, and maybe you'll never be on the top riding level as these guys, because they had all the structure for that. They probably have sponsors, a family that is supporting him since they were kids. But you can start training whatever you want, no matter if you are young, old, teenager. It's just about stay healthy. And talking about our sport, don't even matter if you want to ride big waves, if you want to ride small waves, prone, drop knee. It's so good to be in the ocean, in the nature, and had the opportunity to just feel yourself part of the nature. It's just payless.
Indeed it is. It's a life sport. We've said it time and time again. You just start when you're little, you never have to stop. Bodyboarding is like that, you know. It's, I guess, like golf in that way. You can do it, you know, as your entire life, as long as you keep moving, keep active. And, you know, this is the top level of the sport. But, hey, you don't have to go out there and do backflips and inverts. All you got to do is catch a wave, and you're sitting on top of the world, to quote the Beach Boys.
You're right. And Jay, sun is shining, the weather is sweet. And here at the Maldives, today in the morning, it was raining a lot, lots of clouds. And I was wondering, wow, right on the finals day. But I just got myself thinking, man, this can change like in 10 minutes. Took a little while. Yeah, it does. But there it is. Sky is blue. Yeah. The water is great, sparkling, and we're back at the classic Varunulaa Raalhugandu lineup.
Well, you know, we saw the early heats a little wonky, a little windy. It did not affect the level of riding in any way, shape, or form. These guys still throwing down gigantic scores. And we haven't heard from PLC for like 10 minutes. He has just been super patient. I would guess that at this point he's just like, I'm just going to hold priority, and I'm just going to sit here. And if I need to use the priority, I will, but he doesn't. So maybe now he's just like, I'm just going to rest.
Have you seen he just moved his neck? He's resting to the finals. And upon riding,
there we go. Eitan Capdeville gets the backflip. Not going to really matter much at this point. We're down to 230. One more look at this one, and he's on a frothy one and just really not. I mean, that's a great move by any normal bodyboarder's standards, but at this stage of this heat with PLC so heavily dominating, you know, we've been talking about it's like 10 minutes straight here with PLC just kind of cruising on the outside. You know, I'm anxious to see, is PLC going to drop knee one at the end of the heat just as a victory lap? Because he could do that. Capdeville still deeply in combo land. And, yeah, I mean, it's just been a cruise for PLC. I'm thinking about what I'm going to ask him in the interview because he should be pretty relaxed after this heat.
Yeah, especially he knows that his family is just arriving right now at the Maldives, and probably they will be here supporting him right on the finals. So another thing that can be great for a rider is have the family support here, and we are seeing with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, PLC really dominating the heat as it couldn't be different, with 8.5 and 8 points, two excellent scores in Prone Division, where you have the best riders in the world. And it seems he let Eitan took this one because probably there's not so much score potential, and there it is, a nice cutback with a reverse spin. Actually, if I go out there and get those three waves that he's been, you know, the backflips and the reverse spin, I would be very happy. But there is the victory lap.
There it is. He's just going straight. Why not? You know, he's there's no reason for him to do anything on that wave. We're under the 30-second mark here. PLC coming in, the clear winner, dominated the entire heat from start to finish, and just basically just cruised, sat and relaxed for the last 10, 12 minutes of that heat. And he will move on to the final. We're going to have an exciting matchup with PLC battling it out against current World Tour leader Tanner T-Mac McDaniel in the men's final. And that'll do it for that heat.
All right, that's it. We are wrapping things here with the men's semifinals. We are going for the heat recap, and don't go anywhere because we have the ladies right off the commercial.
next guest ini corporate interior bes noni ya mau professional ko interior noni ya bas ini semua struktura kami itu saharap depan dalam ini. Eva, harap depan noni harap di harap ya gue itu semua balada. Ini make you guest.
Well, welcome back, everybody. This is the last day of competition for the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, and I am more than honored to have Joanna Schenker next to me for this next heat commentary. Welcome, Joanna.
Thank you, Bigo. I'm excited to be here chatting with you, of course.
It's a pleasure. So let's hit the water. We have Sari Ohara battling against Maida Viana. What a heat and what an important moment for both riders, actually. But in the case of Sari Ohara, she is battling for the world title this year, Joanna.
Yes, Sadi, she has already a big advantage of everyone. So I feel she's fully committed to this comp. She really wants to take it home. I've been talking to her, of course. I mean, we are friends, and she really, really, really wants to win this year.
I mean, she was close last year in the hands of Pamela Bowren, the dream killer. Let's see, this one is a replay of the first wave for Sari Ohara, 4.50. Classic, beautiful style reverse spin combined with the roll. And a good way to start her campaign.
Yes, definitely. I think Sari, she learned from the previous heats, it's not worth to wait too long. So I feel she needs to get moving, you know, get the action going, and then build up the score. I think her strategy now will be more being active.
And Maida Viana, she is actually in the best moment of her career this year. Last year she did great, but right now she is climbing a few steps in the rankings after this event, because you guys were eliminated early. So for her, it's a great chance.
That is correct, yes. Maida, she's an amazing rider. I mean, we already know her, you know, it's not a surprise, but she has been surfing very strong and very consistent this whole event. And I feel she also sees that as a good opportunity to climb a few steps and to really take up the higher spots of the ranking that are kind of open, because Sadi has a lead, but then from the second down, everything is together. Everybody is together, almost tied in points. So there is a lot to battle for these few next events coming up.
We'd like to speak about that, because usually people think it's all about getting the title, but there's also there's a point that you know that you're not going to be temp, but you focus on the points and to try to remain as up as possible, or at least within the top 8.
Yes, obviously the first objective is to be in the top 8, which is not easy, actually. I mean, there's a lot of good riders, and then as high as possible. This year we have the second place still very much open to grab for anyone in the first 8 or 9 spots. So I mean, it's exciting, right?
It is. Well, Joanna, let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Jay at the beach. So please, Jay, take it away.
Well, thanks, guys. I am here with Pierre-Louis Costas, and in American sports, we would call that a blowout. You thoroughly dominated that heat from start to finish, nothing against Itan, but you were just cruising in that heat, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, and actually did a mistake. Like, I actually lost priority on the first wave, and I was really bummed because I really wanted to start it on the biggest first set, you know. And I lost priority. I was a bit bummed, and my strategy was to go right. I mean, I don't have priority on the left. Ethan is waiting on the left. I'm gonna go wait for a right because I've seen a couple good ones, you know. And so I quickly adapt. A good wave came through. It kind of had priority, but it just didn't go on the right, and I got a surprising 8, to be honest. Like, I wasn't expecting an 8, but it just made me understand that the rights are scoring pretty high and that I ended up concentrating on going right, to be honest.
Yeah, so that was a one maneuver wave, but it was such a well projected backflip that you got the big score.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen in this entire event, is they are very into the detail, into a long line. I mean, everyone is surfing the same, you know, almost. Everyone is so talented and so freakishly like acrobatic. So everyone are doing backflips, you know. And the difference, I think, comes to like a cleaner bottom turn, a cleaner landing. I haven't like done like the backflip that I do in free surfing because I really concentrate on the clean landing. But I'm getting there. Like I'm trying to understand what they want.
Well, I think you figured it out in that heat for sure. And now you're in a final against Tanner McDaniel, yet another matchup. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm super like to be honest, like I think Tanner's the best rider in the world today. So at my age, like, you know, I think he's 10 years younger than me. Being able to compete with him, like, I'm a sports fan, and I just think about, you know, like that Wimbledon final, you know, like Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, and I just feel the same, you know, like I get super inspired by these older guys, like going into these younger guys, and I don't know, like I just feel the same with Tanner. I mean, you know, he's the best in the world, and you know, being in the final with him is an honor. And to be again in the final is just funny. We were laughing about it yesterday. I was like, yeah, he was like, see you in the final. I was like, yeah, I'll see you there. And it just happened. Sometimes we just have to scream to the universe for things to happen.
All right, we're going to see youth versus experience in this final. Congratulations to you, PLC, and we'll see you in the final.
Yeah, thanks guys.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that great interview. And congratulations to Pierre. That's going to be an amazing final. I mean, Tanner versus Pierre. And this one right here, Joanna, take us through it.
Well, this is Maida's wave. I think we saw it during the interview. She went off to the right, and it was a nice roll. I mean, it wasn't very extended, but it was still what she could do on this wave. And I think it's a good way to start her heat as well. I mean, you don't really want to wait for the perfect waves that today will not come. So she already has a good scoreable wave on her point. How do you say that? Scoreboard.
Talking about waiting, I know someone that waits a lot.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
I like to get the good waves. I feel like it's a waste of time to go on the other ones, but I mean, sometimes time runs out on you, and then
that's right. It's all right. You still have a chance. I mean, you were third in this year, in the previous year rankings, and you still have a chance to get some important points. But look at this wave here for Sadi.
Sadi Ohara as well. You know, you see, like, it is not easy to make these big extended rolls on that section. Like, it's very similar to Maida's wave as well.
That's right.
That looked really nice, but then it didn't really give her the opportunity to fly like she likes. You know, Sadi's rolls always very extended.
Well, she's got this technique of kicking before in the very exact moment before hitting the leap, and that give her a lot of projection. But in this wave, you're totally right. She didn't really do that too much. It didn't.
I mean, really you see, she got on the line. She really wanted that section and to hit it perfectly. But then this wave is really tricky. So you think it's the time, but then you're not sure. And she actually hit it a little bit late.
Right.
That's why she didn't fly as much. But I think that's the wave really tricked her. You know.
Yep, that's right. Well, I mean, she's getting a nice score. It's a 5.75, and right now she is a little bit more comfortable in the first position. But you know, Maida looking for a 6.75 to get that lead and the possibility of being in the final for this event. Regardless of what happened here, Maida is going to have her best results of this year.
Yes, I think so. I think Maida got a 5th in the Wahine Pro, and I'm not sure how she did in.
I'll tell you in 1 second.
But I mean, you know, this is a long tour. There we have still 2 very high-scoring events coming up.
Right.
So this is really building your points until the last event. I feel like this is really a tour where you have to attend all the events, because otherwise you might miss out on those spots. You know.
Well, yeah, that was a key thing. We have people asking if there is something defined for your division or the men division, and it looks like there is a variety of possibilities, and we're gonna have the only women Walker Bay Pro this year again. Are you going?
I'm really excited. Yesterday I bought my flights, and today I booked the house, and I'm ready to go.
Well, I heard last year was a lot of fun. It was beautiful, and you guys did
I mean,
safaris and.
It is amazing. The place is absolutely beautiful. Are you going, Bego?
Yes.
Oh, you will love it. No, it is absolutely worth the visit. The nature is amazing, and I mean we had a big storm, but I don't think there's storms all the time. So I'm pretty sure we got some fun waves coming for the event.
I mean, Onrus is Tristan Roberts Beach,
Yes.
so I mean he's got to be good.
Imagine we have a longer waiting period now. If we have only women, we have more time to choose the best conditions. I'm really excited.
Well, you should. And after that, we are excited about the other event, which is Morocco. I'm pretty sure you are too. And that'll be the last. Oh, well, actually, we do have Sintra in between.
Yes,
that's
Sintra's
right.
coming up in 10 days, basically. It's
Yeah.
like it's just there.
We're doing the Lazari Pro first, only junior
Exactly,
event, and then we're
exactly.
crowning the Pro Junior Women Champion. But for you guys, the next event is Sintra.
Sintra.
Little low in points, but it's still.
Well, I mean, if you do it very well, if you make the final, it is an event that could even count to the ranking. So, I mean, I think the ones attending Sintra really want to go for those final points.
Right,
So
right.
that's also my goal.
I mean, it's your home. I mean, it's not your home because you're from a different spot, but
It is not my home, but it's even in my history of competing, it's the event where I have been in the most finals and I've won it. So I feel like I have a lucky star there, maybe. You know?
yeah, last year was amazing as well.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, Maida, you were asking, Maida has a 5th and a 9th this
Correct.
year. So for her,
Now she will have at least
at
a
least a
third.
3. Yeah, a third, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it's a very good result.
It is. It is. Maida will be a hard contender on that ranking.
Especially with you and Alexandra out of the chart right here. She comes, it looks like
Yes,
she
she
listened to us. Good roll for her, looking for a 6.75. I don't see that score there, but it will definitely help her campaign because she's holding a 3.5 and a 0.75. So she's getting rid of that 0.75.
No, this was a decent roll. I mean, she had, like, the section wasn't very long, but she put the power in and the roll went nice and clean. So I feel this is probably going to be a decent score. Let's see what the judges reward her with.
Well, if you are tuning in right now and you want to ask a question to former world champ Joanna Schenker, but let's see this one for Sari Ohara. She going to find a section? It looks like she doesn't. And yes, you want to ask something to Joanna Schenker, former world champ 2017 and the single Portuguese world champion in the history. She also does a lot of ecological job, and you have the Schenker Tour Schools.
Yes,
School tour.
Schenker School Tour.
Oh, that's
exactly,
right.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm busy.
Tell us a little bit about that while we're waiting for some more
Well,
waves.
the Schenker School Tour is a project. It's an environmental project. It's about protection of the oceans, and one of my main sponsors, which is the Aquarium of Lisbon, Oceanário Lisboa, which is amazing to visit. Like, if you're in Lisbon, don't miss it. It's one of the best aquariums in the world. Well, they wanted to give back to the ocean as well, and so they created this project where athletes go into schools and tell their story, but also remind the young people how important it is to care for the ocean and be active and proactive. Every day we can do something, So my goal is to go into schools. I tell them all about bodyboarding because it's so cool. I want them to love it. There we have Maria Viana on another one.
Oh, wow, that was a good roll.
I'm interested to see if this one will be better than her first one or not, like if it will improve her score.
Yeah, I mean, she will. She's holding a 3.5 and a 4.65, and it's looking towards the 4-point ride. That will help her campaign.
You see, yeah.
Sari has to be very careful because right now, Maida, it's only looking for a 5.61. It's a completely possible score for her. We've seen her getting higher points than that. So, yeah, tough situation right now for our world title contender, Sari Ohara, with a great chance to become world champion she is right now in the first place of the rankings because she has taken both of the events that we have had in the female division and the women division. So there's a lot of stake for her in this one, but I tell you this, if she keeps advancing and only with this result, she will have a huge chance still to become world champ this year, regardless of what happened in this heat. There you have it. These are the rankings. And as we were saying, with you, Neymara, and Alexandra out of the picture, Maida has, I mean, in this event.
Exactly.
Maida in this event. But Maida has a lot of chances. And the lead, she's not here. Teresa, she is here. And she is in the second semifinal alongside with Pamela Bowren, who has been a pleasant surprise, and Luna also out of this event. So things are going to change a lot.
Exactly.
After
That's
this event.
It will. I mean, Maida and Teresa Miranda, they will go up in the ranking for sure. So I feel like this is, like I said, it's going to be the last event will decide all of this. Until then, we are all full on committed.
All right.
Yes, I'm sure Alex feels the same. I'm sure Neymar feels the same.
Definitely. No, actually, I was talking to Neymar and she said, like, oh my God, if Sari wins, I'm done. And I'm like, no, you have chances. She was like, oh, really? Oh, I'm gonna analyze that. And she went to talk to Diogo, and there's a variety of possibilities
There
for you
is.
guys. So
There
you
is.
gotta keep going, like you said.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Sari, she came with she told me she came with the goal of at least making semifinals, you know, in this event, because I think she made like the math, and if she is consistent on being in semifinals over and over, I think her
Chances are
pretty
increasing, yeah.
Yes, so that was her goal. And we have Amaida. This is a new wave, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice reverse of spin, keeps going. She's gonna find a section that will be good for her with the forward spin. And yes, she finds a section that's a very well worked wave for her. Probably will be her best wave.
It will be probably, and also, I mean, you know, we didn't see that in this heat. She really used all the space of the wave, always going forward. So I'm pretty sure she will increase her points, and if not, taking over the position in the heat. Let's see what the judges think about it.
That comment right there is so important. Using all the space in the wave, every possibility that the wave offers. And you see, she knew that was kind of like a slow section, and she used the reverse spin and this forward spin just to keep advancing. Sometimes a spin gives you that. And right there, that wave actually behaved as a beach break. You know, kind of.
This wave sometimes reminds me of a beach break.
Right.
Yes, like a wedgie beach break.
Right.
So it is interesting. You have like this big hole, like almost wedgie waves. Then you have almost a slab sometimes, and then you have a normal beach break. It's like everything is possible on this point here.
Well, you see, she got her best score so far, 5.40, not enough to take the lead, but now she actually decreased her lead and now is looking for a 4.86 to take that lead. Sari has to be very careful, has to ditch one of those mid-range scores to get some distance for Maida. Maida is very driven, I'm telling you. She's got it in her eyes. I saw her. She didn't even say hi to me. She was eyes on the prize all the time. I kind of like wave at her. She was like, eyes in the wave, you know. That's what you need.
Yes, look, Sari is coming on this one, which looks really nice. And it's building beautifully. And there you have
that's Sari.
The Sari roll.
Yeah, that's Sari.
I really like how she also used the whole space
Yeah.
on the wave and really like in a fluid way, you know, always gaining speed. And I think this will be definitely the highest score of the heat and will put her in a more comfortable position to
I
keep
do
that
believe the same
first
thing,
place.
yeah. No, look at that. I mean, the size of the wave, the section where she hit it, full pocket roll, full projection, typical Sari. Use that spin just to connect to this section and then one more roll there. So very good
Exactly.
wave. 7.25, it makes sense.
Oh, they dropped at 7.25. Yes, I think this is really fair reward for this. Especially, I really like the way she gets out of the roll and then she goes straight into the reverse, you know, without stalling, without preparing too much to move. It's like very fluid from one to the other. And that is also, I think, something the judges like to see.
It takes a lot of physical preparation in order to, you know, pass from one move to the other right away, you know.
You almost have to be already with your head, with your brain on the next move, you know.
That's
preparing-
right.
Yes.
And it's almost like if she has seen previous wave of Maida, which is impossible because she was in the lineup, it's almost like, okay, so she did a couple of things, I'm going to do the same thing. So great job there for Sari Ohara. We have a question for you. Adrian wants to ask you, what's Joanna's opinion about women's bodyboarding and sponsoring? Does she see any improvement regarding the sport? And, well, the Isabella was struggling last time to get help?
Well, that is a tough question because, I feel like it is completely up to each athlete how they do it and how you sell yourself. It's not sell yourself, but how you use your image, how you build it, how you perform with social media, how you go with sponsors, and where you look for sponsors as well. Like I can tell it's on my own behalf. Most of my sponsors are mainstream sponsors, so I really had to go out of bodyboarding, searching for funding where there is where there actually is money. So that's what I see. I feel like it is up to you, really. Nothing is impossible.
That's right.
It's all how you do it.
Well, I have to agree, man. That's how it is. But yeah, I believe female bodyboarding is growing. In different countries, we have different, let's say seeds. And we are seeing that with the Pro Junior Women Division. I mean, this year we have for the first time in so long a Hawaiian and so many other nationalities. We have Chileans. I mean, of course, the Brazilians are very impressive. The Portuguese are so strong, and the community is growing. And I believe it's getting better and better. So yeah, we're definitely missing Bella. And
yes, absolutely. We absolutely miss Bella. I mean, she's this amazing rider, and any comp will miss out if she's not in it. But I feel like it is always up to each person's decision how they want to be in the sport and how they want to do it and how they feel comfortable also. So there isn't a straight answer to this question, really.
That's right. I agree with you. Okay, so Maida Viana on a nice looking left goes for a powerful reverse spin, but not much left for her there. And I wanted to ask you, okay, let's just get this replay.
Okay, Maida, she went into a nice reverse spin on the left. There wasn't much else there on that wave. This left sometimes tricks you. You feel like there might be a roll opportunity, but then it just dies out on you. I think she took that wave thinking there could be something more, but there wasn't, so she just kicked out, goes out again. She needs quite a high score, right? She needs like a 7.60. Yeah, so that is a high scoring wave. She really needs to get a good wave for this score.
And 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and it's a tough situation. Just before we leave, I wanted to ask you about your take about Maldives, because this is your second time here. And how do you feel about this event and the island?
I love this event, and I love the island, and I love Maldives. I mean, what is not to love here?
And you always have taken the chance to go to a different island, either before or after the comp.
Exactly. I went to the local island a few days before the comp, and last year the same thing, because I felt like if I'm coming to the paradise of Maldives, I want to be on a white sand beach with palm trees and do the whole cliche thing. And it's beautiful. Like the colors are absolutely incredible. I advise everyone to take a ferry or come earlier next time or stay a few days longer, explore some more islands, because Male is beautiful and kind of crazy. It's a busy city, but all the other islands are little tiny paradises. Don't miss out on. Yeah.
All looking forward to that. Well, so good so far for Sari Ohara. 1 minute and 20 seconds. We have Boogie Chicks tuning in there. Kata, we love you. Thank you for being there. We're missing you in the comps. Did an amazing job. She ended third in the Master Division this year again. Let's see this one for Maida Viana. Might be last ditch effort, and she goes for the air rest. Wow. That's a good attempt.
It was a good attempt. It's a lot of effort from her. You can tell she's not giving up, right?
That's
until the last moment. And I feel like for her, really just the wave isn't coming, for the 7.60, you do need a good wave. And
that's right.
That's basically her problem right now. Getting that good wave with such a short amount of time left.
Yeah. I mean,
you have 2 ways to go for it. You could just wait there, and wait for Sari to make a priority mistake or take off and make her lose a priority, or just then take other waves coming in, but that is kind of risky because the wave could not give you the opportunity for the points you need.
It's just so hard, to use all those things. I've been saying it. So many tools, so many things involved in competition, but well, so far so good. And regardless of the results, I have to say congratulations to Maida Viana for a very good performance throughout this heat. And throughout this event, and she is getting the best results, and it's done. Congratulations to Sari Ohara. She advances to the great final. And Maida with her best results. Thank you very much, Joanna, for being here with us. It's been more than a pleasure, and we wish you the best of luck for the tour. You want to say something?
Well, anyway, everybody watching, keep watching because there is more to come. Today is the final day, right? So somebody will win. Don't miss it out.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We count on you for the rest of the tour. Okay, guys, we're going to hit a quick commercial break and going to be back real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Great to get the ladies' perspective on things in that first heat. We're now moving on to women's semifinal number 2 to find out who the second finalist will be in this division. Let's go straight into the water, Gio, and give us the lineup for this heat.
All right, let's check what's going on out there. It seems that we have some waves ridden. Our contender in red is Teresa Miranda from Canarian Island, and in yellow, Pamela Bowen from South Africa. Teresa in red, Pamela in yellow. It seems that both of these riders got their first waves. So in the card, we have 5 points for Teresa and 4 points for Pamela. So Teresa got the best of the first exchange.
All right, take one more look at this one. This is Teresa Miranda from Canary Islands. Rolls it off the top on the outside. This mushy left-hander doesn't offer any more scoring opportunity. So she gets out of that one. One more look at that. Nice move on the outside, punches through the lip, but not really a big wave and not really pitched that far out. Meanwhile, Pamela Bowen, very similar maneuver, kind of a through-the-lip roll, but will she get the second move off here? She drives it around to the inside, and no. So she gets a 4.0, and second wave here for Teresa Miranda. Down the line on this right forward spin. No lip move on the outside, another forward spin, and this wave not really offering a whole lot of opportunities for her. 3.25 on that one. One more angle on this one, Gio.
Right, that was a good-looking right-hander. Forward spin in the first section, almost loses it, but then able to keeps running. And one more spin, she just wanted another critical section there to hit a roll, but it never happens. So 3.25, that was all right. As she didn't have second wave, now this 3.25 is her backup score.
So who will meet Sadi Ohara in the women's final? Well, the good news is Sadi Ohara still in the running for another world title. But let's talk about world titles with Bego Martinez, who's with our last heat winner. Take it away, Bego.
Thank you very much, Jay. Sadio had such an important win for you. You are in that hunt for your second world title right here. Kind of like a slow start, but then you found a very good score. Tell us a little bit.
I've been watching the heat and waves during the day, since the competition started. Then I was like a bit struggle, where should I have weight? It's because it was like a bit windy. It was a bit bumpy, so it made me nervous a little bit. But the before my heat, it looked really good waves. Then I found the right, which I love. So I got super excited right away. I was really enjoying my heat. Yes, definitely.
Well, right now, we want to ask you, because Joanna was saying, do you do the math in the rankings? Do you, just start to count how much points you have, how many do you need, and stuff like that?
Since I won the Antofagasta for my second winning of this year, I gave up to count. And then just it's counting the 4 events out of 6. Is it right? So I was I need to advance semifinals in the 2 events. Then maybe it's coming to me. So I just gave up counting. I just gave up doing anything. Just for myself, doing what I love, doing what I need. So then, yeah, that's it.
Well, this year it might be the best year that I've seen you. What have you been doing? What have been your training? Why you are this driven, this good this year?
Actually, since I got here last year for first time, Maldives made me change all my bodyboarding style, like the knowledge, everything. Maldives changed me actually, because I used to do the Japanese bodyboarding style, which is okay, which is cool, which is beautiful, but not really good for big waves or even international bodyboarding style. So I really wanted to change, but I didn't know how to change my mind. I mean, my style. But since I got here last year, then I got shocked. Oh, this is a bodyboarding. So I was any new knowledge came to my brain. Then I changed everything about my board, about my training, how I train, how I practice. So I feel everything going well now. Yeah.
Well, Sari, quick words in Japanese. We have another contenders in the other heat.
皆さん本当に応援ありがとうございます。私の前のヒートから波が良くなって、もうすごいそこからとりあえずいい波だけに乗ろうと思って楽しもうと思いました。なんか思ったよりもいい波が来なくて、もっとやりたかったな、ARS とかしたかったなと思ったんですけど、次のファイナルのために取っとこうと思います。これ優勝したらまたワールドチャンピオンに一歩近づくので応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you guys for watching. I'm getting closer to it. I'm so excited, but I just do my best, just do my surfing, as David Hubbard saying to me. So just do it. So please support me and then watch the live webcast and the final woman. So thank you very much.
おめでとう、Sari, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Arigato, Begonia. Oh, that was such an amazing words. Something seems that happened with Sari. Meanwhile, Pamela found this nice-looking left-hander, throws a roll right on the shoulder, and she found space for one more move, and she cuts off the back. That was a 6.5. Great wave there for Pamela, and she got one more shot on this right one. But anyway, lovely words from Sari, and great wave for Pamela. Jay.
Yeah, no doubt. I found it pretty interesting that she said this event last year changed her style. She said she was riding sort of Japanese style, and then she changed to international style after she came here.
Love that.
I'm interested to know specifics on that. That's really intriguing to me. But I think, what she's saying is, just to kind of loosely translate, is basically what won her heats in Japan, she figured out would not win her heats on the world tour. So she had to up her game a bit. once she saw what was going on in this event last year. So, I mean, not that it's affected her. She's a world title holder, of course, but she's going for world title number 2 here, and she knew she had to raise her game, and here she is in the final.
You should call her for the real deal interview, Jay.
I like it. I like it.
For those who don't know, Jay has this amazing podcast called The Real Deal, where you do have interviews and a lot of knowledge about bodyboarding and what's going on in the bodyboarding world right now. And you can talk us a little bit about more your podcast, Jay.
Well, I did. Yeah, I actually interviewed her last year at this event.
Oh, yeah.
So I got her perspective from that point of view. But yeah, maybe it's time for an update. It's the Real Deal Show. It's a podcast. You can do a search for the Real Deal Show, spelled like my last name, if you're giving me the chance to plug it. And check it out. Yeah, but for now, we are in the midst of this heat. Pam Boweren holding down the lead, the South African. Dominating so far with a total heat score of 10.5 points. Teresa Miranda needs a 5.51 to take the lead, 14.5 to go.
All right, and this lady in yellow, she is 161 centimeters tall, weighing in 68 kilos, and she's from Cape Town, South Africa, and she's riding a 41 board.
Yeah, she's she's kind of popped on the world scene here in the last, 9 months since the finals at the Walker Bay Pro last year. I mean, at least on an international level, nobody had really heard of Pam Boweren, and then all of a sudden there she is in the final against Isabella Souza. So a wave coming here for Teresa Miranda. She's trying to answer back to Pam Boweren's lead right now, and it gets 2 good solid rolls off. And here she goes with a third one. So Teresa Miranda stepping it up here in the midway portion of this heat. As I mentioned, she needed a 5.51 to take over the lead. I'm going to say that's probably going to do it.
Let's take the replay. Nice clean wave. Goes for the roll right in the pocket. Stalling for another move, and that one was really good. Another one finishing move. 3 rolls there for Teresa. And it's good to say this lady is 161 centimeters tall. She is weighing 64 kilograms, and she's riding a 40 inches board, Jay.
Yeah, she's a little more short and compact, so naturally she's going to ride a shorter board. It should be mentioned that all the early bodyboards were 42 inches in the early days because that was the biggest board you could ship through the U.S. Postal Service, or UPS, which is a parcel carrying service in the United States. That really was what dictated the 42-inch length, because the very first boogie that Tom Moore invented, that thing was like 50 inches long. So it's really the parcel carrier regulation that set the standard length at a 42, and then at some point people figured out that not everybody can ride the same size board, and of course now we have boards of all sizes, which is great.
Really is. And in this heat, last wave of red, Teresa Miranda 7 points, and she's now obviously in the lead. Her backup score 5 points. Pamela chasing. All right, Jay, take us to the replay again.
Yeah, right in the bowl there. She stalls it, waits for the lip to pitch. Nice positioning, nice read of that wave. Gets the second roll and finishes with the third one. She got little pitching sections on each of those 3 rolls. So, again, great read, waiting for the wave to do what it's going to do and taking advantage of each of those little opportunities. And the score reflects that with that 7.0.
Yeah, and now Pamela with 6.5 and 4 points. It's looking for 5.51 to take the lead. We now have 11 minutes and 11 seconds to the end of this heat, being Kabbalistic.
Yeah, Hold on, what was that word?
Kabbalistic.
Kabbalistic.
You haven't ever heard about it?
I don't know what that word means.
Oh, you may do
I know
research.
cannibalistic.
No.
Okay, that's something different.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to is that an English word?
No.
Okay.
I think it's an universal word. I'll say upper right in red. This is Teresa Miranda. Kabbalistic means there's something with the numbers and the universe.
Oh.
Kabbalistic numbers.
Wow,
yeah.
we're getting spiritual here.
Yeah, we always do, right? We are riders. we are always connected with the mother nature,
Yeah.
and it's all about math and spiritual things. Do you agree?
Sure. If you say so, I'll agree with it. That's great. Everybody has their take on it, but we all have this one common denominator that is the ocean and bodyboarding, and that's why we're all here, folks. Just to recap what's going on, if you just happen to join us, we are on final day number 6 here at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. We have a list of sponsors a mile long. We want to give them thanks, and here we go. Visit Maldives, our destination partner, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, the Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, Adhadu, Baruzu Catering. I just had lunch. Delicious out there. Thanks, guys. Official events, Muja's Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, Mukai Hotel, and our supporting partners, DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Police, and Male City Council. The list is long, the support is great, and the love is there for all of those great sponsors.
Love it.
Yeah.
And regarding to Sadi's words, once again, there was a moment that she said, I'm doing what I want, I'm doing what I need, and I do what I love. So this is very strong words, and it's really express how passionate we are in our sport and where we can go and what we are up to do to reach what we want. This is so good.
I think that slogan should be on a T-shirt. I like that. I do. What was it again? Give us those 3 phrases.
What I want, what I want, what I do, and what I love. I don't think that was the proper
like
order,
that, right.
but was like that. Something like
Okay.
that.
Hear that, Sadi Ohara? You have a T-shirt business in the making, that being your first one. So, yeah, great stuff here. All these competitors have such a different mindset, a different approach to competition. Some are just like, hey, just surf and the points will come. Others are very calculated. They think about the strategies and the position of the other rider out there. And then, everyone is different. It's really interesting to see all the different perspectives of how to tame this beast that is the Visit Maldives Pro.
I'm 100% agreeing with this, and not about the riding. Some riders are just like that with boards. I have a 41 and a half, a 41.75, a 41.2, but it's a little bit thicker. And other riders just get the board, go out there and say, oh, this one fits for me, that one doesn't suit for me. So what kind of rider are you in competition riding back in the days and with your board and with your gear in general?
That's a great question, really, Gio.
Thank you.
It's really, really good question because it is different for everyone. I'm one of those guys that if the board is generally what I like, I'm fine. I'm going to learn how to ride it. I'm going to figure it out. But I know guys that if they go out on one session and the board doesn't do what they want, they're done with it. They think something's wrong with the board. It's not me. And they want, a quarter of an inch, an eighth of an inch makes such a difference to them. To me, if you're a good bodyboarder and the board is more or less your size and what you like, you're going to figure it out, I think. What about you?
That's tough, right?
Yeah.
I think for me, it's all about the flotation.
Okay. Yeah, the buoyancy.
Yeah, the buoyancy. Yeah, because I really don't matter if it's a 41, a 41 and a half, or a 42. That's the kind of range I'm into. But I have a 41 board that I love. It's an old one, but it's still there. I'm riding now a 41-inch board, and I already had a 42 inches board that I used to like very much. Meanwhile, in yellow, up and riding Pamela Bowen, looking for improve their situation in the heat. That was a small wave, quick little roll. It doesn't gonna change much.
Yeah, you can see her taking off. She's kind of holding back, waiting for the lip to pitch. She finds a kind of a pitching lip, but the wave literally just dies a quick death in the channel. She needed a 5.51, now down to the 5-minute mark, and things are starting to get critical here for Pam Bowen if she wants to claw her way back into the lead. Certainly an attainable score for her, but that all depends on Teresa Miranda. If she gets another really good high-scoring wave, it could be lights out for Pam, and vice versa. Right now, Teresa has first priority, so it's her heat to control at the moment, and Pam Bowen's going to have to really hope that something comes in here in this closing part of the heat.
Yeah, and that 7 point is the difference in this heat. You know, many of these riders haven't got 7 points in a heat. That's a very good wave. Her backup score, it's a kind of an average wave, 5 points. And for sure, she's looking to improve that. As Pamela, her best wave, it's a 6.5, actually a very nice ride, and a 5.25 as a backup score. She's looking for 5.51. We're under 5 minutes now, exactly 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Well, this thing is wide open yet, but Teresa taking advantage so far.
Well, this is what's going to have to happen here for Pam Bowen. She's going to have to, we talked about selling a wave. Pam Bowen, if a set comes, is going to have to sell a wave to Teresa Miranda, which means she's going to have to act like she's going to go, cause Teresa to paddle for the wave, lose priority, and then hopefully there's one behind it, and Pam Bowen will then have first priority and get her shot. There is enough time for this to happen, 3.5 minutes. Is Pam a wily enough competitor to realize that? And strangely, Teresa Miranda's giving her a lot of space here, folks. I mean, this is kind of unusual when you have priority and you have the lead. Usually you want to stick right on top of that other person. So I'm really kind of surprised to see her giving her a wide berth. They should, you know, I don't know what's going through her head.
Yeah, they're getting closer now, but I think that's another point that will be different from rider to rider. Some riders are just very, competitive, and as they say, they compete with the book under the arm, right?
Yeah.
Just that's what you call?
Use the rules to make the heat. Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
And the others, it seems like Teresa, it's one of them say, I'll just go out there and I'll do my surfing and I'll get priority as I have to, and I will not be like that, chasing the rider, or just let things flow. Maybe I don't know what else to do. When I was out there, I was kind of I want to find my better surfing, and the winner will come for the one who deserves it. But
Yep.
I really have to say that in this high level of competition, and when you have money and a title in the game, priority is something that you really have to, be very sharp on.
Yeah, so right there, we just saw her sell that wave to Teresa Miranda. That's exactly what I was talking about. Pam paddles for the wave. Teresa then paddles to try to keep her off, and now the priority has switched. Now Pam Bowen, with 1.5 minutes to go, is hoping for a Hail Mary wave here, and this is her shot right here. She has first crack at any set wave coming in. I see a bump on the outside. Is this going to be the wave she needs?
Yeah, that's definitely a mistake from Teresa. She just, You know, oh my God, there it is. Pamela Bowen looking on this left-hander, comes around the section, goes for the roll. She needs 5.51. Oh my God, now it's up to the judges, Jay.
Well, yeah, I'm not seeing that one as getting the score she needs. She's waiting right here. The thing bowls out. Nicely placed roll, but she does punch through the lip. She doesn't get this huge projection into the flats. And one maneuver wave. So, gosh, this is going to be a nail biter here for Pam Bauer. And I think this is the score we're seeing, a 4.5 on the screen. So she just falls short here with that last-ditch effort. It's going to be interesting to see if a good wave comes through in these next 25 seconds that could have made the difference for Pam Bauer. And it certainly looks like a right-hander here well, Teresa Moran is just going to give it a miss. She's going to hang on to that priority just in case.
Maybe the next one, right? Oh, there it is. There is the right-hander that you was mentioning coming around the section. Let's see if there's something, a forward spin, and another one. Yeah, this is the victory lap for Teresa Miranda. Nice roll. It could be the wave if Pamela has got it. It could be,
could have been.
We will know. Never know.
So let's go to the highlights, folks. We're going to be right back with the drop knee.
තේකෑගේ වාහකේ. විහාර ඒට හුස්සකින් උලේකනු ජේන. Say hello to Dirab සතේක GB packs. ඉවෙස් පේනුම් මුද්දතකා.
So our women's final is set with Teresa Miranda and Sadia O'Hara. I am rejoined in the studio by the voice of the IBC, Bego Martinez.
Thank you, Jay. And we are about to see a heat very important for Dave Hover future. Let's hit the water because we have Dave and Fabian Tazar right there in the semifinal, number 1 for the drop knee division. And Dave very close to break a record in bodyboarding history, but he has still to see what happens to Sammy and Amori in the next heat. And of course he needs to win this event in order to get that title right here in the Maldives.
Yes, indeed. Drop knee division is happening, folks. We are, let's see, about 3 minutes into this heat, and we have some scores already on the board for these two riders during the recap from the last heat, and it looks like somebody's up and riding. Somebody just launched one huge. Somebody went big, and we're waiting for scores to pop through, and hopefully we'll get some replays of what we missed. But yeah, critical heat for Dave Hubbard in his quest to be 10-time world champ in the drop knee division. But he has some people to get through, the first of which is Fabian Thazar in this heat. Semifinal heat number 1.
Okay, and Teresa Miranda just got her best result of this year tour. She has been having a great run, but it's all about these guys right here. Look at that stance. He looks comfortable, goes for the first turn. He will go for another one. Very good performance there for Fabian in this heat. I mean, in this event.
A sick, chunky snap right there on the open face, and another one, backhand snaps galore for this man. And here's Dave Hubbard. Look at the control here. Nice snap, cuts it back, and this thing's starting to steepen up, and he has to duck through the back. And a further wave for Fabian Thazar, this time on his front side, and he goes up and lofts it off the top and just gets demolished on the landing. So lots of waves ridden, but for right now, I'd like to go down and see what Teresa Miranda has to say. Gio Lara, what does she have to say? Well, perhaps she's not ready to talk to us yet, so we will wait a moment. We're going to continue on with this heat. 20 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the heat at the moment. Okay, now we're ready down there with Gio. Take it away, buddy.
All right, Jay, thank you. We all want to hear what Teresa has to say as she's made through the finals here at the Maldives. What do you have to say to everyone, Teresa?
Nada, ayer tristemente la familia canaria recibimos una noticia muy mala, la peor, de las peores. Nuestro amigo Patrick se fue, así que quiero dedicarle esto para él. Tenía una gran motivación, apenas dormí anoche, pero me dio mucha fuerza para darlo todo esta manga y quiero llegar a la final, poder ganar y dedicárselo a él y a toda su gente.
All right, that's good to you take your time to, you know, show your love to your friend, but now. What are you gonna do with your mindset and concentrate for the finals?
Estar tranquila, creo que hoy lo principal es elegir las mejores olas. Si soy capaz de hacer eso y mantener la tranquilidad y la prioridad en los buenos momentos, creo que podré ganar y a título para casa.
And a quick shout out for your friends and family.
Muchas gracias a toda mi familia que me está apoyando, a mi sponsor Brisa Bodyboarding, FMO, y eso, un abrazo grande para los padres de Padre, toda la familia, la gente de la Caleta y a todo Tenerife y Canarias. Un saludo y gracias por el apoyo.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Very beautiful, and yeah, Canarian bodyboarding community just lost an amazing soul. 14-year-old Patrick Popa Chigardo from Tenerife. Unfortunately, he passed away yesterday in an accident. So condolences to his family and congratulations to Teresa for just taking the time to dedicate this to him. She said she barely slept last night, and he was a very beautiful soul. I'm telling you, he was a cheerful person. And let's see this one for Fabian Tazar.
All right, Fabian throws a nice hack out on the shoulder here, comes back out onto the open face, another blast back into the pocket, and a third one off the lip reverse. Beautifully done, but he can't hang on for that finish move. And Fabian Thazar is hanging in there right now in first position in this heat. One more look at this wave. This is actually a really solid rail turn right here, and another, and this final maneuver here blasting the reverse, but again comes unstuck right there. He's getting good scores for this one nonetheless, and holding down first position, kind of, you know, unexpected. Dave Hubbard has been so insanely dominant in this drop knee division throughout the entire competition that to see him in second place at any point in the heat, especially, you know, 7 minutes in, is a little bit of a shocker. So he's got a lot of patience, though. I feel like he's gonna just be patient, take his time, and get those waves that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, he is a very patient person. He is a very nice, he's a very cool and calm personality, so I believe he's on the top of his game. He wants it. I'm sorry, I got stuck. He wants this win. I loved the interview with you. I loved his words, just saying that he's taking it step by step, not even thinking about breaking a record, because guys, this is a huge deal. If he gets this title here or at any time in this year, he will be having the most titles that any bodyboarder has had in history. So let's see this one here for him. He's gonna go for first turn, conservative one, and another one, and yeah, I mean, that's I think he might get rid of that 3.5 after this one. Take us through it.
Yeah, kind of not really a great wave for him. Nice turn back into the pocket. Another one. He's waiting for something to wall up in front of him. Not really happening here. So an uncharacteristically slow start for Dave Hubbard. Gets a 4.9 for those nice rail turns. But again, not one of the bigger waves. So we're not seeing those excellent scores we're used to seeing. His wife is here. She flew in with him, and so he's got that familial support system with him, which I'm sure is nice for Dave. And you know, the fact that he's got a potential 10th world title on the line, he seems what we call nonplussed in English. It means he's not really even worried about it. He's so low stress, it's almost scary, this guy, you know. But maybe that's what makes his clock tick. You know, just keep the stress at a minimum level. Looks like a set on the outside right now. Fabian Thazar holding down priority. Nope, that's a mirage right there. So these guys will go sit out there with 15 minutes to go. And Dave's just going to have to wait it out.
Well, you know, I have to say, I believe there's a point in a professional bodyboarder and a professional athlete where you have been around so long. For example, in the case of Dave, he's 41 years of age, got 9 titles. So let's see this one sec. It's a backhand, very good drop, one first turn. Gotta love those hip movements that he applies. I believe, because seriously, he has a rhythm there, you know, it's something different from everybody's style. Let's see this one for Fabian, very good turn as well. And another one, he keeps going. I think he might find the late session there. Actually, no, late section.
So these two goofy footers taking a slightly different approach, but Fabian Thazar has definitely been on the positive end of the wave gods here at this point. He's getting lots of good waves. Take this wave for Dave Hubbard. Check it out. Blasting backhand on this right, but he has to punch through the ceiling as that thing shuts down. He gets a 4.9. One more look at it. Looks great right here. Just a hack and a half right there, but the wave just shuts down so fast. Meanwhile, Thazar, check this one out. Wow, just doing a hatchet job out on the shoulder there, and another jam out on the shoulder as well, and going for the finish move with one more little flick of the tail, and that's a 6.0 for him. So Thazar finds himself in a surprising situation, I have to say, with the 9-time world champ on the ropes at this point. Dave Hubbard needs a 6.6 to take over the lead. So I'm thinking he needs an outstanding wave or 2 better waves than what he has already. His best score, just a 4.9, something we don't usually see from him. So, you know, it's going to be potentially last-minute heroics for Dave Hubbard if he wants to get into that final and repeat what he did last year in this event by winning this division. So we'll see how he plays this out for the last half of the heat. We're coming down to the midway mark right now.
Well, this is a difficult drop for Dave, but not really. Oh, yes, it was. It kind of looked like a difficult drop, kind of like a late drop there for him, and he lost control. So that's one that's thrown away.
Well, you can see he tries to just pull in the barrel right on the takeoff. That's insanely difficult on a bodyboard with no fins, but the chandelier comes off the ceiling and lands right on his head on that one. And Dave's getting scores in the 1.5 range. His 2 high scores now, a 6.75 and a 6.0. We're talking about Fabian Thazar. So he continues to dominate the heat. Dave now has a 7.5. We had a wave in there somewhere that I think that might have been that backhand blast in the middle of the face.
That was it.
So that was a solid one for Dave, but still not enough to move him into first. Now he only needs a 5.25. So things are tightening up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking 5.25. I mean, come on, he can do that in his sleeps, you know. He is he won this event last year. He won in Antofagasta, which is the richest event of this year tour. Looking for a very important win here. A lot on stake for Dave Hubbard. And if you're tuning in right now, let us know who are you cheering for. I saw some Réunionnais tuning in saying La Réunion l'est là, which means the reunion it's there or it's here. So let us know who are you cheering for in this heat. Do you think Dave is going to take the win? Is Fabian Thazar going to be the world title slayer for Dave? That might happen. But, you know, this guy right here, he just, he's not going to, you know, he's leaving everything on the field. That was a tricky one.
Yeah, so Dave coming unstuck again, and seems like his run of luck has slowed down here. He's trying to drive across this wave and maintain speed. Little flat spot in the middle there, so he loses a lot of speed. Gets the board up on the lip as that lip falls, but just gets blown up on the landing. So Dave Hubbard struggling a little bit, gets a 3.0 on that wave, still remaining in second position. And now with 10 minutes to go, needs a 5.25. As you said, he can do that in his sleep. We've seen him do it time and time again. Some of the highest heat scores in the event. At the last heat, I think he had a 16.5 total heat score, which is super high.
You know what will be interesting to see? I mean, remember in the men division, he was actually knocked out by Réunionnais, which is, it was Ziggy. Ziggy took him out of the competition, out of the men division. And what if Fabian Thazar does the same thing in the drop-in division? Who knows? Fabian, lots of motivation in this event. He was saying to me in the interview, here comes, here strong. First snap there, that will be it. But yeah, he said he has a lot of motivation. He is joined by a crew. So let's see this.
And here he goes. Comes around. Look at that bottom turn. And through this flat spot here, he's going to get a little steep section. And he throws some chunks out on the shoulder. And that's going to be it for that wave. So kind of a one-move wave, kind of medium scores for him. And this one's not going to replace his 6.0 or his 6.75. Meanwhile, during that exchange, Dave had this right-hander, a couple of backhand snaps, and again gets shut down on that finish move. Big roundhouse right there to redirect back into the pocket. And watch this. Blam! One more time. Tries to get another turn up into the lip, but it just shuts down a little too fast. So Dave picking up some good scores, though, because he did get those turns right on the critical outside portion of the wave. And this is going to end up being his second highest scoring wave. And that folks, is enough to push Dave Hubbard into the lead. Fabian Thazar now in the hot seat with 8 minutes to go, needs a 6.76. So suddenly the tables have turned and our 9-time world champ has the advantage out there.
That's right. That wave served in and got more than the score he needed. Right now, Fabian, I mean, at 6.76, it can be done. And here comes again Dave. I think he's feeling more motivation after that great turn, and that's another one. But yeah, unfortunately, not able to complete.
So yeah, he gets up, excuse me, in the drop knee stance, drives around this section, up into the lip, blasting that tail blow right there, and just too nose heavy on the landing here. So yeah, Dave once again trying to find those big moves and struggling with the big moves, but still in the lead. Just doesn't have that commanding lead that I know he's used to and likes to have at this stage of the heat. 7 minutes remaining. Thazar still within reach here. Fabian is not out of contention by any stretch, and he does have first priority. And now it's a waiting game. Maybe have time for a couple more sets out there, and this could be the determining factor on who makes it into the final.
That's right, 6 minutes and 35 seconds. I want to read you, people, where you at? Who are you cheering for right here? Let's see if Fabian Thazar can take this win and prevent Dave from becoming world champ in this event. That was a nice wave for Fabian, but he has to do more than that to get that 6.76 that he's looking for.
So yeah, what we're finding here, at least what I've seen consistently in this heat, is the right-handers offer the one big outside move, and then they shut down really quick. And the lefts offer a little more long peeler there. So right now on your screen, get your phones out, scan that QR code, take you to the IBCWorldTour.com website, all the info that you need to follow along with us here today, including live scoring, the tour schedules there, and a link to this live webcast. You wouldn't need that because you're already here on the live webcast, but you can send it to your friends. You can text it to them and say, hey, tune in. I know Dave's family's probably watching. It's, 10:40 p.m., 10:41 p.m. over there in Hawaii, and our rankings are as follows. You can see, so important for Dave to win this heat to keep his hopes alive. He's leading the tour right now with his fellow Kauai bodyboarder and 4-time world champ Sammy Moratino in second, Amory Laverne, who is out of the running now, in third, Manuel Cepeda, Araya Tabalno, another Hawaiian female drop near.
Amory Laverne still is in the semifinal.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry, Amory. Don't punch me in the face, dude.
Amory and Sammy are facing each other.
So that's a face-off that's coming up. You do not want to miss that. And, yeah, so there's the top rankings. Every once in a while I make a mistake. I am human, folks.
So, no worries. It's completely normal.
Staring at a TV 10 hours a day will do it to you occasionally. But in any case, back to the heat at hand here, 4.5 minutes to go. Fabian Thazar is just playing that waiting game.
Well, let's see if it works for him so far. He got a 3.5 after his last wave. And no, I mean, Fabian is also a very cool and calm guy, I've seen he's a very composed rider as well. Lots of motivation, nothing actually to lose. I mean, he's got good points to earn in this event, and it will be great just to see him advance. But of course, Dave, it's one of the favorites, if not the favorite for this event, just coming from winning last year, being so close from the 10th world title, being such a stylish, drop knee rider. I have to say he's a stylish, unique. Check this out. Actually, speaking of such, look at that. That was just an impressive snap, and another one. He just swings in the bodyboard. He's got something really different from the rest. We have to say that.
Yeah, there's no question about it. His control over his board is second to none. I mean, I have to pinpoint guys like Sammy Moratino and even Matt Lackey in Australia as some of the best drop knee riders out there in the world right now today. Maybe there's some underground rider that we don't know about, but
For sure.
from what I've seen, these three guys are on a different plane. And, Dave Hubbard just has demonstrated time and time again that his mastery of riding bodyboards, not just drop knee, but prone as well, you look at any of the footage of him, it's mind-blowing. Check this wave one more time. And look at this. That is like Jason Voorhees in the Friday the 13th movies chopping bodies right there. It's like a hatchet coming down and just splitting logs, folks. That's just, it is brutal. And look at this, Fabian Thazar. Oh, he almost comes unstuck after that little snap. He's trying to find the lip move here, a tiny little snap there, and that one's just not working out for him. So Fabian Thazar is going to have to play the hustle game. He does have first priority at this point. He needs a 6.76 to take over the lead, and with 2 minutes to go, it is a massive uphill battle for him.
And with this score that just dropped, it's an 8-point ride, and it makes a lot of sense because that was a very powerful wave for Dave. You can tell he puts all his strength in those turns, and the judges just loved it. An 8-point ride right now. Fabian looking for an 8.75, and this is not gonna do the trick, Only 1.5 minutes, and it's all looking towards Dave Hubbard advancing to the great final for the drop knee division right here.
Well, what's interesting is we talked to Dave yesterday, and you pointed out that he had a bandage on his foot. Now watch this. Watch his back foot is just, that hurt me to watch that. And it's his back foot hanging over the back of the board right on his ankle where it drapes over the tail of the board is getting so cut up from him doing hard turns like that, and he gets one final wave here, and just putting the exclamation point on it. And though he got a slow start, boy, he really came on strong. Look at this, just buckets, folks. He could have given a shower to everyone on this island with that turn. And there he goes. He's like, I think I'm going to call it quits. He takes one look over his shoulder to think, should I go back out there? Is Fabian going to get an 8.75? Doubtful. 30 seconds to go. Thazar out there alone. And miracles can happen, but I don't know. I'm giving the odds in Dave Hubbard's favor right now.
I have to say, let's see this one. Last effort for Fabian Thazar. Is he going to find the score? He's looking for a very radical floater there. Almost impossible to pull out. But yeah, congratulations to Fabian Thazar. He's going to get an equal third in this division. And Dave Hubbard going straight to the final. Let's see who meets him. And let's see if he can get that title. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with the second semifinal for the drop knee division.
Nar sathe kunodi nuwana harum fashigen dibhingi to bar hoda fawa jarumanuga modu Deutsch brand nuga engine generator set. DJ ke hitumai itubara magubol kama ko bihi aharam vorgin duwa.
Me. Fair funny. Tiki zaharennone. Yaginta ijaga kandin pahum mage delofus ehembe heonuwadi bakura. Gam masha ini lakka itubare jana male kiyagindo. Aha itubare nukurabe itubara yaginka madeni emme tanakashe. Etanun kure pre-test whose world class brand ge karanta be huriha samana tools libeng heri stelco sales center uga. Ingidde miem makiyani itubar kalaya nuda. Sabahe kalya. Electric cable, distributional cable, house wire cable, current board, switch, breakers, panel boards for high-rise buildings. Stelco Sales Center.
Well, that was just so epic to see Dave advancing to the great final, and we are going to see in this one who's going to meet him, because these two guys right there, they do have a chance to become world champ, but it depends on what happened in this heat and in the next one, of course. Let's hit the water director, please. Stressful moments for the drop knees. Sammy Moratino in a more 11 right here.
Yeah, this is the last semi-final of this event. We have in the water a stacked heat between Sammy Morantino from Hawaii in red and Emery Laverne from Reunion Island, of course under the flag of the France, in yellow. So none of those riders haven't ridden any wave yet, and kind of a low start here, but you see there is a wave coming just on the left side of your screen, and it seems that's Emery Laverne throwing first blood in his heat, pops the drop knee, comes around the section, here's the pump, and then blasts in a nice floater. Yes, strong start for Emery. I love that.
I was very impressed. Actually, look at that. He was determined since the very beginning. See how he just pumping rail to rail, and he found that section. So very good start for Amaury Laverne. It's a really showing off. I mean, he needs to definitely put everything, leave everything on the field right here. I mean, it's Sammy Moratino. Come on. It's one of the best riders that we have in Dromney Division. And he is battling as well as himself for the world title. I'll tell you what, even though Amaury hasn't won any of the Dromney Division events, he did finish second in Antofagasta. So that means he's got 1,720 points. And in the case of Sammy, he won in Garden Island Boogie Classic, but that was only a 1,000 points event. So right now, Sammy is holding 1,000 points, and Amaury is holding 1,720 for his count. So if one of them are going to go to the final. So if one of them win this event, they have a chance in Sintra. But if Dave's wins, it's over. Dave's become world champ here. Well, we have an interview ready with Jay, and wait a second, let's just see this one. The first for Sammy Moratino.
Yeah, pops a drop knee, nice hack in the first section. There is someone else there, another snap right on the shoulder, cuts up the back. First wave of Sammy Moratino. Let's check the replay before our man Jay Rio got the interview. Another look at this one, nice hack, and then pops right under the shoulder. Nice snap there. Sammy Moratino scores a drop in 5.5. Meanwhile, Jay Rio is down the beach with the winner of the last heat. Take us through, Jay.
Well, thanks to you. Dave, you are like an axe murderer, and the wave is your victim out there. You were slicing and dicing, man, but it was a slow start for you this time.
Yeah, it was a little slow start, and I was happy that finally I kind of got in the rhythm and found some opportunities. So I was really stoked to just keep cracking at it and ended up with the better points.
Did you feel any anxiety because of that slow start? I mean, Fabian Thazar halfway through the heat was still in first position.
Yeah, no, I tried to keep the nerves at bay, and I knew that there was still lots of time. Like you mentioned, it was within half of the heat, so there's still plenty of time, and I knew just one wave could get me back in front. And so once I got that wave, I still wanted to improve on that, which I did. So yeah, slow start, but I found the rhythm at the end.
Well, you seem very relaxed. I know your wife is here, so how's that affecting your whole mental state in this event?
Yeah, it's so nice to have Evelyn here. She's so supportive and just always making sure I have exactly what I need, and so less things for me to personally worry about. And yeah, super exciting to share this special place with her.
All right, so Dave Hubbard trying to repeat as drop knee winner as he did last year, trying to do it again this year. Good luck to you, buddy.
Thanks, Jay.
All right, back inside, guys.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yes, I mean, so composed and so cool and calm. Day forward. And I'm telling you, I was actually having this conversation with Jay. I believe there's a point in the career of a professional athlete when this athlete has already taken many titles and has already been competing for so long. There's a point that the challenge is to control yourself. You know, the challenge is to be more and more focused and more calm towards, you know, the competition. I believe that's maturity in competition, and I believe that's what Dave is doing at this point.
Yeah, it seems that's when the guy really reaches the master status, is when he kind of have this cool and calm decisions on what's happening. Sometimes you have very good riders, but they seem always very kind of stressed and, you know, a lot of tension. But when you have the opportunity to be face to face with a master, you feel like something calm, very, you know, kind of a Zen master. I was mentioning that like last year, and I call it Dave like a Zen master. It seems for me that, as you're mentioning, he reaches this status, you know, he looks very composed, you know, choosing the words as he chooses the waves. And it's very nice to see someone reaching that level. And I can tell you, I feel the same when I'm talking to Emery and Pierre. It seems that these guys have reached at some point in their careers that they really are kind of a black belts, you know?
That's right. I mean, it's just a thing of, you know, being more mature, advancing, and it's showing a lot in Dave's career. Last year, we saw the best of him here in this event, and he feels very comfortable. Let's see this one for Sammy. Backing attack. He's going to go for first turn. And another one. Looking for a backup score, and probably this one right here. Very complete ride for Sammy Moratino. A lot in stake for Sammy. He needs these points. And yes, he has a 5.5, and this will be a nice score. Probably, I mean, for sure bigger than what he already have.
Yeah, let's go for the replays. Nice looking right-hander snaps right the first shoulder. Another very powerful turn. Another one, and then has a little paddle right there using his hand to keep riding the wave. And more speed for the last turn. And then he look at the judges and say, hey guys, I'm here. And then Emery got another one. Good looking left. Seems a couple turns right there. Let's rate the scores. The last one of Sammy, 7 points, Bagel. 7 points. Strong ride for Sammy.
Well, yes, I mean, it makes sense. And this one for Mauri, good performance, actually. Smaller wave. You know, Pierre mentioned something that just stick to my mind. He said he understood how the judges are loving those rides, and I tell you why. Because the rides are longer, and it gives you that opportunity of performing more maneuvers and utilize that, I mean, length to just, you know, try to bring more variety. And that's what just happened with Tammy. That was a very complete wave, and that's why he gets a 7. In the case of Amari, he gets a 4.90, which is not bad. But given the fact of a 7 and a 5.5 that Sammy has, he has to do better.
And there is again Emery Laverne up and riding. Popsa dropped me a lot of bumps on this one. Nice slash throw in the tail. A long ride with the tail, and he maintains control, and he finished the wave. Maybe it's going to be a little better than his 4.9. I don't know. I'm not a judge. I'm not a drop knee judge. Anyway, that was a nice looking move for Emery.
Yeah, it's just, you know, see, the lefts are shorter, you know, but that's a good one. It's actually, oh wow, but he kind of like lost control right there. I don't believe the judges enjoy that too much. It's a 3.75 for Amaury. It's not even affecting his total score.
Yeah, you are right. I actually love you know, the forward and backwards driving right there in the end of that move. But anyway, strong lead for Sammy, 7 and 5.5. Omori, 5 points, backing up with a 4.9. It seems that we have some waves coming through. On the right side of your screen, we have a paddle. This is Sammy Morentino up and riding. Nice snap right on the shoulder. Another one stronger than the first one. Maintains controlling his board under the foam. Another shot there for Sammy. Yeah, this guy is in the rhythm. He's in the hunt. And it seems that we're going to have everything that we were expecting, Dave and Sammy in the final. Of course, everything can change, Bego.
Yeah, it's not over until the horn sounded. And yes, 2 beautiful turns for Sammy. And the use of his upper body just delivering for him. And another very good score, 7.50. Sammy Morentino looking to face Dave Hubbard and try to spoil the dream of becoming a world champion in paradise like Maldives for Dave Hubbard. He's going to battle this thing till the end, I'm telling you. He's got eyes on the prize and he's very determined. He wants this, and it's a classic final. Sammy and Dave, how many times we're going to ask him that. I believe they probably have faced each other in drop knee division for maybe like 100 times or more.
Uncountless times, and they will keep doing it. As for me, it seems that we have both of the best riders in drop knee in the world. Of course, I know that we have so many great riders in drop knee in Australia, in South America, in Central America. There are a lot of drop knee riders, but here in the World Tour, we have a great dominance of Dave Hubbard with 9 world titles and Sammy with 4 titles. But then Emery Laverne got this one. Nice left. Whoa, that was a beautiful move there for Emery. Right on the lip of the wave. Hammers it nicely. Landed with full control. Great effort for Emery Laverne.
Very good, very radical, very difficult to pull. Oh, what happened there? I wanted to see that again. Thank you. Yeah, very, very strong move for Omori right there. Looks like if it was Jay surfing there. So good. Let's see how much he gets for this one. And I'm dare to say it might be his biggest score. And it's dropping around the 6 points. Look at that. Actually, you know, that was very beautiful. Such a great floater for him. 6.5. It is his best score, but still, he needs an 8-point ride to take the first position and the possibility of advancing to the final.
Yeah, and Emery is making things harder for Sammy. Well, it's 10 minutes, 11 minutes remaining, so, well, Emery can definitely, spoils Sammy's dream for being a world champion this year and match against Dave in the final. 10 minutes and 45 seconds in the clock. There is a good-looking wave come through. No takers on this one. And conditions are improving at this time. Looking very beautiful out there. I was in my break. I was having a coffee out there with and having some conversations with Sari, Uri, and Myla, and we all three agree that it is now the best moment of the day. But differently from the other days, the rides are really looking better than the lefts, Bego.
They are offering a good performance for these riders. And just watching here the points, I tell you this. If Sammy takes this event, if Sammy takes this event, if Sammy does not, if Amaury does not win here and Sammy wins the event, Amaury will have another chance in Sintra because they will be matching points. Amaury and Sammy. So for Dave, he has to win. Let's see this one.
Yeah, another one for Sammy coming around the section. They didn't offer too much, but then he got a little nice, decent barrel, and then hammers with a reverse that section. Oh, he got caught by the bump. I don't think that it's going to be on his top 2 scores. Anyway, who doesn't like to get a barrel, especially in a heat, right, Bego?
That's right. Just going back to that point things, because I know people love this. So 1,720 points is what you get for being second in an event with 2,000 points as this one. Okay, we're gonna get back to that. This is the replay for Sammy. It's thrown away for him. Actually, he gets a 4.25 for this one, not really affecting his total score with a 7 and a 7.5. But very beautiful style though. He serves so good. He tried to get some barrel time there. It was just a quick in and out. But yeah, he serves so good too. Anyways, so yeah, 1,720 points is for the second position here. So he will get, if Amaury does not win here, it doesn't matter because it's 2 of your best results out of 4 events. So in order to be champ, Amaury will have to win in Sintra. There's a possibility for these 3, depending, of course, on what happened on the final. So let's see how this one unfolds. And I have to just say congratulations to Amaury for competing in the drop knee division so well. And he said in an interview, he said like he usually drop the drop knee division when he has a chance in the men world title, but right now he kind of feels it's not the case. So he is very driven and focused on the drop knee division.
Yeah, and in this contest, as he was eliminated, he now has to, put his efforts in drop knee. But this guy, Sammy Morentino, up and riding on this beautiful right-hander, snaps into the shoulder. First move, then second turn, 2 turns in this one. He needs to improve 7 points to increase his lead on Emery. Let's wait what the judges want to say, but take us to the replay, Bego.
Backhand attack. Yeah, I mean, Sammy there. First move, and he kept going, and another one. I don't know if he's looks like he's actually looking to better that 7-point ride. Judges are loving these rides. It's paying for these riders, and yeah, that was actually very good. I love this visual, this angle. You actually get to analyze the wave better. So guys, this is we're gonna jump to the chat right now. If you want to say something, this is one of your last chances. This is the last day right here in the Visit Maldives Pro. This is the second edition of this event, and it's presented by Visit Maldives. It's brought to you by Visit Maldives once again. And he's right there once again.
Once again, Sammy up and riding in backside. Just one snap at this time, but hey, the last wave of Sammy was the best wave of the heat so far, 7.65. I can say the judges loved that both snaps. This one was really as good as that, but the wave didn't offer a second session. He kind of lost his momentum right after the first snap. It seems that his foot kind of slipped it away, but there is a Mori and another wave, very decent wave for Emery as well. He needs 8.65 to take the lead and throw Sammy to second position. I don't think that's going to be enough, as Sammy is having a great wave selection. Well, but there was a barrel right there, Begonia.
Yeah, but the left was smaller, I believe. But let's see what the judges think about that one. We're not judges. I just have to say this has been a very good heat, very tight, very good performance for both of these riders, and also Fabian Tazar and Dave Harvard's semifinal was really good. So we love to see this level drop knee right here in the Maldives. Yeah, very good, very composed. Actually, Amaury's best wave is a 6.90, and he still needs a 8.25. It's a huge score, let's say. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a big score. No one has a score like that in this heat, so looking pretty sharp. Sammy Moratino, he wants that final, I'm telling you. He wants to meet Dave there. He wants to battle that. It's not the first time. They have done it in Sintra. They have battled for the title in Sintra in the past. So let's see. This is a nice looking wave. He gets a little shade in there. Keeps going. And oh well. Oh my. If that would have been landed, that probably would have been a 10. Yeah, also, one thing that is important, I think Amaury is going to give it a shot to the backside. It's important to just outstand that. Okay, let's just take us through this replay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a nice looking wave, kind of a little barrel in the first section, and then he sees the upcoming section and bangs, trying to go air, but he couldn't manage, falling out the back, and this is going to be a throwaway. Nice to say that last wave of Emery was his best wave, a cool little barrel and two very nice turns, and with 6.9 and 6.5, Emery now is chasing 8.25. Very tough score to get. Meanwhile, Sammy, in another right-hander, hammers the first section and then again, bang, another snap. Very long wave, 3 turns so far. Keeps pumping to find another one. And there it is. One more really good wave to the Hawaiian, Sammy Morentino.
I'm telling you, Sammy's been making the difference with those whips. He is very composed. Look at that. The backside whip right there. And another one. So, yeah, judges are just loving this. Backhand attack for him, and he is just so composed. I have to tell you, 7.35. So a bunch of sevens there for him. Actually, he has a 1.7, 1.7.5, 1.7.65, and 1.7.35. So 4 sevens. It's amazing, you know. It's it's outstanding. I'm telling you, he has been surfing so good in this heat. He's, you know, this final is going to be on fire. I'm telling you.
Yeah, very strong drop knee riding for Sammy Morentino. As you mentioned, 4 waves in the 7-point range. And it's really good to see this rider finding his rhythm right before the final. And as you mentioned, once again, this final is going to be epic. I'm really happy to see what's going to happen. And now, shout outs to our sponsors, so important. Thank you. Visit Maldives in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, Adahadu, Buruzu Catering, Official Events, Muja's Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mokai Hotel. Also, thank you so much. DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Male Police Department, and Male City Council, obviously. Thank you so much. MBBA, Fuku, Raj, Ali, and everyone putting down the biggest bodyboarding event in the Asian continent ever.
That is right, and thank you guys tuning in. You guys are the fuel for us. We're reaching our highest audience right now, so thank you very much, and remember to subscribe and to this YouTube channel and follow us at the social media. For us, it's very important. And we do this with a lot of love. And there you have it, Sammy, right there. He knows these last 30 seconds are very important for him. But, you know, I'm already looking for an 8.25. It's a little difficult task for Amaury Laverne, 2 times world champ, prawn division. And I knew he was going to try the backside. This is a split pick. And Sammy to the left, and we had Amaury to the right. I don't know what Amaury did. We're waiting for that. But yeah, guys, we don't want to take too much time because we are going to see the first final of the day. Unofficial results, unofficial, because we're waiting for a wave. It's Sammy Morentino advancing. And Amaury Laverne, we're going to get you those results when we get back from commercials. And don't move.
තේකෑගේ වාහකේ. විහාර ඩේටා හුස්සකින් උලේක නුජේනේ. Say hello to Dirag සතේක GB packs. ඉවෙස් පේනුම් මුද්දතක.
මේ ෆේරුෆනි තිකි සහරෙන්න ඕනේ යකින්ත ඊයක කාන්තින් පහුම් මගේ දෙලෝෆුස් එහෙම්බෙ හෙවනවාඩි බකුරා ගෑම මශා හිනි ලක්ක ඉතුබාර ජානා මාලය කියාගෙන්දෝ ඉතුබාරෙ නොකුරමේ ඉතුබාර යකින්කම් මදනී එම්මෙ තනකශේ එතනුම් කුරේ ප්‍රීටෙස්ට් හුස් වෝල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් බ්‍රෑන්ඩුගේ කරන්ට බෙහෙ හුරිහා සාමානා ටූල්සා ලිබෙන් එහිරි ස්ටෙල්කෝ සේල් සෙන්ටරුගා ඉංගිජ්ජේ මියම්ම කියනී ඉතුබාරු කලායා නුදා සාබහේ කලියා Electric cable, distributional cable, house wire cable, current board, switch, breakers, panel boards for high-rise buildings. Stelco Sales Center.
Alright guys, and we are back here in the booth at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. We're gonna have the first final of this contest. Let's go, Jay Real. It's glad to be with you here. This is the both of the best pro junior riders in this competition.
A battle of the Groms. We have yellow Guilherme Montenegro from Brazil and Jorge Hernandez from I don't know if he's from Las Palmas, but he's from Gran Canaria. So these two young riders are battling it out for this junior title in the Visit Maldives Pro. It's a 30-minute final. Just want to point that out. So they got a little bit more time. And he's not going to waste any time right here. Jorge Hernandez off the bottom and goes up into the lip. That one just stuffs him down. And he still manages to pull the lip move. So Jorge Hernandez making the best of this wave and getting an early wave under his belt on his scorecard. Guilherme Montenegro with a 1.0, so kind of a throwaway wave to start out things for him.
Yeah, the heat just started, and for sure both of these waves we're gonna see things better than this one. This little one for Guy pretty didn't much happen. And the first wave of Georgie, he got a kind of a forced roll in the first section and another one. For sure, he was looking for something bigger than this, but sometimes we have to do what the wave offers. So good effort for Jorge.
Yeah, one more look at this. Turns around the bowl, but the lip just doesn't want to pitch. It did a little bit later. Maybe if he had waited just a touch, and that second roll, he got a little bit more pitch out of that lip, but not really an excellent quality wave, which is what we're looking for. He gets a 4.5 on that wave, so both riders on the board here. Tons and tons of time for them, and it's just a beautiful day here. Varunulaa Raalhugandu, look how inviting that looks.
All right, Jay, and in Portuguese, primeiro panorama da bateria, primeira troca de ondas na bateria, são seis e pouquinho no Brasil agora, então a galera deve estar acordando lá, quem puder, realmente, enfim, se conecta aí conosco aqui em Maldivas, final Pro Júnior na água, nosso guerreiro Guilherme Montenegro representando o Brasil e o Jorge Hernandes, que é canário, representa obviamente a Espanha. Jorge pegou a primeira onda melhor que a do Gui, 4,5, e a primeira onda do Guilherme foi 1 ponto só, obviamente com 30 minutos de bateria, que é o tempo dessa final. A gente acredita que nenhuma dessas duas ondas serão as top 2 desses atletas, né? Só passando rapidamente, a bateria tem 30 minutos de duração. Os atletas podem surfar quantas ondas eles quiserem na bateria, homem a homem, mulher a mulher. Agora não há limite de ondas e o somatório deles pode chegar a 20 pontos, ou seja, cada onda é pontuada de meio a 10. Então, pensando no melhor cenário, o máximo que eles podem atingir são 20 pontos, 26 minutos e 30 segundos para o final.
So Jorge Hernandez, our defending junior men's world champion right now. He won that title at El Frontón last October. He's been on a rip of a time here in Maldives. He made it to the semifinals of the men's division. He's now in the final of the juniors, so he's going to walk away with a lot of points, a lot of money here, which is great if you want to, catch him walking on the street. He might have a big wad of cash with him. I'm just kidding, of course, but Jorge Hernandez definitely going to help pay for his trip here, undoubtedly. And right now, his job is to be patient. He's had some heats where he dominated start to finish, got great waves off the bat, and continued through the heat, caught massive amounts of waves. We will see. It's going to be patience that is going to be required now because there are long lulls out here as we just passed the low tide mark. So, it's going to be kind of like stretching out your effort throughout this 30-minute final.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. 25 minutes remaining and 20 seconds. Situation remains the same. So it's a great time to go out there down the beach because Begone Martinez is ready for the interview. Let's go, Bego.
Thanks a lot, guys. Sammy, that was such an important win. Very powerful heat. You completely destroyed it. Tell us a little bit about your feelings.
I feel good. I'm stoked to be in the final with Dave to actually decide this right now. I almost went down in the quarters. It would have been a super shocker, and it would have been kind of upset, but I luckily made it past that with a buzzer beater and then just kind of recentered myself, Just went home, just put the headphones in, just relax, drink some water, just went to my happy place, The waves got good out there, so we'll see what the final holds. Stoked to surf against Dave. It'll be a really exciting heat to watch, so tune in.
How many times have you faced Dave in a final? Can you recall?
Like my whole career, at least 20 finals with Dave, including like 4-man finals in my amateur career and stuff. Yeah, there's been quite a few, at least 20. That I'm sure there's been at least 20.
Well, I remember you said that he was one of your idols, one of the persons that you have looked up. So how do you feel into having the chance of facing him again?
I'm stoked, I wish it wasn't under these circumstances of if he wins the world title. But, I'm going to give it everything I got, I'm just going to focus and relax and just have fun and I seem to surf better when I have fun and not stress out. So I'm just going to try and choose the right waves and just not leave him out the back because you never want to leave Dub out the back just as well as you wouldn't want to leave me out the back. So, I'm just going to focus on myself, my own surfing.
That's all right. We don't want to take too much of your time. You need to rest. You want to say something else?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone back home for the support. Everyone's watching right now. I'm not sure what time it is, but I just want to send some prayers out there to the island of Maui. Big fire yesterday kind of ruined the whole town of Lahaina, so a lot of families displaced and misplaced and lost their homes and loved ones are lost, so just keep the island of Maui in your prayers. Thank you.
All right, best of luck for the final. Back to you guys with more action.
All right, Bego, thank you. That was a great words there for Sammy. But meanwhile, our man in red, Jorge Hernandez, is really looking sharp out there. See, he got this first right-hander. Great roll right in the pocket without losing speed, and then bangs another roll. That was a 7.25, and after that he got the left one and bangs a ARS right in the pocket. 6.5, strong lead to Jorge Hernandez.
Wow, he is definitely taking it to Guilherme Montenegro. Montenegro just one wave so far, and Jorge already off to a big lead. Heat score right now 13.75. That is a high heat score in any heat, and already here less than 10 minutes into the final, Jorge Hernandez has taken control of the heat. And that one right-hander you pointed out perfect flow from move to move. Big roll, straight into the bottom turn, second roll, and that was the 7.25 score that he posted on his second wave. So these two guys, kind of a big disparity here earlier in the heat as Montenegro trying to find his way out there.
Yeah, it's kind of remind me Pierre and Etan's heat, where Pierre just got 2-3 really good waves under 10 minutes, and this gives the rider such a big comfort to choose the better ones. Let's take one more look at this, Jay.
Yeah, so look at this. Beautiful. Cranks it up into the bowl. Watch this. Straight onto the bottom turn. Boom. That is a 101 on linking maneuvers here. So a perfect textbook example of how to do that. And that's the 7.25 that Jorge Hernandez picks up. So he's got to be feeling comfortable right now. He's not panicky. Nice, fast start to this heat. 20 minutes and 35 seconds remain in this heat. How old is Guilherme Montenegro? He looks like he's 12 years old.
He's 14.
He's a tiny 14, right?
Yeah, he's 14 years old, a long future in his career. Even in Pro Juniors division, he'll have more 3 years in this division. So he's in the final. Well, everything now for he is a kind of a profit for everything that's going on. He's putting some money in his pocket. He is getting, experience to know different places, different waves. It's very different from the wave he's used it to train, and it's just everything for him. It's good. Doesn't matter if they didn't take the win in this competition, but he's doing really amazing. He has great people supporting him here, and where he lives. So no matter what happens, Guilherme has a great future, and it's gonna be great to see as the time goes by, Guilherme getting more mature and get stronger, to fight for the world titles representing Brazil.
Well, he has Neymar Carvalho, 5-time world champ, in his corner. She's kind of shepherding him around out here, giving him some coaching tips. And it looks like we have a decent set coming through out here. Priority is in the favor of Guilherme Montenegro. He may be in position for this left. And look at this Jorge Hernandez on the right, a split peak view.
Yeah, we go with the drone view. Nice bottom turn. That wave didn't offer too much opportunity there for Jorge. And let's wait for the replay to see if Guilherme get the section to hit right in the pocket, because that's what the judges want to see.
Bottom turns around the section, gets that roll on the outside right in front of our cameraman, and out onto the shoulder, and that's it. So one maneuver there. And you see, took advantage of the one pitching section on the wave. Well-read timing on that one, and scores coming through there. And again, one maneuver wave, not a super big wave with a really critical section. So those scores kind of in the mid-range. We're seeing a 5.0, 4.5, and the total score for that one, 4.75.
Yeah, that's George's wave. A good, clean bottom turn, but the wave kind of closes out, and he chooses not to hit that. Supposed to, maybe trying something like a roll, but he know what he's doing. His option was cut out that one, go to the lineup and take first priority and wait for a better set. On the other hand, Guilherme just got a nice left one. He's supposed to flip out that section. Maybe it could be something a little bit higher. But now 5 points, it's a good score. Maybe a backup score. He's in the game. Now he's chasing 8.75 to take the first position from Jorge.
So there's that right wedge peak coming in over by the bridge. I love that peak when it's nice and clean like this. And but you saw that when it just died out in deep water. So they're looking for the waves that are a little more stretched out, have sections on them that they can hit. And let's see what Guilherme Montenegro can do on this one. Bottom turns up into the lip. Again, another semi-crumbly section. That one shoves him right out the back. He weighs all of about 95 pounds. a little small guy.
Yeah, Guilherme under priority, just trying to find the better rhythm for him. Maybe, this wave, even if he could manage that role, it wouldn't be the best score he's looking for. But anyway, sometimes it's better for you to stay catching waves and stay in the rhythm, because Jorge has first priority. So when the good wave comes, Jorge will get it. So anyway, 16 minutes remaining in the clock, plenty of time. Jorge, first position. Mais uma atualização em português. Excuse me, Jay.
Sure.
Another in Portuguese. So, Guilherme, então, continua na segunda colocação. Ele conseguiu um score razoável ali, uns 5 pontos. Uma onda que também não teve um grande potencial. Talvez se ele tivesse acertado um flip ali, poderia ir para alguma coisa em torno de 5,5, 6, mas também não seria nada espetacular. O Jorge conseguiu uma direita bem maneira, com 2 rolos fortes, e conseguiu também uma bela flipada para a esquerda. Então, a situação é a seguinte: o Jorge em primeiro, com 7,25 e um 6,5, e o Gui em segundo, com 5 pontos, e o backup score dele é 1,5, ou seja, um backup bem fraco. Ele tem 2 opções: ou ele busca um 8,75 para tomar a liderança, o que seria ótimo colocar uma onda desse calibre no score dele, ou então ele troca as duas num somatório que supere os 13,75 que o Jorge tem. Vale frisar aqui em português, como eu falei no inglês, que o Guilherme, ele tem 14 anos. Ele tem um futuro gigantesco pela frente, inclusive na categoria Pro Júnior, né? Ele tem mais pelo menos 3 anos aí como Pro Júnior, se ele quiser, claro, para poder lutar por esse título. Então, assim, o nível de experiência e maturidade que ele está ganhando competindo com num evento como esse, já vale todo o esforço. Já deixo aqui, em nome de toda a delegação brasileira que veio ao evento e toda o time do Brasil, meus parabéns ao Guilherme, que realmente pegou altas ondas desde o free surf até durante a competição. E voltando para o inglês, seems that we have a good wave approaching, Jay.
Jorge Hernandez, right place. Well, wrong place at the right time. I was about to say right place at the right time, but that one just shuts down on him. And maybe another one on the outside. This one really peaky, though. You, again, need that stretched out wall to find those lips to hit. And folks, if you're watching along with us, please feel free to share the link with your friends. Text it to them, call them, give them the link, email it to them, and get them on board. They want to, or we want them to enjoy this as well. This is the final rounds here of the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. This is the first of 4 finals. This is the Pro Junior men out there competing. This is under 18s, and in the water right now from the Canary Islands, Jorge Hernandez, our defending Pro Junior Men's World Champ from 2022. This is his swan song in this division. The last year he'll be doing this, but clearly he's ready for the men's division as he made it all the way to the semifinal in the men's division. So an easy transition for him into next year, 2024.
Oh, that's a very good looking wave. Oh, but it didn't pitch. So he goes for the forward spin, goes for the basic, just cut off that one, There's nothing there for him. But that was a very nice wave right in the takeoff, and then it kind of disappeared. These things kind of happen often here in Varunulaa Raalhugandu. This wave, it's very tricky to read, some waves that really shape up really nice, and it seems that we have a perfect ball to hit, and then it's all of a sudden it just disappeared. So they have to give the wave an opportunity to know if it's gonna happen or not.
You're absolutely right. I find that to be the case as well. It is a tricky wave to read. That right peak over by the bridge, sometimes waves will peak on the other side of the bridge. They'll push all the way through. You can actually catch it over there and ride it right through the lineup. And other ones start to feather, and then they just back off. And it's anybody's guess what these waves are going to do. And so, yeah, it is a tough wave to read. It is a reef break. Some people ask me, oh, is that a beach break? What's going on there? But no, it is not a sand bottom. It is a reef out here. But it, as we've pointed out, does break kind of like a beach break out here.
Yeah, I really love this wave. It's very difficult wave. It seems, not a difficult when it means a hard wave to paddle out there and to surf. It's kind of a very friendly lineup where you have a very nicely and easy channel to paddle out right across the bridge, right almost under the bridge. And you have this current that leads you out there very nice and quick, and you have to choose where you're gonna sit. You have the main wave that actually today is not breaking, that they call Padang, which is a very beautiful left, kind of a bowly double up wave, comes right on the left side of your screen, and you have the A-frame peak, which is a perfect right and left that breaks right in front of the judges tower. And on the right side of the beach you have another wave, as they call second reef or backdoor, kind of a references to the north shore of Oahu, which is mostly a right-hander, but there's also some lefts.
Yes.
So a lot of waves, different waves in this lineup.
Yeah, it's kind of good when you're out there with a bunch of people because it spreads out the lineup and everybody can pick one off. It's not just one focused peak. But the one good thing about this event is it requires the riders to use their wave knowledge, right, to try to read the wave and put themselves in the right spot and choose which direction they're going to go. So it's unlike a reef break where it breaks, certain reef breaks that break in the same spot every time that don't really take much of that. This requires not only the skill to ride the wave, but the skill to read the wave.
And I'll say something that I don't know. I think we never mentioned that, neither last year and this year. When the competition starts, the whole beach is the competition area. So we have this huge support from all the bodyboarders. No one is out there. We have been seeing so many surfing contests where the free surfing are inside the riders area taking waves, and here we have a totally respectful crowd. And well, I have to say that for me this I don't know that why I have never mentioned it because it's so good to have such a respectful way as the Maldivians give the 100% support of this one. So there are only 2 riders in a beach. So this is really great to see.
All the focus is what's happening in the water as a result of that. 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, our sponsors. We have to mention them because they're so supportive. Visit Maldives, our destination partner, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. And the Ministry of Tourism is a co-sponsor here today. Diragu, the digital partner. Adhadu, online media partner. Baruzu Catering, official events. Muja's Art Box. Print Lab, Ice Network. Island Apparels. And Mukai Hotel, with supporting partners DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, the police, and the Male City Council, all coming together to bring this to you, the 2023 Maldives Pro, $70,000 in prize money. We are in the midst of the Pro Junior men's final. Jorge Hernandez from the Canary Islands against Brazilian Guilherme Montenegro. And these 2 youngsters going at it, but right now Guilherme Montenegro is on the ropes, folks. He needs really an 8.75 if he hopes to take out this title. At this point, it looks like Jorge Hernandez is going to walk away with the lion's share of the purse.
Love it, Jay. All right, and you're right, 2 very young riders. And there's a paddle that is Guilherme Montenegro. Dropando essa aí, foi pro backflip e acertou. Guilherme Montenegro com certeza agora de volta pro jogo. Ele precisa de 8.75, talvez não seja tudo isso, mas de qualquer forma, Ele estava somando 1,5 ponto. Essa onda ele vai descartar, vai botar uma onda sólida no score. Olha, foi uma bela manobra. Realmente ele foi pro tudo ou nada, né? É o commitment, né? O comprometimento que os juízes realmente gostam. O score dele tá caindo aqui e com certeza vai ser a melhor onda do Guilherme na bateria até agora.
Well, that's what the judges are looking for sure. They're looking for the big move on the outside, break away from the pitching lip, which he managed to do on that wave. So he ticked all the boxes, and as a result, a 6.5 is added to his tally to now give him a situation where he needs a 7.25 here with just under 6 minutes to go. Certainly an attainable score at this point, but our man Jorge Hernandez with priority also has a chance to improve his situation, and we can see that what we call the second reef peak or the backdoor peak kind of working over there. That's you know, that long peeling right-hander, and some of those just connect all the way through that center peak.
All right, Jay, and that's curious. If Guilherme got a 7.25, that's what he's looking for. We go to the third wave, because both of them will have a 7.25 and a 6.5. And then we go for the third wave. The third wave of Guilherme, it's a 5 points. And the third wave of Jorge, it's a 4.5.
Ooh.
So things can get very serious here. And 7.25 was the exact score that Jorge got on those two rolls, on the nice right-hander. So, well, 4 minutes and 45 seconds in the clock. Very good heat, I can say. And, you know, things can change, but a lead now in the hands of the Spanish Canarian man, Jorge Hernandez, 17 years old, the current Pro Junior World Champion, and still looking solid for another year.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a banner event for him. He's really just crushed it. He's made his name known to the world. It was after last year's Pro Junior title, but now even more so. The rankings in the junior men, Michael Yancey not here, Roger Fuscolin also not here, so that paved the way for third place Jorge Hernandez to move well ahead in front of the ratings here with this potential win that he has on tap here with 3 minutes 50 to go. So great job by him. He showed up, he's getting it done, and taking names while he's doing it.
All right, and if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, and if you want to have more information about the IBC, you can hit IBC and the website. You can have TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and for make it easier, you can scan the QR code right on your screen, and then you're gonna have all the content of the bodyboarding world tour right under your phone, your laptop, or whatever media you like to use. So once again, welcome. This is the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, the biggest bodyboarding event in the Asian continent.
Well, this is final number 1 of 4 finals. We have drop knee, women's and men's, and then we are going to crown our event champions. 2 minutes, 41 seconds left. Guilherme Montenegro just a wave away, a 7.25 away from robbing Jorge Hernandez of this title. Can he do it in 2.5 minutes? He has second priority, so Jorge Hernandez's mission right now is to sit right there and prevent Guilherme Montenegro from getting that score that he needs.
Yeah, and that's where priority takes place. 2 minutes on the clock, and well, this is the first final of the day, as you mentioned, and we are 2 minutes away to know who is the first champion of the Visit Maldives 2023. At this time, Jorge Hernandez gonna raise the trophy in the highest place of the podium, but there is 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So whatever happens, huge kudos to both of these riders. Great performance. Jorge Hernandez dominating the contest since the first day. He got third in men's division, and now probably taking the win, maybe, in the junior man. And Guilherme Montenegro, very clean and nice campaign. Last words in Portuguese, Jay.
Of course.
Excuse me. Galera, 1 minuto pro final. A situação realmente difícil pro Guilherme virar a bateria. Afinal de contas, a prioridade tá com o Jorge Hernandes. É claro que o Guilherme adoraria vencer essa competição, mas é isso, ele fez tudo o que ele pôde. Eu acho que o objetivo é chegar à final e o objetivo dele foi concluído. Agora a gente tem 40 segundos para o final. Queria agradecer a toda a galera do Brasil que mesmo de madrugada deu o suporte, enfim, ficou ligado na medida do possível aqui. Parabéns ao Guilherme, parabéns ao pai do Guilherme que dá a ele todo o suporte necessário para esse moleque realmente tem um grande futuro no esporte. A gente tá de olho nele. Para mim é um prazer estar aqui e ver o Brasil no pódio. Então, faltando agora 15 segundos para o final, eu vou deixar Jay Real dar as últimas palavras. All right, Jay, please take us through the final seconds.
All right, so Jorge Hernandez is going to walk away with this victory in the Pro Juniors, and congratulations to him for his 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Junior Championship. The young man from Canary Islands, our reigning world champ in this division, shows why by winning this Pro Junior division against Guilherme Montenegro, the young upstart from Brazil. And these guys, good sportsmen, giving each other a quick hug. And wow, what a debut on the world stage for Montenegro, and what a way to mark your title here with Jorge Hernandez. Let's get to the heat recap, and we will be back with the next final shortly.
Also for the champion of this event in the Pro Junior Men division to get out of the water. And yeah, actually the judges said that we have, our technical director said that we have 5 minutes in between the finals.
Okay.
So we get to interview the winner. Juliano is looking for Jorge Hernandez to do the interview, and we are gonna be holding it down here for the final, the drop knee final. this is what it's planned. Drop knee final right now, and then we're going to jump to the women final and closing the day and the event with the men final.
So, yeah, highly anticipated heat coming up here. But we see our winner, Jorge Hernandez, our Pro Junior champion, getting some congratulations from several people. He's right out there getting his fins off his feet, getting ready to make some celebrations, I'm sure, with all the Canarian crew. And, you know, look at that. He's got the Canarian flag. He's ready. And,
That's a Spanish flag, though.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. You're right. Jeez, I am just, I got to get up on my worldview here. So the Spanish flag there, and Jorge Hernandez has to be proud with his performance. This drop knee final, though, is lining up to be a real barn burner, folks. We have the two drop knee guys from Kauai who have been battling it out, as Sammy pointed out in the last interview, at least 20 finals over the course of their bodyboarding lives. They've been competing against each other since who knows when, so long ago. And there you go, David Hubbard and Sammy Moratino, both from the same island, and very different approaches out here in terms of their I guess demeanor in how they approach the heat. You know, Dave Hubbard always seems very relaxed and cruisy, and Sammy Moratino a little more intense and a little more focused on doing the job at hand. So it's going to be interesting to see which of those two approaches tops the other one. But for now, we have our Pro Junior winner with Mr. Gio Lara. Take it away, Gio.
Here with the first champion of this competition, Jorge Hernandez, winning the Pro Juniors division here at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. You've been doing amazing on this event. Please, we all want to hear what you have to say.
Pues la verdad que ahora mismo no tengo palabras. En mi opinión, creo que ha sido mi mejor campeonato hasta el momento, tanto en categoría Open como en Junior. Estoy muy feliz porque la ola encima es muy buena, me he hecho bastantes olas. No venía muy motivado de Chile, pero al final esto me ha dado un plus de motivación y vamos con todo a por el campeonato del Fronton King, que se sería el campeón del mundo otra vez, y nada, muy feliz.
Congratulations once again. You did really nice. And please tell a little bit about your training and what you have been doing to be surfing so great.
Pues llevo tirándome casi todos los días, entrenando a full para conseguir esto, el primer puesto, y al final el trabajo ha sido recompensado con esto, con el primer puesto, y súper feliz.
All right, that's it. That are the words of the champion. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, just a huge congratulations for Jorge. He has been dominating this event, and just the fact that he is in the podium for the men division, he's got an equal third. So very, very impressive.
Well, he has a long career ahead of him for sure. I mean, he's 17 years old. He's just getting started and already a world champion. And here we go with the drop knee division already underway. First wave for Mr. David Hubbard. And so Dave Hubbard throwing it down, already getting some points on the board. Meanwhile, Sammy Moratino out there again, 30-minute final. And taking another look at that wave, Dave Hubbard snapping up under the lip and can't find another hit. So points on the board, I'm sure not what he's going to be looking for. But it's a long heat. 30 minutes is plenty of time, Bego.
Yeah, I mean, you want that kind of time for finals, especially this one right here where there's so much in stake. Just a world title for Dave. 10th world title, something that we haven't even imagined, just to have someone holding 10 titles. It is very impressive. So let's see how this one unfolds. But yeah, Sammy, very driven, as you said, two different personalities, but equally as good in bodyboarding in both prone and drop knee division. And for me, I remember in Antofagasta, Dave, saying that he admired, I mean, sorry, Sammy saying that he grew up looking up to Dave, you know?
I think any drop near in the modern era has to look to Dave as the guy. I mean, it's not just waves like this that Dave excels in. You watch any video on YouTube of him at Pipeline, and he's riding giant waves in the drop knee stance, just like he rides these small waves. Just absolute, complete control. And we haven't seen a drop near in big waves like that since the Kainoa McGee days. Here goes Sammy on his first wave, snapping off the lip, driving down the line. Another blast under the lip on that one. So he pulls that one off nicely. So 2 solid turns for Moratino. And Dave Hubbard with a 4.25 on his first wave. One more look at this one from Sammy.
These 2 riders are going to be betting for the rides. They know the points are there because they just lifted in the semifinals. They understood that the judges are loving these rides, so very well worked wave there for Sammy Moratino. And see, he was trying to see if there was one more section, but yeah. Let's see, is this the 5.5?
Yeah, so that's a 5.5 for that wave. Solid score for Sammy. Puts him in the lead early here in the heat. Just 1 wave for each rider. And this is really a battle royale. You know, you could have predicted this at the very beginning of this event, or at least hoped that we would see this matchup. I did. I know there was a lot of really, capable contenders. We had Amory Laverne just ripping all the way into the semifinal. We had Fabian Thazar also just on point throughout the entire event. But it was really evident to me early on that it was going to be a Sammy-Dave final, and I kind of hoped that it would be, and here we are in the final with these 2 riders from Hawaii. Now, over in Hawaii right now, it's about midnight, so I'm sure that Dave's family and Sammy's family are watching with bated breath to see which one of these riders can take this title. Dave, the defending champ, but here goes Sammy.
Sammy comfortable to his backhand. First turn, keeps going, finds another section, goes for 1 more. And yeah, I mean, that's going to be a nice backup score for him. On the contrary, Dave is waiting patiently.
So yeah, you can see him, tons of speed down the line, just absolutely annihilates that shoulder and does it again and tries to get 1 more turn, but that one just covers him over. But 2 turns, look at this, he gets up so quickly in that backhand stance, and it's really hard to do that, folks. It's take it from me, to get that fin up on a steep wall like that and then just hit those sections with so much force. Sammy doing really well in that wave, and some high scores coming through. The judges are liking that. 6.5 for Sammy, and he now has a commanding lead just by the fact that Dave doesn't have a second wave at this point. But both these riders, really similar abilities, just slightly different approaches. I think you'll find Sammy has a little more flick in his turns, and Dave probably a little more drawn out in his turns. That's just a super subtle difference that I see, and both styles are amazing.
Agree with you totally. Frontside for Sammy, keep him busy in this heat. Just throwing everything right there. Nice floater. And he knows it. Just the way he gazed. It's just to show his chest to the judges and say, I landed it perfectly.
And you'll notice he takes kind of a high line here to drive for speed. He sees this section up ahead and blasting out into the flats and bouncing on the landing, pulls it off, shows control. So Sammy really dominating the early portion of this heat. We are about 6 minutes in. Already 3 really decent scores. Gets a 5.75 on that one.
Yeah, he's definitely on top of his game. Dave, he's waiting patiently. I'm sorry. He knows it's a long heat. It's 30 minutes. This is the final, guys, for the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, an event that has been giving a lot to talk about. 87 competitors, 16 different nations, and it's been a pleasure to be back here in Mali. Everyone has been so welcoming. The Maldivians are very great people. All the organizers, everyone involved. There's so much people behind the scenes. You have no idea. We're working with a very good team. The Slow Tape team has been doing a great job here in the streaming. And here comes a wave again for Sammy. Not much there for him. You see, Dave is not even turning around to see what Sam is doing.
He's just in his own headspace. We saw this in the last heat in the semis against Fabian. He was behind actually halfway through the heat. Fabian Thazar was super busy and was leading the heat, and then Dave waited patiently on the outside, and then things started to turn on for him, and he just steamrolled ahead and right over Fabian Thazar. So Dave's employing a similar tactic, I think, in this heat.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if you're tuning in, let us know who do you think is going to take this win. This is a great final. Guys, imagine if Dave wins this event, he will become the world champ for the drop knee division for the 10th time. No one else has done something like that in the history of bodyboarding. So we are about to witness a record if that happens here. But Sam is very driven. He needs this win in order to keep the dream alive, in order to get another chance in Sintra. Also, a Maori needs it. So we're going to see. There you have it. It's rankings for right now. This is, of course, before this event. Sammy in second, Amori in third, and the rest of the competitors have no chances, for what I've been told, to become world champ this year.
Well, interestingly enough, there's your top three in the rankings, and those guys are in the top three in this event. So, yeah, there's quite an interesting thing that basically proves that these guys are among the best drop knee riders on the tour for sure, and rightly so. And at this point, Dave Hubbard, should he take this win here at the Visit Maldives Pro for the second year in a row, by the way, and win that 10th world title, what's next, right? Going after Kelly Slater's 11 world titles. Maybe he's going to try to do that and top Kelly, right? That's the next goal, I think. I mean, you got to set goals.
I believe so. Well, I mean, you can see the maturity in Dave behavior, and not only in the water but outside as well. Very religious, completely committed to his wife, family life, working hard for bodyboarding. Great person. Just to sit and chat with him, it's great. It's peaceful. So yeah, it's just so great to see that. Let's see this one for Dave.
Yeah, so Sammy put a little pressure on Dave, and Dave wanted this wave anyway, and oh, wow. That hurt. That hurt. That turn was so hard. And just separating water molecules right there. He's like a chemist doing some H2O experiments, just blasting his way out on the shoulder. Watch this one more time. Comes around, tons of speed there, and just nails it. And then one more banger off this oncoming section just to put a point on this wave. And Dave's going to like that one. Good way to get rolling in this heat.
Merciless whip there for Dave Hubbard. And that's what he was waiting for. There's a thing. Weight, it's a great, and it shows a lot of dominance. But when you get that wave, you need to be certain. You need to be sure that you're going to use it properly, and you're going to, squeeze every opportunity that you have, milk the wave, and I think that's what he just did. Well, so a 7.5. Yeah. I'm sorry, I called it before you.
No, you did. I know. I was going to read off the score. Thanks for saving me the trouble, but he's looking at a 11.75 total heat score. Sammy Martino still holding down the lead nonetheless by virtue of a 6.5 and a 5.75. But one more look at this one. Watch this. Just throws it back.
Merciless.
Just look at this. Tail high blow out on the shoulder as well. And, yeah, he's just getting brutal out there. And we got to see this from another angle. It is the high score of the heat, and just hammers it right there. like Paul Bunyan chopping down a tree, folks. That's an American reference. Sorry about that, everybody. But Dave Hubbard on point with the drop knee here. But Sammy still in control of the heat. Narrowly, Dave needs a 4.75. Not a whole lot needed by Dave to regain that lead. 18:20 to go.
Wow, that was really impressive. You know, just for him, 2 waves, 7.5. But look at this. Watch out. I mean, he still do not have the lead. I mean, he is not in first position. He still needs a 4.75. Guys, the scores are available for you if you want to follow them. They are at the website, at the official website for the IBC World Tour. You can follow the whole thing live. So yeah, Dave is still in second position, and you can tell he felt some pressure. He said like, okay, now I have to start the engine. We're reaching halfway of the heat. So yeah, he does know he needs to start putting some more scores, or actually getting rid of that 4.25. I mean, a 4.75. It's a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, that's nothing for him, really. So yeah, it's just too early to even call this heat even close. I mean, it's just not something you can do at this stage. They're so close, these guys, and the heat's not even halfway done. So yeah, we're right in the mix of this. It could be either one of these guys taking home that first prize. And again, in this division, we have $10,000 up for grabs. And here we go. Sammy Moratino is going to Dave Hubbard claws his way into this one. They're so similar, both goofy footers, but Dave throws a nice backside turn there and yet another, and he's trying to maybe get this float at the end, and he does, but it takes him down. So Dave on kind of a smaller wave, and now that leaves Sammy alone on the outside to wait for a set. It looks like something's moving into position here, but Bego, take us through this.
Well, I'm trying to think if that's what he needs. It wasn't as radical, I might say. It is good. It is a good wave. 4.75. It's coming around the 4.5, I believe. We're going to wait for that. It's getting, his total score will be better, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to take the first position. It is not enough. It's a 4.5. Still needs a 4.75. And here comes Sammy.
All right, here comes Meerkat throwing a huge fan out on the shoulder. And look at this. He blasts up into that whitewater ball and pulls it off. Pretty awesome to stick on his board through that. He's like stuck like glue on that one. And take us through this, Bego.
Yeah, no, he's looking sharp. He's looking determined. Couple turns, and I wonder if he can get rid of the 5.75. That will be good for him. He needs to get a better score. It's now, this is the moment. He needs to put some distance for Dave, because, it doesn't really matter, because Dave is capable of boosting, 8s or 9s or whatever he needs. He had a 10 in Antofagasta,
Yeah.
We saw a 10 for him, so.
So I think what's going to happen here, at least what I think will play out, is these guys are just going to be neck and neck, right? It's going to come down to the last 5 minutes of this heat. This is my early call. I can't see the future, but these guys are so close in ability, and they're both so talented. It's going to come down to that last 5 minutes. One of them's going to get a better wave than the other and then use priority. So that's my call on this. The 5 minute window is going to be the magic window for one of these two riders.
I think it's accurate, because, no shortage of level between them, No doubt they are the best drop knee riders that we have in Tour. So it's gotta go that way for sure. 40 minutes right now, long time to go for both of these riders. Sammy picks up to 6.25, and right now, it's the same situation. Dave is looking for a 5.25 to take that lead, and not only that lead, and not only winning this event, but having his 10th title. I wonder what is going through his head.
Well, I don't think they're exchanging any words. They're both from
No,
the
not
same
at all.
place, but they're not looking at each other. They are right next to each other. So at this point, Dave has first priority, but I think Sammy just wants to just give a vibe off. He wants to keep his presence known right there. And, like he talked about earlier, selling a wave. He may try to sell a wave to Dave to draw that priority back. And it's strategy 101 right here, folks. I see a set on the outside. Let's see if this happens, if Sammy tries to draw Dave onto this wave. They're both stroking hard to get to that left corner, and they're both too far inside for this one, unfortunately. So they misread this set. They're just hanging together out there. And at this point, there's 3/4 of a point separating these two guys. That's how close they are. Again, I hold to that thing. They're just going to stay neck and neck to the last 5 minutes.
I agree. Well, intense moments for the drop knee community. I see Keen Fist tuning in right there, and I see a lot of Hawaiians right there. Thank you for being with us, and make sure to share this live feed. That will help us to spread the word, to push the sport. It's all measured by numbers, and we count on your support. We need that engagement from you. So if you subscribe to this YouTube channel, if you follow us in the socials, if you share, it will be the way that you will be pushing the sport from home, from wherever you are right now. You just have to link that QR code scan that QR code and link with us. It's all there available for you, and it's a small thing that you could do for your beloved sport.
Thank you to our sponsors, of course. Visit Maldives, our destination partner here at the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Our Ministry of Tourism is a co-sponsor, as is Diragu, Adhadu, Baruzu Catering, Official Events, Muja's Art Box, Print Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mukai Hotel. And before I get to those supporting partners, let's check it out here. We got a wave for the man, wave for Dave, bottom turning, snapping, and goes up again with another snap, and chucking buckets, Dave Hubbard. And that leaves Sammy all alone on the outside waiting for a wave as we get into those supporting partners that are helping us out. That's DTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Police, and Malay City Council. Take us through this, Bego.
Yeah, good effort there for Dave. Couple turns. Almost sitting in his board for the backhand. Quite a different style from the front side.
Yeah, you got to get that weight over that inside corner, so you almost have to sit on that back foot. Sammy doing the same thing. Nice roundhouse cutback for Sammy. Another blast out on the shoulder, and throws the scalpel down on this one 4 times already here. So Sammy, and he's going to get yet another turn, and maybe even, no, I thought he was going to get one more. That's like 4 or 5 really solid controlled turns for Sammy. So a good answer back, and let's take a look again.
I just love when the riders are equal in level and they want to battle in the same way. See that? Just, whipping this wave. And I tell you, it seems like he sees Dave getting one backside wave. And look at that, 5 turns?
Yeah.
That's what it is?
Yep.
Just saw Dave going to the backhand and said, I'm going to do the same thing, And if he takes a front side, he's going to go for a front side wave, and he's going to show the world what he can do. So this is beautiful, I have to say. Regardless of the results, it is a beautiful heat. It is a very inspirational one for every drop knee rider in the world. Sammy gets a 7.15 after that last wave, and Dave is still in second position with a 5.65. It's looking good for Sammy.
Yeah, so Sammy, he wasn't here last year. He missed most of the tour. He's picking up right where he left off here. The 7.15 added to his 6.5 gives him a 13.65 heat score. Dave Hubbard still within half a point, though. Needs a 6.15 to lead, and we're at 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. priority is in favor of Dave Hubbard right now. So the next set that comes in will be Dave's, and Dave's alone. So here we go. He's stroking hard to get to this wave. Will he go right? Will he go left?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, and he gives this one up to Sammy. So Sammy's going to take this one. Let's see what he can do with it. Comes up and hammers that lip, and once again pegs the top of the wave, but just 2 turns on this wave. I don't think that's going to be one of Sammy's top waves. He didn't have priority, so it wasn't like he gave everything up, and, you know, still a decent wave for him, though.
It's just a new school against the old school right there, but the surfing equally as good. Look at that. Beautiful snaps for Sammy. Just showing the world, okay, we had one more, and he's actually asking the crowd to engage, I believe. We're going to get to see that replay. But yeah, such an exciting. I'm trying to maintain my tone of voice, and I'm trying to remain calm, because this is, for me, I'm just so honored to have the chance to commentate this for you guys, because I love drop knee and I admire these 2 riders. And just the fact of thinking that we might be crowning a 10th time world champ here, just goosebumps.
Yeah, you know what? Here we got scores coming through. Sammy's last wave, he got 2 big turns, a 6.55. That does turn out to be one of his best waves.
Ooh.
And Dave Hubbard, a 6.2. Let's check the 6.2 out. Driving down the line and just hammers it right out there on the shoulder. Maybe going to get another hit here. He's up on the front of the board for speed, a tail blow right there. So solid wave for him, a 6.2. And, you know, I mentioned it's going to come down the last 5 minutes right now. Sammy now in second place needs a 6.56 to take the lead over from Dave Hubbard, who has regained the lead position. So now the ball is in the court of Sammy Moratino, but he does not have priority.
We actually have a tie. It's just that, you know, look at that. Total points, the same. What is this? This is proper intense bodyboarding here. Yeah, this is a replay of the 6.55, I believe, or he said no. It's a new wave, 5.80. But yeah, we are looking to a tie. It's actually both riders with 13.7 points, and it's just because Dave has a higher single score. That's why he's leading. But wow, I mean,
yeah,
it couldn't go any other way. I'm telling you, these guys. It's so impressive. It's one of the best hits I've seen.
Well, here we go. Dave up and riding on this front side wave, throwing about a 20-foot wall of spray, floats it off the top and hammers the landing.
No.
So Dave Hubbard taking it to this wave. Will it replace his 2 high scores, a 7.5, a 6.2? One more look at this. Take us through, Spego.
No, that was just something else. I mean, this is what you actually called. What was that? I mean, that control just to land that, and he knows it. 8.5 people, and now we're not tied anymore. Right now, Sammy Moratino looking for an 8.85, and it was just what you said. It's all coming down to the last 5 seconds of the heat. 5 minutes of the heat. Oh my God, I'm trying to remain quiet and calm and quiet. I'm sorry. I know for a fact everyone is losing it. We haven't even read you guys. We're very focused on what's happening. But what a heat, what a performance. I had no words, you know.
Yeah, that 8.5 was so critical, and, you know, a clutch move right there. Dave Hubbard needed that, and now let's take one more look at this. Driving down the line and just blowing out the back end of the board there to throw that fan. And look at this floater. Boom, weightless, lands on the tail, pulls it off. Hey, crowd, check it out. Give me some cheers. And the 8.5 is going to cement him into first position. One more look at this from the side angle. Perfectly placed, tons of weight on the tail to throw that tail blow, and then boom, floats the boat, folks. And look out the back here. Sammy, super late takeoff, and we saw him quickly kick out. He's got to get back out there and regain that priority, but Dave Hubbard holding first priority right now. So Sammy kind of behind the 8 ball here after that one turn. gets around this section here and floats it. And can he land that? He gets kind of hung up in the whitewash. So Dave now sitting on the outside. You see him looking back. I think he was looking to see what Sammy did. And Sammy now is really in a hole here. 3 minutes, 28 seconds. He does not have first priority. So, you know, I talked about the last 5 minutes. It's going to come down to that. And whoever has priority is going to make sure the other one's done. And that seems to be what Dave's going to do.
No, but actually for me, it's just so impressive to see that they are, you know, Sammy is almost repeating the same combos that Dave just performed. It was the same exact combo. It's just that Sammy got stuck in the landing of the floater, and of course the size of the wave was smaller. But it's just so impressive because they're not watching each other. You see, Sammy has no way to know what could possibly Dave done. I mean, and there's a set there rolling, and it's Dave over with the first priority. And he's, of course, going to take this one. Is he going to be if this is going to be the cherry on the top, are we looking to a 10 times Dromney world champion right now?
Well, here's the situation now. 2.5 minutes to go, and Sammy Moratino now has first priority. And he's got to pray to the gods that a wave comes in. Dave Hubbard trying to tuck into this pocket, kind of rains down on him, but he manages to come out and hammer that oncoming section, but it takes him down, and Sammy Moratino will have one last shot at this. He needs a whopping 8.85 to win the Visit Maldives Pro drop knee division, or will it be Dave Hubbard doing a repeat of his victory from last year and securing the drop knee world title for the 10th, folks, 10th time, and becoming the winningest bodyboarder in the history of the sport in terms of world titles. 1 minute and 30 seconds will decide which one of those scenarios plays out.
Wow, guys, I can't even express. I love bodyboarding. I'm a fan. I'm pretty sure you guys are equally as nervous or anxious, I will say, as us. Look at that. Looks like he is already claiming it. And Sammy trying to, you know, keep calm, trying to just to be cool and try to, I mean, he's holding the first priority. So, you know, miracles happen. He needs a 8.85. We've seen 10s from these guys. These things can happen. We haven't seen a 10 in this division. He is with the priority, and this is the last effort for Sammy Moratino. Could he get an 8.85, Jay? Okay, well, first turn. One more. Let's see. Oh, I don't see it coming.
So Sammy with 3 hits on that wave. I don't know if we're looking at an 8.85. I think he needed a big lip floater or a lip blast to take that out. 20 seconds to go. We're waiting for scores to come through for Sammy right now. Again, I don't know if that was enough, but with 10 seconds left, it's looking like Dave Hubbard is going to repeat, and we do see scores coming through. They are not anywhere near what he needs, a 5.55. And folks, big news right here. We have David Hubbard as a 10-time drop knee world champion, the most winning professional bodyboarder in the history of our sport with 10 world titles, and he also becomes the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro champion for the 2nd year in a row in this event. And wow, what an amazing performance throughout the entire event. Sammy Moratino, kudos to him for challenging Dave repeatedly, and we're going to get Bego down there to have a word with Dave. Dave seems to be out there just kind of thanking the gods up there, or his family. Who knows what he's doing? He seems just overcome with emotion. And folks, we should take a look at the highlights from that final. It was absolutely amazing. Came down to the 5-minute mark, and let's take a look at the highlight package from that. We will be right back. Well, there is your drop knee world champion for the 10th time, Mr. Dave Hubbard from Hawaii. Just a monumental achievement. He's got his wife Evelyn down there being so supportive and congratulating him. He's got the Hawaiian flag on his back. They're going to chair him up the beach, and he is one of the crowd favorites here, both last year and this year, Zhu.
And that's the IBC World Champion Trophy right in his hand. That's so beautiful to see. It seems that this place, it's getting more and more special for Dave, as last year he took the win in drop knee and in men's division. This year he took the win in drop knee and he won the world champion right here at Varunulaa Raalhugandu. You see Tanner and Ali, and you know, this is so good to see. You know, this guy, it's really mastered in sport, and it seems for me that he has been through many things in life, and now he's in his top of his mind. You know, he's looking better than ever.
Well, here they go. They're going to chair him up the beach. This is an amazing victory for Dave. You know, making history in our sport here with Dave Hubbard taking his 10th world title. You saw Tanner McDaniel, who's up for the men's world title, yet to be decided. He's actually got a heat coming up, but he wanted to be there to congratulate Dave. All the locals love Dave. He kind of hangs with the locals while he's here and cruises around with them every night and has dinner. And, you know, they just love him, man. He becomes one of them. And we're going to get a few words with him shortly. But, wow, what a final. That was amazing.
That was amazing. Such a high-level drop knee riding. I think that it was one of the best finals I've ever seen in drop knee. As you guys mentioning, during the heat, they were so close, surfing with such a similar lines, and it seems that the waves are very similar as well. It seems that we're getting close to our interview. I'm really looking forward to see what's going to come out from Dave at this time.
Yeah, I mean, will he be at a loss for words? I doubt it. He's such a polished athlete. He's so polite and well-mannered and, you know, respectful of his competition. I mean, Sammy has been his nemesis competitively for years and really pushed him, as he does always. Sammy, a 4-time world champ in and of himself, and of course Sammy would be the heir apparent to you know, carry on the drop knee world title after Dave kind of steps down, if Dave ever steps down. He seems unstoppable. He just seems to get better every year. And let's find out what he's going to say. We got Begonia Martinez, voice of the IBC, down there with our 10-time world champion and 2023 Visit Maldives drop knee champion. Begonia, take it away.
Well, you have no idea what it's happening out here. Dave, we just want to hear from you. You are breaking a record. We have never seen anyone in bodyboarding history with 10 titles, so tell us how you feel.
Oh, I'm so stoked. It's great to battle with Sammy. He's amazing and surfing super strong. So that final was down to the wire, really difficult, really challenging, really took everything that I had. So that's always exciting when you win, putting everything you have into it. And yeah, it's going to sink in for a little while, but yeah, just so stoked that I achieved the goal early and it's done now. I'll still go to Sintra, of course, and support that event. But yeah, super stoked.
Have you ever pictured in your mind that you were going to get 10 world titles in drop knee division?
Yeah, and visualization is pretty important. I use it in my preparation and training. So yeah, I've had some visions of this moment, and yeah, it's so nice to have it here in the Maldives. It's really beautiful.
I know this place is special for you. Last year you took 2 wins in both divisions, and the crowd seems to love you. So what do you have to say for the Maldivian people?
Oh, they're just so amazing. They've been so supportive ever since we landed here. You know, they're just always just super friendly, first of all. Super friendly, super welcoming, great hosts. Just want to enjoy with you. And even when they're rooting for the Maldivians who are competing, it never feels antagonistic. Never feels like they're rooting against anybody. It always feels like they're supportive, and I've just made some really, really nice friendships here. But to the event, the Visit Maldives Pro, it's just one of the best events for sure we have on tour, but probably of like all time as far as like everything. If you look at everything that goes into the Visit Maldives Pro, it's one of the best events. Certainly one of the best events we've ever had on the Drop Knee Tour, last year and this year. So the event itself is just super special, and to all the event promoters, organizers, tons of staff, just want to say a very heartfelt thank you because yeah, you're doing an amazing job with this event and making dreams come true.
Well, just to wrap up, message for all the drop knee riders in the world.
Yeah, come on out, show us your stuff. You know, we need more and more participation. We're getting, amazing talent. I just love watching Maz and Ian and Fabian, of course, Sammy, Kavika Kamai, Kellen, some of the Hawaii guys who do turn up at some of the international events. Yeah, but there's tons of talent out there. So guys, come on out and give it a dig and just be a part of it, just to be a part and participate in an event is super special. So I'd be stoked to see any new guys. Super big props to Gary Thatcher for coming to a couple events this year. He's one of the guys who's doing it, like showing up and making it happen at events. Hen, Tariq from Morocco, a couple of those guys they're showing up. It's super sick. So keep coming out, guys, and let's help bring Drop Knee to another level.
Anyone else to shout out?
Yeah, of course, all the glory goes to God. My Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, I'm lost. And that's been a huge turning point in my life. And it's really, without words, means way more to me than titles, my relationship with God. And so all the glory goes to God, and I just thank him for this opportunity to represent for him. And also thank you to my sponsors for allowing me to represent you guys as well.
Well, there you have it, guys. Your first 2023 IBC World Tour champion in the drop knee division. Congratulations, Dave. And the best for the men division, I have to say. Back to you guys for the women finals.
All right, that was a great interview. I have to say, God bless you, Dave. You deserve everything that you're, looking forward, and this was an amazing win. Let's go to the heat. We have another great final out there. We have in red Sari Ohara, current World Tour leader, and in red, of course, and in yellow, Teresa Miranda, the Canarian Island representative in this heat. Let's go. Take us through J-Real.
Well, we already have a couple waves ridden. Let's take a look at this one from Teresa Miranda. Beautiful right-hander lining up for her. She foam balls it into the roll, and that thing just, I can't even believe she blasted through that, but she did and gets a 5.5. One more angle on this one. You can see it kind of starts to crumble, but she just gets up there enough to get launched out in the flats. 5.5 for her for the first wave of the heat. And once again, 30-minute heat, best two waves will count, and we will crown a 2023 Visit Maldives Pro women's champion after this heat.
Yeah, it was a very nice looking right. She bottom turn is like easy, that lazy and round bottom turn that we all loves to see. But the section was a kind of foamy, but she had the speed, and she looked at us say, okay, I'll roll it off, and it worked out. 5.5, an average score, nothing mind-blowing, but anyway, a solid wave to start the heat.
Yeah, we talked about this throughout the entire week. It's always good to get kind of the first blood in a heat, get the other competitor playing catch-up. It's a mental advantage. And Teresa Miranda has that mental advantage, and not too shabby of a score. A 5.5 is certainly a decent score. Sari Ohara, a former world champion, current World Tour leader. She had so much success in the South American leg, and now she's here riding high on the ratings board. And, she's going for another win in this event and another world title for Japan, and she brought a few girls with her this time around. A couple of these young ladies from Japan really made a name for themselves in this event. And yeah, beautiful sunny weather here for her to do this in.
Yeah, it's great to have Sari mentoring the new Japanese generation. Actually, Japan has been one of the great countries in regarding to bodyboarding since ever. You had so many great names. Of course, Ayaka Suzuki, who was a world champion, Aoki, and another so many great riders. And this young lady from Chiba, Japan, has 28 years. Her favorite waves are Ehukai Beach Park, Sagres, and Maldives. It's great.
Wow.
And yeah, she's a fan of manga. You like manga? You know what is manga?
I know there was a pro surfer in the 80s named Munga Berry, Michael
No.
Munga Berry, but no, what is that?
No, manga. It's kind of the comics in Japan.
Oh, anime.
Yeah.
We call that anime, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Does it say manga in her bio?
Yeah.
Oh,
Read
there you
manga.
go. Okay.
That's what they call manga.
Okay. Got it.
And of course, best surf trips: Hawaii, Bali, Australia, and Portugal. I love it. And well, it's good to see that Sari is also into training younger generations, teaching bodyboarding to young generations, and keep our legacy. That's great to have this kind of mindset regarding to perpetuate the sport in your country. It means in your city, in your beach, doesn't whatever you want it. So you have to think local. You act local and thinking globally. So that's what I think that most of the riders could do. And as we see, the Onsari Ohara dropping in a nice right-hander, punches the roll, one maneuver wave, but well, that kind of the same line from Teresa's first wave. Let's see what the judge is gonna think comparing one wave with another.
Yeah, she has this right wedge coming at her, or pushing her down the line here. Goes up in the lip, a little cleaner off the lip than Teresa. She didn't get caught in that foam ball, so she got a little projection out into the flats. One more angle in this, and watch her as she makes this bottom turn from the bottom, and nice clean off the lip right there. So scoring comes through. It's a 6.25. A little bit better in terms of score than Teresa Miranda, and I think it was warranted in that case.
Yeah, great analysis here, Jay. The wave was very similar, but she got a nice round bottom turn, and there was not that foamy section where Teresa has to reach. She got a little bit cleaner, nice projection, well executed, 6.25. Both riders have one wave ridden, and with 21 minutes and 38 seconds remaining, just remind that this is a 30-minute heat. Sari got the first place, 6.25, and Teresa in second, 5.5.
Slow pacing in this heat right now with just two waves ridden here as we get down 9 minutes into the heat. Some heats guys have caught, I don't know, 4 or 5 waves by this time. But these girls taking their time out here, and you can see the beautiful aerial shot as we go over that white tent. That's where the competitors hang out, the tower that we just flew by. That's kind of where the photographers hang. Beautiful view of Varunulaa Raalhugandu, the blue-roofed mosque there in the center of your screen. And as we pan back around and look to the west, you can see the city of Male. This is the capital city of the country. 8 square kilometers this particular island is, and kind of a launching point to the north or south with tons and tons of world-class waves littering this archipelago. And we spin back around and see that beautiful turquoise tropical water temp in the mid to upper 80s here. So that's Celsius around 28, 29 degrees Celsius, just balmy. It was pouring down rain out there this morning, and we were it was actually warmer in the water than it was lying on top of the board.
You're right, and man, I can tell you, I was tripping with this drone shot. That was so beautiful to see. All the, the view from the air, Mali City, all the setup of the contest, the mosque. This is we have been saying this during all the webcasts. This place is so unique, as you have the south swell wrapping up 90 degrees into Varunulaa Raalhugandu peak. There was at some point a very high image that the drone got, and you could see all the reef, and it was very interesting for me to see that where we have the left one at Padang, so as they call, actually it was very deep out there, and it seems that kind of you have a different speed with when the wave comes, and then it favorites the wedgie.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. We haven't really seen that peak working today. Padang, which is the peak to the left side of the screen, is not really working. Another aerial shot here. That's a swim beach. A lot of the locals go for like a morning swim out there, nice and calm and protected. And literally just 100 meters away is Varunulaa Raalhugandu. I love to do that. It's fun to roll the tongue on that word. We came here first time last year and had to learn how to say that. But check it out, Sari O'Hara.
Up and riding, nice. Oh, she flipped it. She flipped it the first section. That was Sari O'Hara. She's not afraid. She's going for it. As she mentioned it. After last year, she changed her mindset right here at the Maldives. And we see right on the first section, bottom turns, goes to the flip, and there she is. Her second solid score, and it was going to give her some space and a strong lead in this heat.
Well, look at that. ARS, beautifully executed, comes down, spins right out of it. Thought she was going to get another hit out of that, but that was a solid wave. And Sari, she knows she has to step it up. Teresa Miranda is no pushover out here, and these two are neck and neck. And I suspect this will be another one of those heats where it's going to be a seesaw battle back and forth. But Sari O'Hara's got to love that wave. That was a solid move on a big wave. Scores coming through right now, and they're going to be reflective of the risk that she took for that maneuver, and we're seeing mostly sevens across the board as we wait for the final scores to pop in, and that's going to give Sari O'Hara a solid lead, a 7.0, and now Teresa Miranda needs a 7.25 to push back into the lead.
Yeah, also Teresa got another wave, 6 points, so it's a very tight heat at this point. 6 and 5.5 for Teresa, and 7 and 6.25 for Sari. Actually, that ARS from Sari, the bottom turn was not that long, and that lazy time to hit the lip was kind of a quick turn, but then she bullied the section right on the perfect moment. Not an explosive ARS, but she did it nicely, and there it is, 7 points. And also Teresa looking sharp, got a 6 points on her last ride. So with 16 minutes and 16 seconds in the clock, the hit situation, we have Sari O'Hara first position, 7 points best wave, 6.25 backup score. In second, Teresa Miranda, 6 points first wave, backup score 5.5. Teresa now needs 7.25 to lead and to become the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro champion in the women's division.
Yes, indeed. We're coming up on the halfway mark in this heat. And again, kind of a slow pace to this heat. Only 4 waves ridden, 2 by each competitor. Again, I'll make the early prediction. It's going to be another neck-and-neck heat that's going to come down to the last 5 minutes and a use of priority, I think. So who will be the champion of this event is anybody's guess. The Canarian or the Japanese rider. Who will win it? Who will walk away with part of that $20,000 up for grabs in the women's division.
All right, and some stats of Teresa. She comes from Tenerife, Canarian Island. She has a 161 centimeters with 64 kilos, and she rides a 40 inches board.
That makes sense. You know, I've been to Tenerife. There's some good surf over there on both the north coast, the west coast. A lot of surf throughout the entire island chain down there. It's a real volcanic vibe down there, and just reef breaks galore down there. It just pumps. Have you ever been to Tenerife?
No.
No, yeah.
Looking forward to.
Yep, beautiful place. A big volcano called El Teide in the center of the island. Snow-capped in the winter. I went there in the winter. We went up and rode our bodyboards in the snow up there on the top of the volcano, and then went down and rode some waves. So beautiful place she comes from. And Sari Ohara from Chiba in Japan, Ichinomiya to be exact. Another great place. A lot of beach break type waves down there. One of the most consistent surf zones in Japan. Gets pretty cold in the winter there and very hot in the summer. And let's take another look at this wave for Teresa Miranda.
Oh, I think that's Teresa's wave that we had missed. A nice round roll on the section, and looking for another one, and there is a finishing move. One more roll. Very nicely completed wave, 2 rolls. Love the first one. She hit it right in the pocket. That's what the judges want to see. We have been telling this during all the webcasts. We had a previous riders meeting with the technical team, and Chico Garitano, our head judge, he was very clear to everyone. You need to go around the section, bottom turning as hard as you can, and hit just the first pocket. That where are the points, and this is what the riders are doing. To get the highest points, you got to reach the first pocket.
Well, we definitely see those highest scores for the riders that are doing exactly that. Projection is really what you want to get, and so that's why you got to hit the lip right at that pocket where it starts to launch out. We're down to about 12 and a half minutes to go in this heat, so again, that slow pace sticking there. Sadi Ohara picks off this left-hander earlier, and bottom turns around the section, boom, launches the ARS, and comes so close to pulling it off. She was 3/4 of the way around you.
Yeah, so close. It kind of dips right in the end of the maneuver. It was almost completed. I thought she had done it. But anyway, there's so much things that you have to, manage in the landing. She did more of 3/4 of the move, but then, there's another good-looking wave. That's time for Teresa. Nice roll right under the roof, and that's it. It's going to be a good score, definitely, for Teresa Miranda.
Yeah, Teresa with a very aggressive maneuver. Take one more look at this. Look at this. Bottom turns and breaks the lid off that wave with the Rolo and lands it and ducks out. So solid for her. Scores coming through. The judges really love that. Look at this. Nice round section. Boom. Hammers that lip and comes back down, and the scores popping in slowly here, but I think she's going to like that one. It's going to be her high score of the heat and potentially push her back into the lead. She needs a 7.25, and early scores coming through. A little too early to tell, but you can see on your screen a 7.5, a 7.0. If you're looking the live scoring, you'll see this, and that's on IBCWorldTour.com website. But yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Teresa Miranda could take over the lead.
Yeah, that is the advantage for you to hit IBC and check the live scores. You'll be ahead of anyone in terms of scores, and there it is, 7.5, the best wave of the heat so far. Very strong roll, and you see, that was not a progression move. There was not an ARS, but it doesn't matter. You see, they're all there. Bottom turn, rolls right in the pocket, strong move, and the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that's what you want to do here. And now she moves into that first position. Sari O'Hara chasing down a 6.51 to retake the lead. And again, the seesaw battle continues between these two competitors. We're 2/3 of the way done with this women's final to try to crown, not try to, we are going to crown our 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Women's Champion in less than 10 minutes, folks.
All right, so a quick shout out to our sponsors. Thank you, Visit Maldives, in association with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. Thank you, the Ministry of Tourism, Diragu, our digital partner, Adradu, online media partner, Buruzu Catering, official events, Muja Art Box, Brent Lab, Ice Network, Island Apparels, and Mukai Hotel. Once again, thank you, GTEC, TFG, Stelco, MNDF, Police Department of Mali, and Mali City Council.
Thank you for reading all those off, Giuliano. I agree. They are so critical to making this event happen, every one of them contributing something here, and that's why we're back for year 2. This is one of the crown jewels of the IBC World Tour. We're about midway through the World Tour season. South American leg was a huge success with, by the way, huge waves at all the events. Every event on the tour, Antofagasta, Arica, and Itacochara, all pumping, like really pumping, right?
You're
and
right.
even this event at the beginning of the week, this is almost too pumping.
Yeah, was some really good waves here, solid 4 to 6 foot, occasional 8. Speaking about the Hawaiian way to measure it, you know, because if you think about faces, you can say easily 10, 12, maybe 15-foot waves. We had a very difficult start in this competition as we had a full moon and a very high tide in a pretty large swell incoming, and there was a lot of water going into the city, you know, a lot of water and sands in the street, throwing rocks everywhere. But then we had some problems with the power.
Yeah.
Well, and this is the beauty of being right in the middle of the ocean, close to nowhere, and we are very, you know, sensitive to these to the nature, and this is the beauty of this sport. We are 100% connected with nature, and as we were mentioning, it doesn't matter too much if you did good or not. Just being here, it's such a blessing.
I agree. You know, it's been really cool to be on the pulse of this whole event this whole week by being in here doing the commentary. We've seen everything that's happened from start to finish. Meteorologically speaking, it was really interesting at the beginning of the week, like you said, when we had the super moon on August 1st and we had those extreme tides. And some of the people here were saying that was like the biggest they've ever seen, you know, the tide come up, right? It was like washing chunks of coral into the streets, under the scaffolding. It was gnarly. And we did have some power issues. We had some rain squalls move through. The nature was trying to tell us something like, hey, I'm in charge here.
Yeah.
Not you. And hey, if I want to shut your power down, I'm going to do it. But we managed to keep coming back, and here we are on day 6. And we're down to 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and a bit of a lull in the action here. But, you know, I mentioned this one's going to come down to the last 5 minutes. Whoever gets that one killer wave will then hold priority. But at this point right now, Sari O'Hara, a former world champ and current World Tour leader, looks for a 6.51 to better her position out there against Teresa Miranda.
Yeah, even it's a low heat, if you check the best waves, a 7.5 and a 6 points from Teresa and a 7 points and a 6.25 from Sari O'Hara, they're really good waves. So it looks that it's kind of a low, yeah, definitely is, but there's some really good opportunity out there. So maybe they're right on the strategy now. I have to sit, I have to wait, and this it's gonna set the pace for the incoming final. because we going to have on the finals of the men's division Tanner McDaniel against Pierre-Louis Costes. How great is this clash of the Titans, Jay?
It is totally a clash of the Titans. We saw we've seen these guys meet up many times. And Tanner actually mentioned that he hopes he gets to meet PLC in the final. That is the mark of a champion right there. You know, some guys would just say, I want to meet the easiest person I can go up against and have a shot at this win. But he wants the game to be raised. He wants the stakes, the bar, all to be raised. And so he wants the best guy. So PLC and Tanner, yet another battle between these two. And I'll tell you what, Tanner wants revenge, right? He wants revenge for what happened in South America.
Yeah, that was critical. We have to say that Tanner had 3 second places in the tour. All right, so 3 finals, 3 second places, and he's in another final. So you can imagine he will put everything he have, to win this contest. But anyway, it's Pierre, so anything can happen.
Well, he has to feel like this is his year, right? He came so close the last couple years to a world title. Last year in particular, Tristan Roberts took it out. And the obstacles to his winning a world title are slowly moving out of the way for Tanner McDaniel. We saw Tristan get knocked out yesterday, so that path is clearing for Tanner. He's just got to take advantage of it and take that victory. It's his to win or lose today.
You're right, Jay, definitely is. And all right, I have to say huge kudos to Pamela Barron and Maida Viana, 3rd place in this event. These ladies will be in the podium representing their countries, Brazil and South Africa. And well, Maida has been training so hard. I can tell you, this woman she's so focused. She's so serious. She has this very unique way to approach her bodyboarding. She's really amped. And Pamela, well, a kind of a veteran in bodyboarding, and now one of the top riders of the world.
Yeah, making it on the international scene after her sort of debut in South Africa last year, making the final, and now everyone knows who she is, right?
Yeah.
She was probably dominating in South Africa. Everyone knew her down there, but really her entry to the world stage started at the Walker Bay Pro last year. Down to the 2-minute mark here, and it's been a lull in the action. Sari O'Hara now getting into critical situation here where she needs that 6.51. She's going to have one more crack at it. She does have first priority right now. She's trying to be patient and really just hope that something pops up here. Looks like we might have a few lumps out on the outside. This may be her shot.
Yeah, but regarding to consistency, 3rd final in a row for Sari. She took the win in Wahine. She took the win in Antofagasta. And now, even if she didn't win, took a 2nd position, she's going to be very strong in the lead. So we still have some contests in women's division this year. So anything can happen.
That's a good point. So now down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Sari O'Hara watching the seconds actually tick away, and her chance to gain this title, this 2023 Visit Maldives Pro women's title, diminishes with every passing second. Maybe a peak on the outside. I think they're out of position for this one, but we'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, last turn of the clock, 15 seconds remaining, and now the relativity of the time, it will gonna run fast for Sari and so slow for Teresa.
That's right, Teresa not in first priority, so she's basically got to defer to Sari, but with 30 seconds left, you can do the math on this. The swell period's probably around 14 seconds, so that's like time for like 2 more waves to pass under them, and I don't see one anywhere near big enough or even breaking in that area. So the clock runs out on Sadia O'Hara with 8 seconds to go. Does not look like she will get another chance. Hold on, she's having a look at this, but looks like the horn blows, and yep, that's going to do it.
Yeah, congratulations, Teresa Miranda, the winner, the champion of the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Women's Division. Congratulations, this lady. She's such a nice girl. She's always smiling, you know, and she also helps IBC with the math and the ranking. So huge props and kudos to Teresa Miranda taking the win in this contest. That you see, nice graphic. That is Teresa Miranda representing Canary Island in the top of the podium. Teresa, well done. You did great in this competition. It was great to see the patience that you have progressing heat through heat. Nice clean rolls, always very, you know, composed and stable in the moves. So huge congratulations, Teresa Miranda.
Yeah, fantastic performance for her. A really big deal for her here. She takes the win. 2023 Visit Maldives Pro, and a huge congratulations to her. That heritage of Canarian bodyboarders in this sport is deep, goes all the way back. I mean, I look at one of the first top women from the Canaries, Marina Taylor. If we want to dig super deep and go deep, and in the men's side, Alexis Diaz. We're talking way back, and now here's these young guns, Teresa Miranda. We had so many riders from the Canaries show up here and kill it. Of course, Jorge Hernandez, and it's just, you know, it's just a huge victory for this young lady from Las Canarias, from Tenerife, and she comes up, and there we go. She's getting plenty of love from the crowd here, the Canarians supporting their rider. Looks like Armide Soliveres carrying her off among some of these other riders. Jorge Hernandez in back. Look at that. And Bego has rejoined me. What do you think of this win for Teresa Miranda?
Oh, it's so great. I'm so happy for her. I'm also happy for Sadi because she got very good points to become world champ this year. I mean, so just perfect results here. But Teresa just getting the best results for her this year. She's winning this event. She had a 5th and a 9th this year. Right now, she is jumping a bunch of steps up in the World Tour rankings. And you see everyone just saying hi to her, all the Canarians, Pamela Bauer, and all the ladies, Valentina. We had Clara Pontes as well. So, yeah, great moments. I have to say this event is so special. And look at that. Teresa Miranda, she is just so happy. If you allow me, I'm going to say a few words in Spanish. La verdad que, Clara Pontes ahí. Increíbles momentos para Teresa Miranda. De verdad que una chica con muchísimo corazón, con muchísimo dedicación al bodyboard, que con mucho esfuerzo siempre va a los eventos, entrena súper duro. Dos veces campeona en el frontón, una competidora realmente fuerte, así que la verdad un momento muy importante para ella, para Jorge, para todo Canarias, que está pasando por algo súper difícil, ¿no? Que fue la pérdida de un bodyboarder tan joven como Patrick Popa. Así que ella, de hecho, desde el primer momento le dedicó esa victoria a Patrick y a su familia, igual que Jorge, así que wow, unos momentos muy lindos de verdad, y me encanta ver caras nuevas también avanzando. Por supuesto que admiro muchísimo a las competidoras mundialistas, pero ver la oportunidad que Teresa tenga ahora con esto de escalar un montón de puestos dentro del ranking mundial, realmente es algo increíble. Y bueno, Sario Jara también con puntos muy buenos. Yo creo que con esto también va a sumar. Esto lo ayuda mucho para su campaña para ser campeona mundial.
Well, so it's a win-win, really. Teresa Miranda takes the victory here today. Sadia O'Hara in second position, tease her up for a potential second world title for her. So I don't think anybody walks away a loser in this one, right, Bego?
Not at all. Sari's getting very important points, especially with the scenario that we have, that the rest of the competitors that were behind her actually lost in early rounds. And for Teresa, she will be climbing a bunch of spots in the rankings. So it will be very interesting to see how the women division develops throughout the rest of the events. Remember, we have Sintra, we have the Walker Bay Pro, and we also have Morocco. So we're going to see where we're going to be crowning. It looks like we might be crowning the woman world champ in Morocco. So it's going to be very interesting. And also these kind of things, you know, just open the door for different scenarios. It's pretty cool. I'm actually enjoying it very much.
Well, I know you like to do the math on all that stuff. I'll let you handle that heavy lifting. But for now, we have Mr. Giuliano Lara with our 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Women's Champion. Take it away, Giu.
All right, Jay, I'm here with Teresa, all smiles, taking the win. Her very first win in the World Tour. What are you feeling now?
La verdad que no tengo palabras. Estaba bastante tranquila la manga, sabía que Patrick estaba de mi lado, que me iba a enviar las olas. Sari se me había adelantado, estaba haciendo muy buen performance, pero la verdad que estuve tranquila y confié en que viniera una, me vino, así que a dedicárselo a él y a toda su familia y a toda la gente de Canarias.
All right, actually, she's telling us that she was kind of calm in the heat, just waiting for the best wave, and she trusts her abilities to get the score. She knows that Sari was doing great, but she was confident that she's going to kill it. So we have to say that you did amazing during all the event. Very nice rolls, very clean moves, and you know, I have to ask you to give a great shout out to your friends and family back in your town.
Sí, eso. Muchísimas gracias a toda mi familia, a mis sponsors, a Bodyboarding y la familia FBOX, y a toda la gente que me apoyaba, que ha sido muchísima. Se lo agradezco muchísimo a todos. Estoy muy agradecida, de verdad.
All right, words of the champion, guys. See you in the booth.
Oh, well. I'm caught with my computer. I'm all the time doing some
Well, I
numbers.
said you were doing the math.
Yeah.
You need a computer to do the math these days. It's very complicated, but a great win for Teresa Miranda. She's kind of overcome with joy. I'm sure it's going to be a big celebration tonight here in Male for her,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, guys, we are about to start the last heat of the day. The last heat of this event is the great final for the men division right there. Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii is facing Pierre-Louis Coste from France. And it's going to be a classic final as well. Tanner looking for a rematch after Pierre taking the win from here in Arica this year. So it's going to be very interesting to see who takes the win here. Such an important point for Tanner and for Pierre as well in order to keep advancing. And Tanner, with 3 second places this year, he needs this win.
Well, you know, he's been at it for so long, trying to get that title. 3 second places you mentioned. So he has an axe to grind, as it were, not only with himself, wanting to get first place, but with PLC, who took him out in Chile. So it's, you know, there's a couple of things on the table here for Tanner McDaniel. Conditions out here, the tide is now filling in. We do have a little more of that backwash off the seawall, but it is the final heat of the day, folks. We are on day 6 of the Visit Maldives Pro, the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. And we have a completely different lineup in the final. Last year it was Amory Laverne and Dave Hubbard. This year it is Tanner McDaniel and Pierre-Louis Costas who are going to battle it out. And we have a lot of prize money up for grabs. $30,000 in this men's division on tap to add that to the other divisions for a total of $70,000 in prize money. And such an important event, particularly for Tanner, who is chasing down that world title.
And was lots of important points. I mean, Pierre right now is sitting in the 13th position, and he will be jumping a bunch of steps up because we don't have a few competitors, and given the fact that Maxime, Sasha, Semi, Matthias, Rodrigo, Dave, Socrates, who is not here, Lionel, who is not here, all of those are above him. And Tristan Robertson, Moises Silva, they lost way before him. So he's jumping a bunch of steps, and Tanner really looking for a win. He has been, he's very composed. I had to say, I was having a word with him. He said, I'm cool, I'm focused, I just want to take this win, it's all right, you know. So let's see if he can, you know, break the spell. 3 second places.
Well, he said his wife and son are landing at 3:45 today.
Oh, I was talking about
And-
Tanner.
No, oh, sorry, I'm talking about Pierre. Sorry, yeah, you were talking about Tanner, so that's good. He's focused and ready to rock out here. But Pierre, you know, he's such a veteran. He's been at this for so long, a multiple world title winner. He's been in this position so many times in his career. So right now we've got the age versus experience battle out here. And I was talking about Pierre. He said that his wife and son were landing at 3:45 at the airport. It's now 4:10 local time, so they're probably getting their bags right about now.
Oh, wow.
And I said, are they going to make it in time for this final? And we kind of figured out maybe they'll show up right as it ends. So wouldn't that be a gift for Pierre to be walking out of the water, being chaired up the beach as his wife and son pull up?
Just perfect.
Yeah, it would be perfect for him, not so much for Tanner. He wants to make sure that doesn't happen. So, yeah, it's a slow start to this heat. We are, you know, it's a 30-minute heat, tons of time. We're only a minute and a half in here, but these guys are going to take their time. They got to pick those diamonds in the rough out here.
Okay, guys, we have a poll in the chat. If you want to go and vote, we would like to see your opinion. We would like to hear you. Who do you think is going to win this heat, this event? And let's see, first blood for Tanner McDaniel, 30-minute heats. This is the first wave, and he's going to go for the, we'll say ARS. I'm going to have another look of that one. Sometimes he just do a mix of ARS and flips, and that's why the crowd goes crazy in the chat and starts to say that's an ARS. No, that's a backflip. But we're going to get to see right here. What is your take?
Okay, so he really had to claw into this one. He barely got in. And we're going to point out the difference between the ARS and the backflip. So he goes upside down, and the difference is the rotation of the board. So
right.
When the rider's upside down, if they're rotating the board, that's the ARS. The backflip, they stay kind of parallel on their board. So I'm thinking this was an ARS, but let's take one more look. A better angle here, and Tanner does well to scratch into this one. Upside down, a little board rotation right there shows the ARS, and straight into the forward spins with a finish roll there. So Tanner knows the linking of the maneuvers after that big outside move is really the key to the big points, and the score comes through at a 5.25. So not a shabby score, not the biggest wave out there, not the most projected ARS, but good enough to get those early lead points going and put some pressure on PLC to play catch up.
Well, yeah, you know, the judges will go conservative on the first maneuvers. They know the potential of this wave and the possibilities that these riders have. So, you know, first blood, it's got to be like that. And we will see, I'm pretty sure we will see quite a show. I mean, it's Pierre-Louis Coste. This guy just won 3 times, I mean, for his 3rd time, the Arica Cultura Bodyboard, which is an event with a lot of prestigious. And he just won it. And he's got 2 world titles. So, you know, Pierre, you know, he doesn't need any presentation. I think everyone knows perfectly who he is and the way he's surfing, how much he has done for the sport.
Oh, yeah.
But on the other hand, Tanner, it's the guy that it's killing it these days, you know, in all kinds of waves, in competition, in free surf. Beautiful style, very composed, and, you know, this is definitely a high-performance final.
So here we go. Tanner stalling. He's waiting for the lip to pitch. Beautiful ARS right there in an oncoming section. He decides to dip out, but you saw him kind of wait it out on that wave, and it looks like maybe Pierre on that back one. So hopefully we can get a better look at that one as he finishes with the roll on the inside. So Pierre getting on the board now with Tanner getting 2 waves, and we'll have to look for some replays to see what went down in that exchange.
Yeah, interesting one. Tanner going for this one. He just he probably saw the rights, just offering few sections in the drop knee division, and he said, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. So that will be his backup score, and we are waiting to see also that's the first wave for Pierre-Louis Coste. Pierre-Louis, he's looking very sharp this year, and he said it himself. I mean, he's been very humble. He said in his last interview that he's learning. He's like moving to a different level right now. He's acknowledging the level of the rest of the competitors. He knows, wait a sec, okay, so this is a replay, and that's a proper backflip for Pierre. And it's just a side look. I don't know if he actually performed something else. Is that Cristobal Charafi? I think he is. But yeah, Pierre, it's in a different level of his career. We were having that conversation while Dave was surfing. There's a point that they reach this maturity. They have different things on their mind. They have achieved many things. And right now they want to, the competition is within themselves, you know, and with themselves. Actually, I asked him once, what happened when you get your first title? He said, like, it's kind of weird. I mean, the first day, week, it's a lot of excitement. But then as the days go by, you're like, okay, what's next? You know?
Yeah.
So it's another title. Okay, then he got the second title. So what's next?
Yes.
You see? So they have
Sure.
to set some goals, and different ones. In the case of Dave, I think his main goal, and he just said it, is not even the number of titles. It's the growth, you know, as an athlete, as a professional. And that's showing in Pierre as well. And I believe when you shift the attention of just trying to get numbers and numbers and numbers, and you just try to be a better rider overall, the other stuff just start happening. And I believe this is the case for Pierre this year. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, interesting perspective. Tanner McDaniel taking off on this wedgie right-hander. You see him kind of stalling, and now he's just gunning it for that closeout section. Ducks out early. That one just not providing that high-flying ramp that he's looking for. He has a 5.25 times 2, actually, his first 2 waves. That one just gives him a 1.0. So PLC 6.75 on his first wave, a solid opener. And he's going to get one more wave and possibly move into the lead. He just needs a 3.75. So, again, you know, at this level of riding, these guys, it's going to be a seesaw battle back and forth. But to back to your point, yeah, you know, once you win a couple world titles, you achieve that goal, you do need to set new goals, you know. I guess some people are okay with just saying, I want to defend my title. But other people need to set goals. Let's check this wave for PLC. Giant lofty backflip. He's the man who basically wrote the manual on how to do a backflip here. Snowball ride out on the shoulder and another nice extended Rolo out into the flat. So that was PLC's one and only wave, a 6.75, a solid opener for him.
Definitely a solid open in a very mature way. One single wave. 6.75. Of course, Tanner it's leading because he's got 2 scores, the same scores, 5.25. But yeah, it's a matter of just getting one more wave. Pierre is looking for a 3.75, and this is only starting. It's 30-minute heats, and we are just passing the first 10 minutes. So much time for these two. They have been proven to be the best riders in this event. So, you know, if they reach this point, it's because they're comfortable with this wave and they know what they're doing. So 20 minutes is a lot of time.
Well, 20 minutes will be the amount of time until we crown our men's champion. And I see a solid one on the outside. This is a solid right-hander. I don't think either one of our competitors is in position for that peak over there. So these guys kind of mining this central peak here. The rights, the lefts, you know, it's been flip-flopping. Some heats the rights are better, some the lefts are better. We mentioned that tide filling back in now, and this is a low tide spot in terms of the tide that it's best on. So the tide filling in is not working in the favor of the competitors out there, but these guys are pros. They're the best in the world. Tanner McDaniel, PLC, they know how to work any kind of conditions to their advantage. And take one more look at this one, Bego, from Tanner McDaniel.
Okay, he stalled there, found the backflip, I will call him, and just one single maneuver, but a nice decent size wave. I think he will be better in one of those 5.25. And I have to say, Pierre right now waiting. He's got the first priority. He wants to get, I believe in his mind, is like, I want to get the best wave of the heat. I will wait for that moment. Let's see if he can do that.
Yeah, so slow times here in the middle part of the heat. These guys waiting it out. Patience is a virtue, and especially when you're in this situation with PLC holding down priority and only one wave to his name. So, you know, nearly more than 1/3 of the heat over, and PLC just one wave. But again, you know, that's the advantage here with the two-wave system. Two best waves count in the final tally. So you could literally just catch two waves in the heat and still win. And we may, the way this is pacing out here, we may see that be the case here with PLC. He could just get one more wave, and that would be the knife in the back of Tanner McDaniel's run to the win. And gosh, what a heartbreaker that would be for Tanner. But I don't think he's going to let that happen easily. We see him paddle for that wave. He does not have first priority, so no harm, no foul on paddling. And he's kind of like, you know, trying to find a peak away from Pierre so that he doesn't have any problem taking it off on the wave and, you know, having any priority issues with PLC holding down that first priority. So here we go, a little peek on the outside for PLC.
Okay, let's see this right for Pierre. Goes for a nice round roll, pocket roll, and another one just using the classics, the basics for a two-time world champ and three-time Arica Cultura bodyboard champ. So 3 rolls there for backup score for Pierre-Louis Coste, coming from France and living in Portugal for a number of years now. And he's got this Costes camp going on. I think it's a very good thing. Actually, I know there's one of the juniors here, Ian. He went and took that camp to train, and I think it showed on his performance. And there you have it, 6.75 for Pierre. So Pierre, both of these riders have the same scores under their belt for the two top waves, 6.75. So see, this sends a message that sometimes, depending on the execution of a wave, of the maneuver, you don't need a very radical one or different. Just look at that. That's a beautiful roll. Take us through that replay.
Yeah, so second one right there, launching off the lip, and then into a third one. He kind of got stuffed on that third one and did well to hang on, and he's right over there near the seawall. There's some serious backwash and some shallow reef over in that part of the bay here. So Pierre committing everything to maximizing the points on that wave. And one more look at this, a different angle, kind of a better angle for this right-hander, and straight into the lip. Beautiful positioning right there with the roll. Another one in a pitching section of the lip, and he goes for the one more. He has to kind of like headbutt the lip to get up and under that thing, and gets that third roll and rides out of it just to make sure the judges know that he completed the maneuver. So He now has his 2 waves. He does have the lead, and it's a pretty solid one. Tanner McDaniel in the hole to the tune of an 8.25 needed by him as we get down to the halfway mark in this men's final, the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro.
That's right, guys. And I have to say, I mean, Rolos are the base for most of the maneuvers, you know. Rolo is the base for the ARS, of course, for the inverts, for the backflips. So good rolls are just showing that you can handle the basics and the roots of bodyboarding. So I believe that's why, I mean, our judging criteria says so. It says that radical maneuvers with control, execution will grant you the points. So definitely that's why he's got that score. Okay, guys, last 14 minutes and 20 seconds of this event. What a great run we had. What a great event. It's been long, and actually we love to work, of course. It's our main passion. When the events are one next to the other, it's a lot of pressure, of course, but it's been great. I believe the decision from the judges was accurate. If we would have waited, I mean, look at today. If we would have waited a little bit more, we would have been left without waves. You know, swells dropping, you can tell.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to get into a corner where you have the last day of the window and you have to run, right? So we don't know what's going to come tomorrow or Saturday. So we had good waves today. It was a little wonky in the morning with the wind and the tide and the weather, but everything just cleared out. The middle of the day was phenomenal, and we see just a gorgeous shot of this island, 8 square kilometers. Malé City, the capital city of Maldives, right there in all its glory, and Varunulaa Raalhugandu right at the center of your screen right there where we're taking place with this event right now. And check it out, PLC on the outside, streaking down the line, massive amounts of speed, and vaults it up into a huge backflip, but this one does not come out in his favor, and Mr. PLC unable to complete that maneuver. So PLC having a bit of trouble right there. He is in the lead of this heat, but he just gets a 1.5 and a beautiful launching, lofting backflip, but he can't do the finish, and that is the key.
Okay, let's see how this one goes, guys. I'm kind of nervous, of course, because, I mean, I have no preferences. I have to say I enjoy just good bodyboarding as well as you guys, but of course there's very good things happening for both of these riders, so a win for each one of them will be a very great thing. So we wish all of them could win, you know, but unfortunately it's a one person, it's a individual sport, so only one champ we will have. And it will be interesting to see who's going to take that. If you want to vote, we have a little poll there at the chats. And guys, we really would like to thank you for being with us all the time. I know most of you are waking up early or going to bed late. I'm sorry. And for us, it's a pleasure. You guys are the fuel for our engine, as I always said.
Nice one.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But that's a full translation. That's a literal translation from Spanish. Sometimes it doesn't work. I quit doing those because sometimes it sounds really ridiculous. But I believe in this case it works. Seriously, you are the motivation for our work. So thank you very much, all of you. And this is a wave here for Pierre-Louis Coste, looking to better his total score right now. He is so far the champion of this event, but still almost 11 minutes to go.
All right, so yeah, they are, our viewers are the butter on our toast, the peanut butter to our jelly. Shall I continue? No. Okay. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, and Tanner McDaniel now feeling the pressure mounting. He does not want a 4th second place this year. I guarantee you that, folks. So right now he is in a deep situation, needing an 8.25 to move ahead of Pierre. Pierre, on the virtue of his first two waves, both 6.75 scores. Tanner's first two waves, both 5.25 scores. So these guys kind of mirrored each other in the early part of this heat, but as we slowed down through the middle part of the heat, Tanner trying to be patient. He's more than capable of nailing down an 8.25 in just one wave. Probably better if he could do it in two, but the clock is not in his favor right now, folks, and Tanner McDaniel is going to have to get to work here, and the ocean is going to have to cooperate. So again, we get back to that thing I talked about several times. My opinion, competitive wave riding is 50% luck, 50% skill. So he's got the skill, he just needs the luck.
I only can tell you as much as this. I think it, regardless of if Pierre wins and Tanner ends in second position, I believe Tanner will keep the lead in the rankings, because Pierre is in the 13th position and the rest of the competitors lost early in this event. So I believe, regardless of the results, Tanner will keep that first position in the rankings and the possibility of becoming world champ this year. But I do know he wants to take the win, you know. Just for him, a fourth second place will be very disappointing.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You know, you have a guy who's gotten 3 second places in a row. He's looking for the win. It's icing on the cake to be world champ. That's really his main goal, but I think in the short term, he wants a win here. And now down to 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat. The ocean is taking a nap right here. And check it out, Bego. Look at that.
Oh, it's so beautiful. You know, have you seen those coins in here that have a shell? They're very beautiful. So it's a very Maldivian thing. I love it. I just wonder, is it way too much? Because, you know, the competitors sometimes say that the trophy is way too much. But this is just so beautiful. Oh, my God, that shell, classic Maldives.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you're Tanner McDaniel, for example, or PLC, when you come on a trip like this, do you leave a little space in your bag to bring the trophy back just in case? I mean, you have to, right?
I think so. Yeah, I would.
Or you can take it apart, but man, that thing adds some weight. You're going to be overweight, so some of that prize money is going to go to baggage fees.
Oh my God. Okay, I actually think no, and the worst part, it can get broken. You know, so it's not. I'm telling you this. I know this for a fact. They carried that in a carry-on. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have room in my carry-on.
You would do space for sure. Oh my God, you're so negative.
I would take a picture of the thing, and so can somebody ship it to me, please? I don't know. So I don't know. This is all logistics. But right now, folks, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty of this heat. 6 minutes 50 to go. Pierre-Louis Costas has held the lead for quite some time at this point. Since the early stages of this heat, Tanner McDaniel in a situation where he needs an 8.25. Will the miracle happen? You see him keeping busy paddling around, hunting something down. He's got to feel the pressure right now, Bego.
Look at this. I'm just reading a very funny comment. Arthur says, Tutsapu gagné un escargot. That means all these to win a shell.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's classic. Thank you, Arthur, for a good laugh.
There's a lot more than a shell up for grabs, my man, but I like your thinking.
Oh, it's just a funny joke. Anyways, thank you, everyone. Right now, I just jumped to the chat, and I saw so many messages. And, yeah, the snail.
I've seen some classic comments in that chat over the course of the event.
Pretty cool, guys. We can't read you all the time. But sometimes when we jump to the chat and we saw some comments, we were like, you guys are legit. So thank you very much for the support. And thank you for being there with us and bearing with whatever could happen. You know, it's live action. And, you know, natural things can happen. Spontaneous mistakes, of course. but we do this with all the passion and love for the sport that you guys have. So we just hope you enjoyed it. And if we said something you didn't like, we apologize and just say that we love you deeply.
We do.
I went sentimental.
We do, bodyboard fans. Thank you guys for tuning into this event. We're down to the 5-minute mark right here, right now. And look at these guys. They're clawing for this wave on the outside. Tanner McDaniel holding first priority. PLC's trying to get over to that right side of the wave, and looks like Tanner's going to have a crack at this one. Needs that 8.5 and goes for the roll straight into the spin, and another closeout section up ahead is going to give him another opportunity, and it looks like he threw a reverse off that section. You know, I don't see the 8.25. I said 8.5 a second ago. 8.25. PLC on a wave out the back, and wow, a monster ARS for Pierre-Louis Costas. And Bego is giving me the eye daggers of death here when I called that an ARS, but I think that's what we saw there. So a tit-for-tat battle right there, and check it out again.
Well, this was actually a nice wave for Tanner and this style right here. See, he is just such a beautiful bodyboarder, the way he serves. So yeah, okay, 8.25, but we are also waiting for the score of the last wave of PLC, so we don't know if actually Pierre is going to get a big score. So let's see. This is a very interesting exchange, and right there. Okay, one more look for this one.
So there he goes, nice roll there, and the camera pans the other side, but you can see he bangs a killer reverse off this section and then kicks out on the inside. So scores, we're waiting for those to come through. PLC's wave one more time, up into the lip, the ARS lands it solidly, but just that one maneuver and a kind of a smaller wave with less shoulder on it. I think the judges have been favoring those more walled up waves. Those lefts are just kind of shorter and wedgier. But scores coming through right now. Check it out. This could affect the outcome of this heat. So Tanner McDaniel picks up a 6.4. Not enough at this point, but it does improve his lot. He needs a 7.2 here with 2:50 to go. PLC gets a 6.85. That's his high score of the heat. So the situation now, Tanner McDaniel on the outside with second priority.
This one right here, this is the highest score of the heat so far, and it was a very well projected backflip.
I saw the board rotation, but hey, it's a flip nonetheless. He went upside down.
Oh, no, very nice maneuver for Pierre-Louis for sure. So let's see this one right here. It's 7.20 with Tanner is looking for, oh my God, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Can he break the spell? Come on. It will be the fourth to a second. Oh, well. I mean, just for consolation, he will keep the first position in the rankings. I mean, just to know that. But it's not over. It's not over. He's getting back out there. He's not giving up.
That's right. Minute 45 to go. The problem now, PLC holding down first priority. He's just going to go camp it right on top of Tanner if he's smart. And we know he is. He's a two-time world champ. He's been at this for more than 15 years. PLC, a veteran tour competitor. Still in his 30s, young guy still, but he's been at this for so long. I mean, you look, there's footage of him when he was like 14 years old, like the size of Guilherme Montenegro, absolutely ripping. And obviously he's matured into one of the best bodyboarders on the planet and has been for a long time. And here's these guys out there as we close in on the final minute of the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro. And will we be crowning PLC as the event champion? Remains to be seen. Just 55 seconds to go.
Well, I see some people comments, and people, it's definitely saying that Pierre is going to get the snail. This gotta go.
Gotta go.
Oh, well, let's see. 40 seconds, people. And I love to see how Tanner is not giving up. He's looking for one of those rides. But, yeah, I mean, Pierre is going to block him for sure. He's holding the first priority.
Yeah.
So, well, but he put up a good fight.
He did. You know, for me, this is a little anticlimactic. You know, I like to. Everyone likes to pull for an underdog. Tanner McDaniel with the. It looks like it's going to be his fourth second place in a row. Tour leader for sure. Great stuff, but he wanted the win today.
It is happening day. So huge congratulations for Pierre-Louis Coste taking the second win of this year right here at the Maldives. Great performance, and well, Tanner, you are amazing as well. You are keeping your first place. Don't worry, buddy. You're keeping your first place in the rankings, and I know what he's saying. He's like, oh my God, another second. He's like, well, it's all right. You know, he's gonna be fine, and he's an amazing rider. And I've seen so much maturity in Tanner these last years, and this year especially. You have a conversation with him, and he is very mature, very composed. I think he's in a great path, and I think there is a lot of chances for him to become world champ this year. But huge congratulations to Pierre-Louis Coste, because he was the best of the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro.
Well, this reminds me of back in the Bud Tour days in the United States, where Ben Severson was runner-up to Mike Stewart over and over and over again. And you had that same feeling here in some respects. But on the other side of the coin, PLC deservedly won this event. You can see him taking that victory lap wave, spin to roll combo as he makes his way into the beach. And he's going to get all the accolades that he deserves. Maybe Root and Benjamin are pulling up from the airport as we speak to help him celebrate his victory as the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro Men's Open champion. A huge congratulations to Pierre, a true class act, and in an international man of mystery, this guy. He speaks like 4 languages and has lived in 3 countries, you know, just been around the world many times. And, you know, here's Tanner McDaniel just showing incredible sportsmanship, clapping hands for Pierre, arms around each other, and these guys will make their way in. And what a phenomenal 6 days of this event. It's just been fantastic, and we're so pleased to have been a part of this. And thanks for bringing us onto your computer, into your living rooms, onto your phones to watch this event, right?
That's right. We're gonna hit a quick commercial break, and we're gonna be back real soon. Don't go anywhere.
taking over where Dave Hubbard left off last year. He was the winner last year. Now it's Pierre-Louis Costas, and he's no stranger to the victory stand and to the podium. This guy is one of the winningest bodyboarders ever on the World Tour, for sure. And we saw him take the event at Arica down in Chile. And here he is at the top of the podium once again. And check it out, man. This is he's walking past our booth right now, so you can probably hear that super loud. And he's getting ready to come out to the stage area. So a great victory for PLC here, right? Watch your head.
This is the greatest supporting local crowd I've ever seen in my life. Pierre is from French, as everybody knows, but it doesn't matter. The Maldivians are happy because they have crowned a champion, and that's what they want to do. They want to, deliver a great contest as they did, and it's so good to see a true champion. Of course, all respect and props to Tanner, who did an amazing contest, really, demolishing every heat no matter what, very focused, and he was a man on a hunt. And well, he got second again. It's the fourth second back to back. So that's a lot of, I think there has been a lot of things in his mind right now, but well, he did so great. And well, now it's just about the last two stops, and for Tanner, no matter what, the win that's what he needs to improve his situation, just a win.
I think that's motivation for him to keep coming back. He wants the win. He's not going to give up until he gets it, right? So second place, I'm coming back. I want to win. Second place, I'm coming back. Times 4 now. So we got to see if Tanner's going to, chip away at it until he gets that victory. I'm sure he is, right?
Yeah, you're right. And it seems that Begonia is out there with PLC, the 2023 Visit Maldives Pro champion. Take us through this one.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, you have no idea. He was carried all the way from the beach till here. Pierre, wow. We're there. We have Benji. Can you guys believe he just landed to Maldives? Him and Ruth. Pierre, that was just so impressive. Actually, facing Tanner, he needed this win, but you also needed this win. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's kind of working. My plan this year is to go like 110% at every event I go, without thinking even close to the title race. It's not even there. I never thought about I need to win, I need to be Tanner. It's not there. I want to perform. I want to. My goals changed this last few years. I realized that last year because mentally I wasn't so good. So now, to be honest, I'm super happy. I won the final, but my goal is to try to win as many events as possible. Not really to win the world title.
That's amazing. Tell me a little bit about this crowd. These people, Maldivians, they're so good people, right? So welcoming.
It's amazing. I just left the water, so my friends or my family, they just arrived now, which is one of the probably the best memory of my life. I was leaving the water, not expecting to see them already. I thought they just landed, and but they just took me by storm. I didn't even have time to say hello to my friend. They just the Maldivian storm came and just carried me all the way from the competitors area. I was tired for them.
Benji, quer falar alguma coisa?
Diz uma coisa. Diz, eu estou contente de estar aqui. Diz qualquer coisa. Oh.
Well, that's Pierre's son, so it's really impressive just to have them. They just land here. Pierre, anyone to say hi or thanks at this point?
Well, my trophy just arrived. The most important trophy of my life is here, so it's just amazing to see them. It's just these moments are the ones that make all the sacrifice, all the pain, all the tears that I had competing, all worth it. So sometimes you have these happy moments. So yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy it for now.
So you're feeling maturity in your career right now?
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I changed completely my mindset. Last year, I just put unnecessary pressure. Things happened in my personal life as well that made me understand what's really important in my life. And I'm trying to be myself. I'm not trying to be that very, you become very selfish, and when you start to do the whole tour, and when you have a family, just you cannot be. So I really want to be a good human being before being a good competitor. And so far, luck is coming my way because I think I took the decision. So I've been lucky, but I think it's because of the sacrifice and the choices that I've made.
That's an amazing message, Pierre. Congratulations, you are the champion here. And for us, it's been a great run. We are not over. We're going to see the award ceremony right away. But first, we're going to wrap it up in the books, see some commercials, and we count on you for that amazing award ceremony. So back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, well, what can I say, Jay? I kind of get emotional on that because my son has the same age of Benjamin. Vicente, I love you, miss you. But anyway, this is, man, I was mentioning with Bagel when we have this conversation, we have seen Pierre, Emery, and some of the riders like Dave growing, and now they have this kind of a statue of a real master. You know that something really important has changed in their lives. They're still on the top of their careers, but the mindset, it's totally different. And now it seems that they reaches the real black belt.
Yeah, they have a new motivation, a new perspective on life, really. And that speech by Pierre was really interesting to me. He talked about some things happened in his life that made him really realize what's important to him, and that he's now a dad. And this is, let's face it, being a pro wave rider, pro bodyboarder is a selfish pursuit. You're traveling around the world, you're gone from your family and your life for extended periods of time, and that's tough on those that you leave back at home. So I think Pierre, he's being a little more picky. He's picking the events that he really wants to do, so he's not at every single event. And we see that with guys like Jeff Hubbard is a perfect example, right? He has 2 kids now,
yes,
and a business to run. So he's just going to key events, but he's staying at home to be a dad. So yeah, it's interesting to see these guys mature as they progress in the sport.
Yeah, it's so great to see. And it seems that we have more than commercials. So we're going to run all the highlights at this event so far. So a lot of action, great moves. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. A lot of highlights coming through right now.
සතේකෑගේ වාහකේ. මිහාර ඩේටා හුස්සකින් උලේකනු ජේන. Say hello to Dirab සතේක GB packs. එවෙස් පේනුම් මුද්දතක.
Here to max test me Opel Utteriya Pes Nonia mo professional Utteriya Nonia Varsi Sota Supra Comment Sahara de Para Matala.
Nar sa te kono di nuova na harum fashigen di vingi tu bar hoda fawa jaro manuga modu Deutsch brand nuga engine generator set. DJ ke hitumai itubara magubol kamahay ko vihi aharap voragin dua.
Ang me fair funny. Tiki zaharen none. Yaginta ijaga kandin pahum mage delofus ehembe heonu adi bakura. Gam masha ini lakka itubara jana male kiyagindo. Aha itubare nokurame itubara yagin kam madeni emme tanakashe. එතනුම් කුරේ ප්‍රීටෙස්ට් හුස් වෝල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් බ්‍රෑන්ඩ්ගේ කරන්ටා බෑ හුරිහා සාමානා ටූල්සා ලිබෙන් එහිරි ස්ටෙල්කෝ සේල් සෙන්ටරුගා ඉංගිජ්ජේ මියම්ම කියනි ඉතුබාරු කලායා නුදා සාබහේ කලියා Electric cable, distributional cable, house wire cable, current board, switch, breakers, panel boards for high-rise buildings. Stelco Sales Center.
Molders, our destination partner. and our co-sponsor, Ministry of Tourism. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Our digital partner, Dirag. Our online media partner, Adadu. Thank you, Adadu. Our catering partner, Burizu Catering. And our event partner, Official Events. Let's give a round of applause to Mujaz Art Box, our merchandise partner. Our printing partner, Print Lab. Thank you, Print Lab. Next up is our broadcasting partner, ICE TV. Our apparels partner, Island Apparel. Thank you, Island Apparel. Our accommodation partner, Mukai Hotel. Supporting partner, D-Tech. Thank you, D-Tech. Our supporting partner, TFG. Thank you, TFT. Our supporting partner, Stelco. Thank you, Stelco. Our supporting partner, MNDF. Thank you, MNDF. Our supporting partner, Police, Maldives Police Service. Thank you, police. And our supporting partner, Maldives City Council. Thank you, Maldives City Council. Thank you.
شكرا for then Korea meoti me event ke emme muhimmu ba vanata libum baverina inam hawal kodenama allo me emme furatama me gandane drop junior category ge vanatang hawal kodenama dive rajya ge raisu jumhuriya ge ambikambalon fazna ahmada dawatara.
Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your warm applause to welcome onto the stage the First Lady of Maldives, Her Excellency Fazna Ahmad, who will present the awards for the junior men's category. For third place, we have a tie. Congratulations to Armin Umar from Maldives and Hugo Naude from South Africa. For second place, woo. For second place, congratulations, Guillermo Montenegro from Brazil. And the first place for the Pro Junior Men category is Jorge Hernandez from Spain. Thank you. Congratulations, winners. I apologize. I forgot a little thing, so we're going to keep the First Lady on the stage. And the winners, congratulations again. You may off the stage after a few pictures, of course. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Dave Hubbard to give, to give a memorial plaque from Hawaii. I've heard it's a traditional thing.
we would like to announce the world champion crowning for drop knee, and Mr. Dave Hubbard, please come up on stage as he's the 9 times world champion for drop knee.
10 times. 10-time world
Now
champion. This is the 10th time. Thank you for making this world record here in Maldives. Visit Maldives Pro. Thank you, First Lady, and congratulations to all the winners. Next, we invite the Director General of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, Mr. Ali Shamim, to give the awards in the drop knee category.
For third place, we have Fabian Tazar from Reunion Island. And Marie Laverne from Reunion Island. For second place, our winner is Sammy Morentino from Hawaii. For first place in the drop knee category is Dave Hubbard from Hawaii. Thank you for breaking yet another world record, this time here in the Maldives. 10 times world champion. Thank you, Mr. Shamim, and congratulations to the winners.
And now we would like to call on the Minister of Tourism, Dr. Abdullah Mausum, to the stage to present the awards for the Women's Open category.
Third place for the Women's Open category, Maria Viana from Brazil and Pamela Bauren from South Africa. Second place goes to Sari Ohara from Japan. First place goes to Teresa Miranda from Spain. Shukriya, Minister Mausum, and congratulations to all the winners.
Lastly, let's welcome onto the stage the Managing Director of Maldives Marketing and Public Relations Corporation, Mr. Tayyib Muhammad, as he hands out the awards for the Men's Open category.
Third place for the Men's Open category, Jorge Hernandez and Ethan Capdeville.
Second place goes to Tanner McDaniels from Hawaii. And the first place goes to Pierre-Louis Costes from France.
Thank you, Mr. Tayyib, and congratulations to all the winners. Next up, I would like to call on all the champions of all categories up on stage. Pia, please stay. And can we have Teresa, Sammy on the stage, please? And also Jorge Hernandez. I would like to call up on stage Mr. Glenn to give away the very local tradition of giving the bananas to the champions. Mr. Glenn? you, Mr. Glenn, and congratulations once again to all the winners.
As we conclude this remarkable chapter of Visit Maldives Pro 2023, we do so with hearts full of gratitude and memories that will forever remain etched into our souls. To our athletes, our sponsors, our organizers, and each individual who has played a role in this event, we say a resounding thank you. With that, we bring the curtains down on Visit Maldives Pro 2023, knowing that the spirit of unity and the love for bodyboarding will continue to surge with us. On behalf of us, all of us here, thank you, and may the waves of success continue to propel us forward.
May I call all the champions and winners onto the stage to take a picture with our First Lady, Fazna Ahmed. Yes?
Can we have all the winners up on stage, please? Thank you. All the finalists.
All the podium winners, can I have you guys up on stage to take a picture with our First Lady?
I